The reaction to the Minnesota tragedy today shows the worst of what our divided politics does to a country. Like, for most of our politicians and social media journalists nowadays, it's worthless to even hear them speak on issues like this because you already know what they're going to say. Pretty much every single right-leaning person with a microphone saw all the evidence out of Minnesota and came to the immediate conclusion it was self-defense, while every single left-leaning person with a microphone watched the same exact videos and heard the same exact story and said it was murder. Now, beyond even talking about who's right or wrong, can we all just come to the conclusion that that type of thinking is just beyond shallow? Like, are we living in different realities, different worlds? Does the right-leaning brain perceive the world objectively different than the left-leaning brain? I mean, I'm not a neuroscientist, but I don't think so. We're all Americans. We're all humans. My eyes see the same vision you see, and my brain can understand the criminal statute of murder for self-defense the same as yours. But something, and I think we can all feel it, is seriously wrong with America today, whether it be the algorithms or just the divided nature of our national politics, whatever. Something is pushing too many of us towards extreme bias to where we only see the facts that advance our ideology. And when you have that on a massive scale, you lose the ability to even talk to each other because everyone's mind is already made up. There's no debate. There's just a battle of who can spread their ideology to more people. I just think a free thinker not captured by the biases of ideology looks at this tragedy in Minnesota today and first off is sobered by it. A mother of three lost her life in an instant, and no matter what, that in of itself is a tragedy. But beyond that, just fundamentally the line between self-defense and murder has always been a blurry one and a hard thing for all societies ever to define, as a lot of it depends on whether or not internally the shooter actually feared for his life or not, or whether or not that fear was reasonable. There's a reason why criminal verdicts aren't decided in hours, because these are hard questions and a lot of evidence we don't see yet likely exists. But because of the political state of our world, the divided state of our country, too many people only need one video and their mind is made up. We need to bring back some critical thinking. ICE murdered a woman in Minnesota today. The whole situation was a tragedy, but the agent was acting in self-defense. I just don't know how you can watch this video and think that she clearly has her wheels turned away from the agent towards the middle of the street. She's trying to get away and she gets shot in the face. No, shit. And the slow motion shows that better. And in two of the three still frame shots showing when shots were fired show she is clearly turned away from him, posing no risk. Well, these moments don't happen in slow motion. They happen in a split second. And if you look at the other angles, it seems clear. The agent gets hit by a car before firing. And a car is considered a deadly weapon. When the agent is hit in a split second, he doesn't necessarily have the time to process she's turned away and won't hit him further. I think people can make their own judgment on that, but it seems the agent had many other options other than killing the girl, and we should all prefer law enforcement that isn't so trigger happy. Well, we also have to consider the context. The girl's allegedly using her car to block ICE from doing their job, so they were heading over to arrest her, so she created a tense situation. Plus, assaults against ICE agents are up over 1,000% this year. Well, the prior context is that the President of the United States surged ICE into Minnesota specifically to target those of Somali descent. He said it straight up. It's agents on an un-American mission that has the community already on edge. Doesn't give you the right to obstruct law enforcement activity and try to drive over federal agents. She was clearly trying to drive away. Just use your eyes. The people can decide on that. Oh, they are. Yeah, they are.
Yeah, we all seen the same video, but we all came to different outcomes, and it's been written all over the social media and mainstream news. But hey, guys, we are live. Yo, this is S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and get into this J.D. Vance interview. Then we're going to go ahead and get into the ICE shooting and geopolitical matters. But, you know, I'm going to go ahead and actually bring in Monty for the ICE shooting video. So shout out to my man Monty, you know, host and contributor. But before we get into this, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get right into it.
Nation's capital today, where Primetime went to the nation's capital today, where we got the chance to interview Vice President J.D. Vance. We asked him about the seizure and what's next in Venezuela. Also, are we going into Greenland? J.D. answers. And he also has something to say about his good friend Tim Walz and the Somalis. Thanks for joining us, Mr. Vice President.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
Taking out a dictator in Venezuela, how does that help the average American?
Well, a few things, Jesse. First of all, what it means is we're going to be able to control the incredible natural resources of Venezuela, which is good for America in a few ways. Number one, it allows us to put leverage on our enemies. Number two, it makes sure that if Americans need high quality, low cost power, we're always going to have access to it. And then the third thing is it does demonstrate American military excellence, which makes people afraid to cross us in the future. Some of the best ways that you maintain the peace is to make it clear that you carry a very strong sword if you ever need to use it. So I think it's good for us in a lot of different ways. We also have to remember, Jesse, this is in our neighborhood. This is not Iraq. This is not 7,000 miles away. This is in our neighborhood. If we cannot follow the basic principle, which has been a cornerstone of American foreign policy for 200 years, that we control our neighborhood, a lot of bad people are going to take.
And JD Vance, he's not lying. There's two things that we need out of Venezuela is their oil, of course, and them to not start buying oil in Chinese yuan, but we stopped that from happening. And then, of course, we also need their gold and silver because, our electronics and, the chips and semiconductors that we're going to start manufacturing, well, they do need silver and gold, mainly silver, though.
Take advantage of it. What the President of the United States said is, in our neighborhood, the United States calls the shots. That's the way it's always been. That's the way it is again under the president's leadership.
We just seized a Russian oil tanker. Russian submarines were trying to slip it past the Navy. This thing's heating up.
I think people overstate that. First of all, it was a fake Russian oil tanker. They basically tried to pretend to be a Russian oil tanker in an effort to avoid the sanctions regime. But people always ask, how do you control Venezuela? And we're actually seeing it play out in real time. The way that we control Venezuela is we control the purse strings, we control the energy resources, and we tell the regime, you're allowed to sell the oil so long as you serve America's national interest. You're not allowed to sell it if you can't serve America's national interest. And that's how we exert incredible pressure on that country without wasting a single American life, without endangering a single American citizen. That is called critical, high-quality diplomacy. We've done it. We've done it time and again, but we just did it in Venezuela.
And it's also called the first step to hemispherical dominance. We're pretty much saying that we're not allowing any country in our hemisphere to act outside of our interests. So, yeah, you can't be in South America basically working with, Russia, China, Iran. You can't do none of that being on our side of the hemisphere. We're pretty much putting our foot down on that. Now, a lot of people are saying, oh, this goes against the sovereignty of these nations. Well, sadly, their sovereignty is kind of going against our national security and our dominance in our own hemisphere. So we'll see how this ends. But right now, that is the plan. Hemispherical dominance to assert our power, of course, in our hemisphere. And then, of course, to also start gathering rare earth minerals and oil and all that good stuff. And this is, main reason why we hit up Venezuela. And probably Cuba and Colombia will be next.
The Democrats say Trump is greedy. He's all about oil and empire.
He's greedy to serve the American interest, and that's what you want in an American president. You cannot have people taking advantage of the United States in our own hemisphere. The President of the United States said he's done with that. I think it's interesting. The Democrats call the president greedy, but in what sense has any of this enriched him or enriched the administration? It's enriched the American people, which is what you want out of an American president. Somebody who's thinking to themselves, how do I serve the American people's best interest? How do I go and accomplish good things for the American people? That's a good thing to have in an American president. You want somebody who's greedy for the American people. The Democrats are greedy for themselves.
Well, Jasmine Crockett said you guys kidnapped Maduro.
That's hilarious.
We engaged in a law enforcement action. We had a legitimate indictment for Maduro for narco-terrorism, for weapons.
Yeah, since 2020, there was an indictment for Maduro for narco-terrorism. I mean, pretty much said, oh, he's the cartel of the Suns now, which, I'll be real with you, is a bit shaky on that. And if you actually read the indictment on Maduro, there's a lot of things that are missing that mainstream media said that he's guilty of. So we'll see how that plays out. And of course, Maduro, he said, Maduro is claiming his innocence, and we'll see what happens after that. But as far as kidnapping goes, no, we just got a guy that we indicted that had charges, then that was pretty much running drugs and running a cartel. Now, people like to say the cartel of the Sun doesn't really exist or it ended a long time ago. Well, it don't matter. It really don't. He still was transporting drugs.
smuggling and weapons trafficking. And we went in with the best military in the world. We got our guy. He's going to stand trial. By the way, he's given the full due process rights that are entitled to anybody who's in the United States. I think he's going to go away. He's going to be found guilty. That's not a kidnapping. That's a law enforcement operation. And Jasmine Crockett, of all people, she has the least amount of room to talk on this stuff. She doesn't know what she's talking about. As the president said, you couldn't have a worse spokesperson, a person with less knowledge about world affairs. It's telling that she's the person speaking for the Democrats on this issue.
You guys have
Actually, it's kind of funny that they're upset about Maduro because Joe Biden said that Maduro's illegitimate. He's a dictator. He stole an election in Trump's first term. They try to say, oh, well, this is how you know he's lying with dictators. He's leaving Maduro in. So now we get Maduro out and the Democrats are losing their mind. It's kind of like, all right, so what was it then? Did you support Maduro being in power or not? Did you see him as a dictator or as a president? Because the way y'all acting is like y'all saw him as a president, but under Biden, he was just this evil dictator.
Designated the cartels as terrorist organizations.
Because they are, yeah.
How do you win the war on drugs if Americans love cocaine?
That's the one big pushback I've gotten is when I criticize the Venezuelans for trafficking cocaine. You had a lot of people say, we don't like fentanyl, but some people do like cocaine. Unfortunately, cocaine is a very bad drug. And importantly, Jesse, it is a major profit center for the Venezuelan cartels. So if they sell a little bit of fentanyl, but a lot of cocaine, and they use that cocaine to spread and further their cartel operations, that means a lot more poison is going to be coming into the United States. So for all the people that love cocaine, I am sorry, the President of the United States does not love cocaine. We encourage you to go to rehab, and we're going to keep on pursuing America's interest.
Greenland, how far are you guys willing to go?
Well, the president is going to make the ultimate determination here, but there's been a lot of belly aching from Europe, and Europe has failed to contend with the fundamental argument the president and the entire administration has made. Greenland is critical, not just to our national security, but to the world's national security. People don't realize this. The entire missile defense infrastructure is partially dependent on Greenland. If, God forbid, the Russians or the Chinese, not saying they're going to, but if, God forbid, in the future, somebody launched a nuclear missile into our continent, they launched a nuclear missile at Europe, Greenland is a critical part of that missile defense. So you ask yourself, have the Europeans, have the Danes done a proper job of securing Greenland and making sure it can continue to serve as an anchor for world security and missile defense? And the answer is obviously they haven't. They've underinvested in their security. They haven't done a good job of securing that area, that landmass. And what I hear them say is they'll always make an argument about the past. They'll say, well, we fought together in World War II, or we fought together in the war on terrorism. And we're grateful for that. We love having these allies. But just because you did something smart 25 years.
Now, yeah, Greenland has two values to it. Of course, it's natural resources, rare earth minerals and all that good stuff. But then it's close, it's in the Arctic region. And the people who dominate the Arctic region is mainly Russia because they're like right there. And then it's China because, well, they have access through the help of Russia. We pretty much work through Greenland, but we don't have we don't own Greenland. And to be honest, we could be doing a lot more in Greenland to defend there, because when these intercontinental ballistic missiles are fired, well, yeah, they fly through the poles. And if we are to get fired upon by Russia or China, it's gonna be through Greenland, because that's where we're weakest at. Because we have barely any Arctic dominance up there. Like I think we have like one base over there, and I mean, how good is that gonna do us if they just start sending in the intercontinental ballistic missiles? Not too much.
Ago doesn't mean you can't do something dumb now. And the President of the United States is saying very clearly, you are not doing a good job with respect to Greenland. We're going to make sure we defend America's interests. And I think the president's willing to go as far as he has to make sure he does that.
They're saying it's too cold for American soldiers to handle. You've been there.
Who is saying that? Jasmine Crockett?
The Danes. Probably Crockett too.
I think Americans have done very well in some very cold places. I will say I wouldn't want to serve there, but luckily the vice president's residence is here in Washington, D.C.
Okay. The Democrats have a little bit of a Somali problem. They've let it
America
go.
has a bit of a Somali problem.
Especially the Democrats in Minnesota.
I don't know.
Why'd they just let it happen right under their nose?
Well, a couple of things, Jesse. First of all,
no, we don't have a Somali problem. It's just there's a scam problem going on in Minnesota that consists of a whole lot of Somalians. Not all Somalians are out here committing crime. It is kind of crazy. Like, we have a Somali problem. No, we have a fraud problem that everybody takes advantage of across the board. It's just that for some reason we're honing in on Minnesota and we're honing in on the Somali community who aren't making themselves look too good right now. But shout out to my man Sid. Another day, another night spent bootlicking this murderous regime. Yeah, well, I knew you was gonna have that opinion. I understand. But hear me out. Let's wait till we get here. Wait till we get there. Hear me out. I'm probably
If
gonna
you
piss
look
off
at
then.
the amount of fraud in the welfare system, according to the statistics I've seen, 85% of Somalians who are in the United States, legal and illegal, are collecting some form of welfare benefit. So that's not to disparage the other 15%, but when you're at 85% of a population that is collecting welfare, that suggests that we have really done something wrong with regards to vetting. And that's the fundamental issue. Even if there's no fraud, 85% collecting welfare is way too many damn people collecting welfare, getting rich off the American taxpayer while a lot of Americans struggle. That's unacceptable. What's going on in Minneapolis, I think, is actually representative of a broader fraud scheme that we're going to see all over the country. We're going to see it in California. We're going to see it in other places too, where people get rich from the American taxpayer. The Somalian fraud, for example, daycare fraud. You've got Americans, we've got programs set up to make it easier for Americans to get their kids in daycare.
He's and said, I'll see. He says, of course I have that opinion. I have eyes. Now, come on now. Like, we both seen the same video, and I'm not even gonna lie to you. I don't like the way that ended myself, but I'm looking at it from both perspective, and I'm like, you know what? I don't think he had the shooter, to be quite honest with you. But then in the heat of the moment, the car probably did look like it was about to run into him. There's been a history of ICE getting trapped in by cars and all this good stuff. So I'm just looking at it from both sides, and I'm kind of coming to the opinion, like, you know what? I blame left-wing media. Y'all sowed fear porn on ICE all through the year, and this is what it's led to. People feeling like they got to sit there and take off in front of law enforcement with an officer's hand in there while an officer is in front of him. I mean, what do you think is going to happen? I'm not saying it should have came to a direct shooting, but obviously there was going to be some type of force used. Even the officer just jumped in the car. So we just can't sit there and pretend like, oh, they were just completely out of line.
Care so they can have proper child care. You take that money and you siphon it off to Somalian fraudsters. That's a double theft. Number one, that means a lot of American families can't afford their child care. Number two, that means a lot of American taxpayers are being fleeced. It's totally unacceptable. I believe, Jesse, we're going to have some very big announcements on this stuff in the next couple of days. I don't want to get ahead of the president on anything, but we believe that there is a nationwide fraud ring that's rooted in rooted in illegal aliens and others taking advantage of the American welfare system. We're going to get to the root of it, and anybody who's involved is going to get prosecuted.
Well, if there's a massive fraud ring, there's a cover-up going on. In Minnesota, they were just caught forging documents, trying to cover their tracks. Should Tim Walz resign?
Well, I think Tim Walz should resign, but look, I've beaten up on Tim Walz enough.
I mean, it's already too late for that. Tim Walz already resigned. He already said, I'm not running for re-election, and that's probably the best move, to be quite honest with you. Because, like I said, I mean, I'll be real with you. He took accountability. I'll give it to Tim Walz. He did take somewhat halfway accountability, half-ass accountability, because he found a way to blame Trump. But he did say, no, it happened under my watch, and the buck stops at him. So I'll give him that one. And shout out S.E.T. He says, try looking at it from your perspective. We can go through it frame by frame. Bro, of course, you know that's what we're going to do. I mean, bro, we're going to watch the entire video.
I don't want to do it anymore in your program. I almost feel bad for the guy, except for the fact that he should have seen this. And whether there was something criminal, whether he was aware of the fraud, which would be criminal, or whether he simply looked the other way, it's a massive, massive failure of government. Look, you have to ask yourself, if you're in Minneapolis and you have a person who came to the United States impoverished 2 months ago, and all of a sudden they're driving a Mercedes or a Lamborghini, it is your job as a public official to ask, how did that person get so rich so quickly when they're also collecting a welfare check? The fact that that's failed so often in Minnesota, but frankly, it failed in California and other states as well, means that we have political, I would say political corruption, welfare corruption at a very massive scale. The Trump administration, by the way, we've already sent hundreds and hundreds of additional people, of resources that are starting to investigate this stuff, get to the bottom of it. Stephen Miller sent people who are literally going door to door at some of these fraudulent daycare centers and trying to understand just how deep the rabbit hole goes. But this is going to be a long-term effort from the Trump administration.
No, I mean, wow, Stephen Miller did that. Makes sense. But yeah, no, it's happening in Ohio, in Columbus. There's this white lady going around, going to these Somali daycare centers and finding out that not all of them, because not all of them are doing fraud, but there are a good amount of them that are pretty suspicious. I mean, we're talking about like little ass like spaces, talking about maybe they rent out an office, talking about how they got like 50 kids in there, and they're getting what, like $2 million in grants and child care grant and all that good stuff, basically taxpayer dollars. So like I said, that should be cracked down on. And the thing is, it is happening across the board. Like I said, once you get into what's going on in California, I think my friend Aura Farming is, or Aura Flying, or however you pronounce it, or whatever you say, Aura Flying is finally gonna, stop crying and be like, oh, you guys are only focusing on the blacks, you're only focusing on the on the colored people. It's like, no, bro, we care across the board. If it's white people doing it and they're doing fraud, we care about it. Hispanic, we care. It don't matter who's doing it. Like, the problem is you guys are just too soft when it comes to talking about, for some reason, immigrants when it comes to doing fraud or any type of crime. And for some reason, you think we're being racist when we address it. No, we're just being, honestly, we're using our eyes. But all right, shout out to my man City said, let's talk. All right, bro, I got you. Let me get through JD Vance, and then we're gonna go ahead and go through the Chicago situation. Well, not Chicago situation, but the ICE situation in Minnesota.
To root out corruption and actually look after Americans.
Oh, and shout out Sid for the baller alert. All right.
For a change in their hard-earned money.
You're sending investigators to California.
We are sending investigators to a lot of places to try to get to the root of this welfare fraud. I think what it revealed, Jesse, is something I frankly wasn't aware of until a few weeks ago, which is it's not just that people are getting welfare who shouldn't get welfare. That is true, right? These programs exist to take care of Americans who are down on their luck, not to enrich fraudsters. But it's bigger than that. It's that people take this money and create whole businesses around siphoning money from the American taxpayer. So again, you've got poor people who can't get what they need. You've also got American taxpayers who are getting fleeced. It is the ultimate lose-lose proposition. And I think Minneapolis just really revealed how ridiculous it was. I mean, Jesse, this is the most low IQ fraud scheme imaginable. Like, it's almost shocking that you would have people running a daycare with the quality Leering Center. If you're running a daycare and you can't spell the word learning, or you can't spell the word kids, that's
now what was it? There was a YouTuber, Lofi. Yeah, this guy Lofi, who be doing these crazy pranks, which are hilarious, by the way. So shout out to that guy Lofi. But he went to these Somali daycare centers. He went to the Leering Center, and the Leering Center has now been closed down as of 2 days ago. But he went to the Leering Center, and when he went in there, you kind of see why they were closed down. I mean, the roof was pretty much damn near about to set on their heads. They only had like maybe 6 or 8 children in there, but the Leering Center is marked down for like 40 kids. I mean, it looks fraudulent to me, but for some reason we're being racist if we call it out, or we just don't know what we're talking about. So, but like I said, we'll see how that progresses, because right now it seems like the Quality Leering Center was fraudulent, and the ABC Learning Center, I mean, if you guys want to believe that that's I would say an upright daycare, or I would say a law-abiding daycare, okay, bro, go ahead, believe that.
Suggest that maybe you should not be in early childhood education. And the fact that it was so obvious and so blatant does suggest a level of political corruption. We're going to get to the bottom of it.
Well, Tim Walz should be worried, because you can't misspell learning and take someone's money.
He should be worried for many reasons.
He called you weird. Remember that?
I know. Because I don't like Somali fraudsters. I guess that makes me weird. Guilty as charged.
Gavin Newsom, he says, you guys want to come look at California? Bring it on.
Yeah, well, we will. We appreciate that invitation, Gavin, and we are going to accept that invitation because, look, California, more than almost any other state, has been so glaring and obvious about the fact that they're giving welfare benefits to illegal aliens. Like, that's not, you go to the California Medicaid website and they will advertise that they are spending American tax dollars to give Medicaid to illegal aliens. You think there's not fraud there? You think there aren't people who are creating fraudulent doctors' offices, fraudulent payment schemes? There are. They're getting rich off of the generosity of the American taxpayer, the political corruption that enables.
Yeah, I mean, they'll have state programs or these what was it, federally qualified health centers, aka the free clinics that will give medical services regardless of your immigration status. And yes, it is funded by Medicaid dollars.
It has got to stop, and that's what we're focused on.
Your administration had a big year, got a lot done. Now you're in your second year. What would be the one thing economically you want to achieve now?
Yeah, so the big thing we did achieve is we cut the trade deficit by over 60% in the president's first year in office. That's amazing. What that means is more jobs coming to the United States, more investment coming to the United States of America. I want to build on that. You know, we talk about this $18 trillion of new investment that's coming into the United States.
I mean, have some patience, Sid. I understand. I know you want to, well, unless you got somewhere to go, then I mean, I got you. I can go ahead and fast forward it if you got somewhere to go, my friend. But other than that, you know, be patient, my friend, because he says we can keep watching state-run media, media propaganda, or have a real conversation. I mean, dog, we got to get on both sides. We got to decode both sides. Okay. Okay.
To build as many factories as possible, give as many Americans high-paying jobs as possible, and make as much of our own stuff. And I think while we do that, we've got to tackle the housing issue for a lot of young Americans. They feel like they're priced out of the housing market. The president's about to make some really big announcements on that stuff in the next couple of weeks. And what we're going to do is we want to preserve the wealth that a lot of people have accrued in their homes while also making it possible for young people to afford their first home, make it affordable for young families to raise young families. And I think we can do that. I think that we've actually got some good policies that are going to thread that needle very well, be very good for young Americans and young American families. That's what I'm most focused on economically over the next year, because I think if you really give people a sense of ownership in this country, a sense that they can build something, build a nest egg, build a family, that is the trick to reinvigorating the American dream. That's what the president's most focused on, and we're going to do it.
Are young Americans getting married? Are they settling down, having babies?
Not like they used to, and that's a big problem, Jesse. I mean, think about it. What really makes life worthwhile? It's not your job. It's not what school you went to. It's falling in love. It's building a family.
All right, then. You know what? I got you, Sid. I got you. We're going to go ahead and jump right into it. We're going to go ahead and get the left's opinion on it. I'm going to go ahead and for Sid, I got you. I'm going to let you up here, and we're going to go ahead and also let Monty up here as well because he's been waiting in the background. So I got both of y'all. Hold on here. But first, let's see what CNN is saying about this ICE shooting, since everybody is pressed to get to it. Hey, and I like to give the people what they want. So I got you guys. Let's hear what they say.
What you're about to see is disturbing. There is crude language in this. This is graphic, and we do not know the context around this. We don't know what happened before this video. No! No! Shame! Shame! Oh my God! What the What the You just what the did you do? Protesters are gathering at the scene at this hour. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem said this about the incident a short time ago.
It was an act of domestic terrorism. What happened, it was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over.
The mayor of Minneapolis is also speaking out, calling that official line from federal authorities a lie.
They are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is
God, do me a favor and double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. And Monty, what do you think so far? Yo. All right. Well, I'm gonna tell you guys what I think so far. Now, I've actually watched the entire video, and like I said, the police officer, they gave them opportunities, like for pretty much to save, well, for her to save her own life. He said, "Get out the car." And when an officer tells you to get out the car, I mean, you get out the car. Am I wrong? Okay, then you have no right to resist an officer and just speed off. And then while officers are surrounding you, going towards that officer, and he don't know if the wheel is turned. He's standing above the car. So to sit there and just focus on the wheel as if the officer seen the wheel in that split moment is ridiculous. Slowing it down in slow motion says nothing to how that actually went down in the heat of the moment. Do I like that the lady got shot? Of course not. I do believe that less force could have been shown. Honestly, the guy who was taking the key out the car, he could use a taser or something less lethal than this guy shooting her. But you can't sit there and say that the man that shot her has no grounds for self-defense. Just gonna be real. And yo, Sid.
Yo, what's up?
Yeah, it's all good, my man. So how you feeling about it? Well, what you think?
I think it's totally unjustified. I think it's murder.
Murder? Like,
for self-defense, you have to have reasonable objective fear of death or serious bodily harm. We can go through this frame by frame, but this guy I would love you to convince me why this man would have had reasonable fear of serious bodily harm or death from what was happening there.
Because he was close to the car. Like the car turned.
He was putting himself in front of the car. We can go through this frame by frame, like I said.
But the officers can do that, though. You can't sit there and try to run over an officer.
She was not trying to run over an officer. I don't know if everyone here's driven or not before, but she was backing up. Yeah, they ordered her to, but they don't need to shoot her for that. She was not trying to ram the officer. No one in that position, no reasonable officer in that position would have fear of serious bodily harm or death. If you're trying to convince me of that, I don't know if we're watching the same video.
All right. Well, then, let's go ahead and pull up the full video then, because in my honest opinion, there is a reasonable argument for self-defense. Seeing that it did look like, and they're on the ice, so the car could have slid into him. He's thinking all of these type of things. You guys are just jumping into murder.
And also, what would stop somebody from that has been shot from taking their foot off the gas and stopping the car? Couldn't you also think if you shot someone and they were dead that they could just as easily keep their foot on the gas and keep going? Like, these guys are trained not to put themselves in front of cars like this. And by the way, when the shot was fired, he had both feet. At most, the tip of his knee could have been getting nicked. But if you do think this is a self-defense situation, do you think he should at least be charged and meant to argue self-defense in court? Or do you think he should just not even be charged? Okay, so he should be charged. We agree on that.
I mean, yeah, he should be charged on, like, all right, bro, please tell us how this is self-defense. But I'm gonna be real with you, I think he has a good argument. Like,
he might have a good argument, but if you think that there's enough here that he should be charged, I'm glad we're in agreement on that. Like,
oh, of course, it definitely got to be investigated. Like I said that I believe he could have definitely, like, honestly, the guy who had his hand in the car, he could have just pulled out a taser, because that would have worked out better for them or her, honestly. And this guy, like I said, I think he overreacted. I will admit, I do believe this is an overreaction on both sides. Her side.
Do you think? You mentioned the guy that had his hand in the car. Do you think there's a good chance that the woman driving the car was more focused on the guy reaching into her car than the guy directly in front of her?
Honestly, yeah.
And do you think that she was turning the car like she was turning to drive away?
But here's the thing, though. When the officer has your hand inside the car, she should have stopped right there and then.
Okay, it's not about whether what she...
Of course, officers are going to come backed up. That's their procedure to do. You're like blaming them for what they're trained to do.
I'm not here to argue about whether she did all the right things or whether I would have done that or I'd tell my friends to do that or whatever.
Okay.
I'll give you this right now. She was not acting appropriately. I'm not going to sit here and do is analyze the actions of this civilian who was shot by the federal government while she was trying to flee from ICE, which is Immigration and Customs Enforcement. She's a U.S. citizen, and maybe she could have done something better, but that does not justify this person. And by the way, when we get into these angles frame by frame, this guy is doing everything he can to position himself in front of the car while she's moving. He's inching towards her while her tires are turned, and he puts his gun right to the front windshield, the very far side of the front windshield, and shoots while both his legs are clear of the car.
All right, let's go ahead.
And that'll just be shown. Like, do you have anyone that has this slowed down and zoomed in?
I could possibly slow it down. Mostly, yeah, I could slow it down.
I could try to go find it if you want, but I'd have to leave for a minute and then come back.
Well, look, this is it slowed down. The full 4-minute video. This first car goes over. This car steps up in front like they're trying to create a blockade.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now here comes the car where with the ICE officers. They step out. Walk towards the car, and just slow down to like get out the car. Both officers walking up. One officer just reaches his hand right in there. Oh no, he tries to open the door. Then she backs up. Where's this other officer? Oh, okay, he been in front of the car. Okay.
When she's backing up, what do you think she's trying to do? What do you think?
She's trying to turn away. Look, I see the wheel. But you think the officer seen that wheel though?
Yeah, I think a reasonable person would. I do.
Not really. When you're standing over like this in the moment?
Yes, he is outside. Look, he is outside of where she's turning in this moment. And even the way she was backing up, that's someone backing up like they're gonna fucking turn around. We've all driven cars, right?
But here's the thing, though. This guy, like I said, we're going in like basically as slow as we can. This man basically been in front. She's seen this, or no, actually.
And he moves out of the way. That's why two of the shots was not just
direction.
He does not
know if that's a lethal or not. He doesn't know if she's gonna go straight forward.
It's not whether he does know. He has no
wheels. He's focusing on.
He has no. You think he has reasonable fear of serious bodily harm or death in this situation? You would actually argue that.
I would say, that's actually a good. You know what? I would say bodily harm. I don't think
how he's out of the way.
But it is an SUV though, so how much? I mean, if
she turned sharp to the left right there, he still would not be. She still couldn't do that to him, and she was turning the opposite direction anyway.
All right, well, let's let it play. All right, well, hold on, man. Let's play this again, then.
No!
We went from the front to the side of it because, well, she was turning out.
Yep. And Seth, pause it for a second. Because not only in a self-defense claim do you have to prove that the first shot was justified, but you have to prove all three shots are justified. At least if we were in court, that's what you'd have to do. And then, lastly, why did all these ICE agents block first responders from coming in?
Because you can't just let. Wait, no, they didn't block a first responder.
They did block first responders. They did not
block first responders. It was some random.
It was people there that
said, "Hey, I'm a physician," and they said, "Yo, we don't care.
We don't care." Yeah.
No, he wasn't. He wasn't. The ambulance, or what was the guys in the ambulance again?
EMT.
He wasn't the paramedic. EMT. Yeah, he wasn't those guys. So
he wasn't Monty.
Yeah, he wasn't Monty, basically.
Yeah.
Monty did not pull up on the scene. This was just some random doctor that just walked by and seen the situation. And
well, he was a bystander there.
These guys on there. As much as I wish they would have let him on there, they did follow standard procedure.
Well,
'Cause I'm
you know
gonna be real
what?
with you, if he was
They
the
would have
right
done
doctor-
nothing.
Hmm?
She was shot in the face. She was already dead. He
All
just
right.
wanted to check her fucking pulse.
Yeah, but like I said, though, like that leads into a lot of legal things. Like it's proper police procedure. We could both sit there and disagree with it, but that's just how they run things. Like,
Okay.
trust me, even I wish they'd have let the guy on there to check a pulse, or maybe they're like, maybe even to stop some bleeding. She might have had a chance for all we know. People's got shot in the face and survived.
Yeah, and who knows which shot killed her, right? We're talking about the first shot. Who knows what shot killed her? The second shots that went through the side passenger window, how are those justified?
I mean, all right, if we could see, I could sit here and say that the first one we can argue self-defense. The third one, you said there was 3 shots or 2? 3.
Three.
Okay, the third one, yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I would call that into question. I'd be like,
Oh,
whoa.
and just to be clear, we are in disagreement that the first one is self-defense. Like, I am in disagreement with that. And just to give my credentials, I did argue in favor and support that, like, Kyle Rittenhouse acted fully in self-defense. I'm not just some lib that's always like, oh, it's always murder when somebody dies in the street and it looks bad. No, that from what we're seeing here, and we can see this from multiple different angles, this guy, I don't think he has a good argument at all for self-defense. And it almost looks like he's trying to give himself the self-defense argument.
Okay. Well, all right, let's watch it in full speed because things in slow motion always look like they could have been preventable. But let's look at things, as well, it happened in real life.
No!
There's an officer right in front of the car. He moved to the side. Okay. It looked like it might have nicked him actually a little bit.
Yeah, it might have nicked him a little bit, but she was very obviously turning away to move away. She even tried to wave them through in front of her. You can see her arm out the window at one point, waving them through.
This might
Trying
be an
to.
up argument, but who's to say that shot wasn't the thing that kind of turned her away?
She was already turning away.
No! Shame!
Yep, you're right.
Shame!
You're right.
Oh my fucking god! What the fuck? What the fuck? You just fucking, what the fuck did you do? You are fucking criminals! You're fucking criminals! What the fuck? What the fuck? What the actual fuck? You are fucking insane!
All right.
Said, do you know who the Hodge twins are?
Yeah, those light-skinned twins.
Yeah, but you know how mega pilled they are, right?
Yeah, I do.
Even that, they have been on X all day long, refuting the statements from the DHS, refuting the statements from Trump, talking about how, that's what, like, they're calling this terrorism. And Trump's statement, he said that DHS officer, or that ICE officer, is lucky to be alive. I mean, this is such bullshit that even if you believe he has a modicum of argument for self-defense, if the president's coming out saying he's lucky to be alive and he's recovering, I mean, you have to agree that is so absurd to be disqualifying of an argument. Do you think he's lucky to be alive right now? He was walking around fine right after that, right after he executed this woman.
Like I said, I can't say that it's murder. You could, like I said, there's a strong ground for self-defense. And here's the thing: there's a lot of things this woman could have did. And I'm gonna be real with you, this is gonna sound fucked up, but I blame mainstream media. I blame
who has a higher standard? Who should have a higher standard? The civilian driver or the state police?
At a certain point, though, like after all those warnings, after having an officer reach inside your car, after all these things happen, all these wrong steps, like, come on,
jury's still out on whether jury's still out on whether that is appropriate. Can federal agents just reach in your car and unlock your door and open your door like that? Like, Jury's still out on that.
Suspicion, under the right grounds, they can. Yes, under the right.
What is the right suspicion? That she was perpendicular to them,
or blocking them in? Yes, that was the suspicion of it. And we don't know the full scene. They could have been doing that all throughout the neighborhood, and they just got tired of it. And they're just like, "All right, get out the car."
That's not an excuse. These guys should be held to the highest standard if they have the authority to take lives, civilian lives away from people. It can't be that they were just getting tired of it.
Amount of chances to save her own life at a certain point before she got shot. Like all these
opportunities. I would say she has a reasonable fear of ICE after all the things we've seen them engage in. Because we've seen ICE
have a fear of ICE because she's a citizen.
Well, we've seen ICE ram the cars of citizens and drive away doing hit. Yeah, I hold citizens to a lower standard than I hold the federal government. Forgive me,
bro.
But
come on now, let's
be bro. What do you not? Do you not?
ICE.
Do you not?
Sid, that's not a good argument.
Why?
Because, bro.
Because why?
If you're telling me that, bro, you're basically saying that it's okay for them to be impeded on, and what, they're just supposed to take it to the chin? I mean, like, you're not.
No, they're not supposed to take it to the chin, but they're not supposed to shoot a fucking single mom in the chin. How about that?
Bro, if that single mom had ample amount of time to get out the car.
She had 4 seconds, bro. 4 seconds while she.
4 seconds. Hold on. There was way more than 4 seconds she was told to get out.
Not to mention she drove away and tried to run somebody over.
She did not.
No,
we were just watching that.
We don't know if she tried to. I'm not going to say that. But what I am going to say is that she got a lot of opportunity to actually get pulled out the car, get herself checked, and get put back in, and there you go, off her way.
You can.
By mainstream media to fear ICE, and this is what happens when you get fed fear porn. You have an overreaction.
What was her overreaction?
Parking her fucking car in the road so no one could drive by.
Hold on.
Okay, so she couldn't independent. Wait. So nobody could independently have that distrust of ICE, have this opposition to ICE, where so they would park. Okay, it's unreasonable. Should you be shot in the face for it? Should you?
No, you should be shot in the face for trying to run somebody over.
She did not. We just went through that. You weren't here, but we could go through it again with you here if you want.
Hey, Sid, guess what? Why do you think he shot her?
Because he's wanted to, bro. Because he wanted to. Because
he just wanted to pull people his gun out.
You.
Why don't they?
Because people like you
shoot everybody, Sid. If that's the case, why don't they just shoot everybody?
I said this guy did.
Yeah, why doesn't he shoot everybody? Why hasn't he shot somebody already several times? Why?
I don't know. I don't know his history. I don't know his history.
Exactly. You don't know what you're talking about. Obviously, the guy felt threatened.
No,
Yo, what up?
You're just
wait. Before you guys keep going, can y'all just roll the video back however far so I can get some context real quick?
Not to mention he got hit by the car.
Yeah, his knee got nicked while he was putting himself in front of it, and he had both legs. 95% of his body was out of the way of the car, which was obviously turning away from them, not towards them.
Hey Sid, guess what? It doesn't matter.
It does, because you know what you have to have for self-defense claim? The fear of major bodily harm or death. And if you want to watch that video and say one of those things is reasonable, then the chat can see just how delusional you are.
You don't need a self-defense claim when you've been hit by the car.
He did not get hit by the car
like
when he was shooting.
Guess what, Set? Guess what? Season it. Cope. Get over it. Guess what?
Good argument.
Guess what?
Good argument, bootlicker. Dude, how are you talking with the boot this far down your throat at this point?
Buddy,
seriously.
You're just
spit it out
rage because your guy.
Hey. Spit it out I'm seething at rage. Good one. Spit it out for a moment. Spit the boot out of your mouth and fucking look at what's going on in front of you for a second.
I've already looked at it.
Or do you need to be taught a lesson again? Do you need to have the fucking force of the government brought on you in this way? Because all you guys were
Hey, I don't
crying when the
park my
trucker
car in the
protests
middle of
were
a road
going
like
on.
an idiot.
All you guys were crying
I don't
when
try to
people were
run
arguing
cops
about
over, so I'll
mandates.
never
All
be in
you
this
guys were
position.
crying when.
All right, guys. All
right.
Hold on here. Hold on, man. I'm gonna go ahead and let
Try
Daniel
harder.
talk real quick, but hold on. Literally part of a group trying to impede law enforcement grounds for detainment. Also, same people say she went over border to do so. Oh, so what? Now I can let Sid speak on this one. I do want Sid to speak on this.
Can I want to roll the video back so I make sure I have the proper context before we go at it. And then because I have been getting into like conversation, I've been hearing other people talk online about how law enforcement goes way above and beyond what they are supposed to do, this, that, and the other. And I don't really know. I didn't know why. I've worked in the security industry professionally, so I could probably speak a bit more to this, but I don't want to speak ignorantly without having all the context. That's why I asked to roll the video back.
All right, now I'm gonna go ahead and roll the video back. We're going to take another look at it, right?
And then I'll speak to it, what I see, the things that the officers did right and what the things that the officers did wrong from a security standpoint, former professional.
Yeah, because I know we have
just to let you know, it's one officer that takes the shots.
Just let me.
Yeah, because there's only one officer that has the means and ability to shoot.
Monty,
the only one officer that is threatened.
chill. Just chill.
All right, guys. Now let me go ahead and read off these super chats, and I'm gonna go ahead and play the video. Shout out to Maine. He says bullish. Oh, he said bullshit, Sid. And then shout out Jet. He said she's fleeing arrest at this point.
Yep.
And then of course
also another felony.
Literally part of a group trying
to
you law enforcement ground for a detainment. Also, some people say she went over the border to do so. All right.
You can't just shoot people for fleeing arrest.
No one said that, Sid.
They're
you can't shoot them for trying to run you over, though.
Whoa, Monty.
Hey, Monty. Calm down, bro.
Go ahead.
Claire, to add some context, you can't just shoot people for fleeing arrest. In context where you can shoot people from fleeing arrests is if you fear that they're further harm to the public. So, like if you saw someone commit murder or witness or someone commit murder and they're fleeing the scene, that's reasonable fear that they could be armed and dangerous. And while they might not be an immediate danger to you, they're immediate danger to the public. And therefore, in those contexts, law enforcement can shoot a fleeing suspect. In this context, no, that does not apply. So yeah, we can get into whether he was trying to run over this ICE agent, which is just
it doesn't matter.
Absurd.
She's dead.
Wait, can we just play the video?
Is that
funny?
Video.
I need to see.
Wait, no. Is that funny to you, Monty?
Absolutely. Fuck around and find out.
Yeah.
It's absolutely
This woman
hilarious.
has a 6-year-old son that's orphaned.
I don't care. She shouldn't have done this. This is her fault.
Okay.
All right, play it. Just chill.
All right, guys. Well,
big man.
She thought she was the big man on the block when she stopped there.
No!
There's one count of aggravated assault, and there's the other one.
Could you shut the fuck up for a minute?
No, you can see with your eyes. You don't need your ears.
Roll it back a couple seconds.
This is for gaming, dude. Gaming requested this, and Monty can't stop yapping.
All right, please chill.
Sid, you've
so
been
I can
yapping this
actually
entire
focus
time
on the video.
unopposed. You can fuck off.
all right, guys. All right. Let me go ahead and. All right, now. You said
10 more. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Right there.
No!
The officer popped out right on time.
Okay. All right. So here's one thing I will say, and I'm not gonna sit up here and after you roll it back this final time, then I'll explain it
a little bit slower.
Mm-hmm.
Boom.
Okay, so we can just stop it right there. All right, so I'm going to lay some groundwork. And because I know Monty served in the military, this is just a refresher for him. Deadly Force Continuum, or Deadly Force Triangle, presents both what counts as an imminent threat is capability, opportunity, and the hardest one to prove. It's the same one they drill into you when you're in the military and in law enforcement is intent. Intent is the hardest one to prove. Now, based off of the video, like I said, I've been arguing with people about this video all day unknowingly. I just thought people were crapping on law enforcement officers for the sake of crapping on them. But I've got my fresh set of eyes on this, and I've had, like, live on air, had S.E.T roll it back, 2 or 3 times? First of all, you're never supposed to position yourself in a situation where you could potentially be hit. The ICE officer is wrong. They drill that into you day one. That's standard Navy gate guard procedure. You never position yourself in front of a vehicle.
That's irrelevant of the use of force argument. You know that.
It's not.
No, it's not. No, it is not.
Sid, shut the fuck up. You know nothing about use of force, so fuck off.
Okay, guys.
You don't know my background.
Sid, just don't. Positioning, the ICE officer's positioning was wrong.
Okay. So the ICE officers can't put themselves in.
So how is the ICE officer supposed to maintain the driver's side of the vehicle from on the passenger side? Is he supposed to go in front of or behind the vehicle? Because if you watch the video, she backed up first. So which way is he supposed to go to get access to the driver's side door?
No, the ICE officers to the right, to the driver's side, were already opening the door.
Now, the ICE officer came from the left side. He was in the tan vehicle.
Monty, are you watching the video?
That's the right side.
Excuse me. Belay that. So he came from the right side to go to the driver's side.
Mm-hmm. Now, what procedures I was trained in specifically because I had to do some different stuff while I was in the Navy. You don't ever put yourself in a position where you could be hit unless there is a solid object.
So how do you cross that barrier? That's my question.
No, I'm saying unless you have a solid object you can evade behind or out the way of. You want the object to take the blunt force, not you. Now, I will give Daniel Castro the benefit of the doubt, and this is why I said, hear me out before you jump in. I'm not saying Monty is wrong. I'm also not saying Sid is wrong. Yes, the law enforcement, because that's basically what they are, definitely shouldn't have went straight to lethal force. I know for a fact, because you know for a fact, that you're actually supposed to incapacitate when possible.
That's not true. That is not true. If you use deadly force in the civilian realm and you're doing it to incapacitate, you are using excessive force. If you do not shoot to kill, you are not using enough, or sorry, you're using too much force. It's a backwards trend. If you believe you're in danger enough that you need to shoot somebody, you're supposed to shoot to kill because it's supposed to be force on force. And you have escalated force to that point.
Does anybody believe that officer was in danger enough?
I do.
A fear of severe bodily harm or death.
Considering he just got drugged 6 months ago, I do.
Again, are you watching the video?
I have watched the video fucking 800 times.
Okay, yes. So have I, but I'm still watching it in this moment because that's part of the thing. Are you watching it?
Yes. Stop asking me fucking loaded questions.
So how was he in fear of severe, I could be wrong.
Have you ever been run over by a car? Have you ever been run over by a car?
Stop. Let me put this to
That's
bed.
how.
I'm not enough of a retard that if I had that, I would think I was about to get run over by a car right there.
How many times?
And you know what I wouldn't do? You know what I wouldn't do? I wouldn't step in front of a car multiple times while it's turning away from me.
Multiple times? He went to walk around to the front of the car.
We could go frame by frame. He's fully out of of where the car is turning by the time he takes the shot, and he keeps moving in the place to put himself in front of the car.
Hey,
Do you disagree with that? Yes or no?
Please stop talking for a second. I have
Well,
something.
No. Monty should answer that. Monty should answer that.
have
I
something
don't
from
have
the
to
U.S.
answer it.
Department of Justice.
Guess what? The result is the same. The terrorist piece of shit is dead, and I'm happy
Okay,
about it.
no answer. No answer.
Okay,
Alrighty, guys. Alrighty.
Yeah, all right. So I just want to put this to bed because I don't like all the shouting and name cussing. These two are gents, and they're not really acting like gents right now. They usually are, but this is a bit much for even me. Based off of the Department of Justice websites, S.E.T, I will send this to you so you can show both of them and the viewers
Is it
at home.
19 tax 60900 for use of force and specifically
No, it is
talking?
not. It is not.
This is the DOJ's handbook.
It is the one tax 16.200 use of deadly force and prohibited.
No, sorry, you're right. That's the thing, and I went over that on my live already.
Deadly force may not be used solely to prevent the escape of a fleeing suspect. In this case, technically,
read farther down.
Yes, I know. I'm going bit by bit because I'm trying to come to a happy medium. In this case, technically, the suspect was fleeing. Warning shots are not permitted outside of a prison context. Further down, well, hold up. Let me read some more. Where the purpose.
Hold on. Now, you got to be a little bit more straightforward.
It's got to be. Just read part 2.
Part 2.
There's a part 1. There's that sentence that says you can't use it to subdue a.
Hold on, guys. Now, while Gaming get his thoughts together, I'm gonna go ahead and play this another angle of the video. Hold on. Make sure I get the zoom in on this. There we go. It's a little grainy.
Also, S.E.T, can I add some statements here?
So the car did nick him.
Yeah. And it doesn't set. We read Minnesota statute. I think it's 699. It talks about how the cop does not need the benefit of hindsight and 30 different angles to look at it. It's how the cop feels. If the cop felt that he was in danger, he has the right to shoot. And an objectively thinking police officer.
This isn't a Minnesota cop. This isn't a Minnesota cop.
It's Minnesota law.
This is a federal agent.
It's Minnesota law. He's in Minnesota. He's subject to the jurisdiction of that state.
Actually, hold up.
Okay,
Monty,
we'll talk about Derek. We'll talk about Derek Chauvin next.
Hold up.
Yeah, Derek Chauvin's a farce as well.
Hold up.
Yeah, he was convicted, motherfucker.
Yeah, by a fucking mob jury. Shut the fuck up.
Oh yeah, and this one will be 2, and you will be 2 when you fucking do it.
Oh, don't get in front of my car, Sid. That's all I have to say about you.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't. You obviously have never driven.
We can't be doing that online.
Obviously, this lady has. She wasn't even facing the right way.
She was turning away from the cop. Right.
Why was she in the way in the beginning?
Because she was trying to block traffic.
Oh, really?
Oh, that's not a
harassing
fucking
federal agents and preventing
civil process? Yeah. That's not a death sentence, retard.
Good. It should be. Maybe people wouldn't do it if it was.
Yeah. I hope you do someday.
I'm glad she's gone.
I hope you do someday.
Good riddance.
I hope you do someday, you fucking piece of shit.
I don't block traffic. I'm not a domestic terrorist.
Yeah, you will. You will someday when it's different administration in charge.
Hey, guess what? If I really feel that scared about an administration, I'm going to shoot them. I'm not going to park my car like an idiot.
Okay. I'm going to park my car. Okay.
You're getting into some very dangerous territory. Y'all need to chill.
If they actually thought that they were in danger, they wouldn't be standing there unarmed. They'd be fucking rebelling. But they're not, because they're just political fucking pawns that think that they can do whatever they want, and there's going to be no consequences.
That's cool and all. But
congratulations. Welcome to consequences.
That's cool and all, but y'all are straight up talking about some illegal stuff now.
Yeah, I hope your kids get orphaned too, you fucking piece of shit.
And God damn.
Yeah, that's too
Okay.
far. That's too far.
I
Hello.
mean,
all right.
now.
So check
I'm
the.
hold on. I'm gonna go ahead and let Monty and them cool down for a little bit. I'll go ahead and bring you guys back on, but I do want to hear from Gaming and Mr. Doctor. Gaming, you've been waiting for a minute. Go ahead.
All right. So I sent this. I sent a link in the StreamYard chat.
Mhm.
So go ahead and pull that up, and then under 16.200, just put that on the screen and read it, because it says read bullet point 2, and it pretty much lines that out pretty clearly. So you can do that so everybody can see it.
Bullet point 2, use of deadly force.
Yep, just slap it up on the live screen.
There you go.
It says firearms may not be discharged solely to disable a moving vehicle. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged at moving vehicles unless, one, a person in the vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than the vehicle, or two, the vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious physical injury to the officer or others, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appears to exist, which including moving out of the path of the vehicle. Firearms may not be discharged from moving vehicles except in exigent circumstances. In these situations, an officer must have an articulable reason for this use of deadly force. Again, that is from the Department of Justice. The key words mean serious physical injury to the officer and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appear to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle, which is what I said. He put himself in what's known as a hit zone. That's a no-no. That is a big no-no.
I mean, let's see. As I'm reading it right here, praising the manner, yeah. But then, all right, well, yeah, go ahead.
That, like I was trying to tell Monty, but he was also worked up too. So, like, the officer's positioning was wrong. You could point a gun at her, yes, that is lawful. But if the moment she starts moving and there's and she has a path outward, as you see in black and white, by law, you basically have to get out of the way. What he did, word for word, was illegal.
Well, hold on now. But what about number one? A person in the vehicle, well, unless a person in the vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than the vehicle. Okay, you're right. Means other than the vehicle.
Yeah, so that means that they have to basically be driving. They basically have to be doing a drive-by.
Okay. I get you. Okay.
You see what I'm saying? It's like it's got to be something so crazy where in order to bring that crime to a head, you have to kill them while they're in the moving vehicle. And the reason for this is because, and this is what I was taught in the Navy specifically, they train us for these things called gate running scenarios, which is where a person will try to do exactly what that lady did and run past security. They have giant doors up that act as stoppers. So if you smack that, I mean, you're going through the windshield or you're just dying on impact. But those barriers are right there to act as a hard stop, so that we don't put personnel in a way that could get hit, because that's happened before. Rules are written in blood for a reason. This is one of them. Also, it is to prevent exactly what this video just said, what this video shows, this exact scenario. It would be different if they box the car in, like how sometimes you see law enforcement, they'll box the car in or whatever and then try to get out and detain the suspect. Then the suspect pulls out of the boxing and his only means of escape is basically mowing down a bunch of cops. Then that's when cops can use deadly force to neutralize the threat. Because
but what about under the grounds of the authority being given, handing the car? So even then, You know, even with the authority being given, you know, they say that you're supposed to use that before using deadly force. And now, what would you say to that argument? Well, he used his authority, she ignored it, and became deadly force.
So check this out. I'm glad you brought that up. There's this thing called the deadly force continuum. And the deadly force continuum starts on soft controls and works its way up to hard controls. Deadly force is the last resort.
All right.
They're like when you go through weapons training in the military and in law enforcement, they drill this into you for 3 straight weeks for this reason.
All right. All right now. Hopefully cooler heads have prevailed at this point.
So I want to add in one more thing. The other thing is, and I brought this up and it's very important. Whenever you go to use deadly force, one of the things that they're going to question you on is, what did the deadly force triangle look like? Maybe not exactly like that, but it's going to be brought up. The deadly force triangle, like I said, is capability, opportunity, and intent. And so capability is, do they have the means? Do they have something readily available to use as a life-threatening or a substantial bodily injury-inducing weapon? Opportunity. Do they have the perfect time to do whatever it is they're going to do to get the result they want? The hardest one to prove is intent. One could say, like Monty's making the argument, she hit a cop. She was trying to take him out. From one angle, it looks like that. From, outside looking in, it looks like that. But the lady was fleeing. And on top of that, the law enforcement officer quite literally broke the law. And I just showed that to you in black and white from the DOJ's handbook.
All right, all arguments that can be used. Well, so you don't think he has a good argument for self-defense?
Now, the only possible argument I could see for self-defense is, let's say this lady, and I don't know all the backstory. I'm not going to sit up here and pretend like I do. Like I said, this is my first time getting fresh eyes on this. And based off of what little I did see from what you showed me, yeah, that'd be my prognosis. Now, with that being said, if there is some prior, some forerunning information, meaning some stuff that happened beforehand that caused them to react this way, then sure. Like, let's say this lady is like a kingpin. She's known to have weapons in the car. Or this isn't her first time almost hitting a law enforcement officer. Then law enforcement has the right to establish a pattern of behavior. Once they have that pattern of behavior established, like she's tried to hit ICE officers, she's evaded arrest, she's resisted arrest, which once, a lot of people don't know this, once you do that so many times, it can be considered assault and they have to handle it differently. Just FYI.
Okay. All right.
So once they establish that,
you gotta land the plane sometime.
I'm gonna land it. I'm getting ready to land it. Once they establish that pattern of behavior, then yes, the case for the law enforcement officer immediately putting 2 rounds in her face then becomes credible because it's an established pattern of behavior. But if not, then no. I'm sorry, but this officer broke the law.
Okay. All right, then I ain't gonna lie. You somewhat convinced me. I'm not even gonna lie to you. Like once I've read everything, I can give that, but I do think there is still grounds for self-defense since he was nicked by it. They could say, well, she was using the car as a weapon. Now you're right. But you're saying that, oh, well, the car can't be established as a weapon even on the grounds of self-defense.
Yes, and not only that, the key word is you have to have.
Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. He could have been. Oh, you're right. He should have stayed out of the hit zone. You said
hit box.
Now his argument could have been, I was trying to rush around to help the officers, and that's when she pulled off.
Here's the thing. They always teach you when you're doing this stuff, look up, keep your head on a swivel. In training, they drill that into you. If you know that this person's bagging up and they're already trying to run, the very first question that is going to come up And if this goes to court, I know the first question that's going to come up is, if you seen the vehicle was moving, why did you get in the way of the vehicle? Now the burden of proof on...
Yeah, you're right. You're right. The vehicle did back up before that officer stepped in the way. You're right.
Right. It established moving premise, which makes that rule from the DOJ you just read valid. If the vehicle wasn't moving when the officer was in front and then she tried to run him over, different story altogether. Completely different. But she was backing up first and then she drove forward. The vehicle was already in motion. The burden of responsibility of safety was on the officer from that point on.
All righty. Now, you know what? I do want to get some of these guys' thoughts on what you said. So first, you know what? I'm gonna bring up Monty to go ahead and you know, say what he got to say. Then take him down and bring up Sid to hear what he got to say.
No yelling, please. That's all I ask.
All right.
And please don't say anything crazy. I don't want you guys to. On a serious note, Monty, you just started your channel. I don't want you to have anything bad happen to you because you're kind of hot-headed.
All right. Go ahead, Monty. Oh. Go ahead.
Can I
twice?
Because I had to come out and come back in because I went to set a message.
Oh, okay.
So everything he's saying is true, minus the fact that the second part of the second bullet, which is what I was trying to tell you to read, if no other means of escape are available, would you not agree that being lifted up off the ground, being hit by a car, would mean that you can't exactly pivot and swing? Or does it even fucking matter? Because it doesn't matter what the Navy teaches us about escalation of force, which you were wrong about the gate runner. You can actually absolutely put rounds in the back of somebody if they run the gate. And you can fucking flip their car, which is a use of deadly force.
I'm not trying to look, we know that. I'm just trying to
But that's the example you use. It was a shitty example. I want to talk unopposed. You got your chance. Sid's going to get his chance. Sid had his chance before I popped up. I'm so sick and tired of trying to say something and then getting overshouted, and the whole point of it gets derailed. All right? The officer was coming around to the driver's side window when she gunned it. He was going to walk around the back side of the car, but decided that he wanted eyes on the suspect who had been harassing law enforcement all day long. So that whole thing, if there's a history of doing it, yeah, she had been doing that all day long. The person that was recording her was with her trying to agitate the situation. Now, that doesn't mean that you just get to shoot people.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all.
Listen to all the press conferences and everything. The information is already out there. It's been out there for hours now. All right. She used her car as a deadly weapon, which is why and people love to say, oh, but she was turning away. The only reason she's turned away is because her body slumped over and turned the steering wheel after she was incapacitated. The cop shooting her was actually what made the vehicle turn, because she fucking went to sleep and her hand pushed the steering wheel down. So her right hand pushed the steering wheel down to the right, which made her turn to the right. That's why she didn't just go into the buildings. She did not have her wheels turned away like everybody's saying. She had backed up into her own tracks and cut the wheel straight. The officer was moving from right to left around the car and had made it all the way to the front right bumper. Like, he was getting out of the way when he was hit. He didn't shoot until after he was hit. Not to mention just the simple fact that she took off with the cop reaching inside the car. That is assault on a police officer. That is use of deadly force on a police officer. Dragging a police officer has killed police officers. So a police officer in his position, seeing his partner get drugged, can also shoot. You have to remember, he just got dragged himself 6 months ago.
You're right on that.
So it may not even be he's worried about his own safety. Adrenaline probably fucking dumped in the 2 seconds he had to make a decision and saw his partner hanging out of a car with someone driving away. That is absolutely use of justified force. There's two different ways you can look at it, and both of them end up with him being justified and doming her.
So I do have a question on that prior history thing you said. I'm not trying to be a douchebag or a D-list or anything. Like I said before you came up here, I told S.E.T, I was like, I don't know if she had a prior history. You saying she did? To
She didn't have a prior
substantiate.
history before that day, but during that entire situation, that's what she was doing. She was
No, I'm
going
saying
around
that's
and
prior
blocking him in.
history. That's
Yeah.
prior history.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
if you can like give that to S.E.T to ratify your point, then sure.
The video doesn't start with her just trying to drive away. Like the entire situation, like I'm saying, the actions in the video start before the video started, and that is what the release narrative is right now, is that that's what she was doing, and she was one of many rioters. This is like they weren't doing this alone. That's why there was everybody lined up in the street trying to heckle them. That was already happening, and she was already positioning her vehicle. And this was like the third or fourth time, I think is what Christy Nome said, that she had done something like this. And they let her go and let her go and let her go until she blocked the road for the like third or fourth time, and then tried to like she had previously tried to leave and struck an officer. And that's where we get to this point. Then the recording starts. Then she does it again and actually hits the police officer. Just the simple fact that she hit the police officer, he doesn't have to be in fear for his life. He could be in fear for his partner's life that's about to get drugged. He was stepping out of the way, which is why he had to point on that pivot. Like the first shot he took went through the windshield and was lined up directly with the suspect. After, because everybody's like, oh, wait a second. He was already on the side of the car. How did he line a shot up with the suspect's head through the front of the windshield if he wasn't in front of the car? Did he fucking stick his gun sideways in front of the windshield? No,
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
he was in front of the car when he shot. Like, you can look at the video, or sorry, the picture of the car. The bullet hole is like right where the base decal would go. You know what I'm talking about from like the 90s? Yeah, that's right where the bullet hole is, going up into the suspect.
Oh yeah, hey, that's a clean front row shot.
He was right in front of the vehicle, and he had already moved. So he made movements to get out of the way. Like you said, I was trying to validate what you were saying. Yeah, you're not supposed to stay in the kill box and use that as a reason to shoot somebody. He was already making evasive action to get out of that area, which is why by the end of the shooting, he was out of the way.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
With a combination of her being slumped over and him moving in the opposite direction at the same time. By that time, yes, he was out of the way. That's why he stopped shooting and holstered his weapon.
Okay. That makes a lot more sense. And like I said, it's a difference if there is a prior history, because a prior history, and I want to restate this for everybody, prior hit, and I have law enforcement officer friends who will tell you, if you have a prior history, and I know Monty knows this just from being a paramedic, if you have a prior history of doing anything violent to law enforcement,
we flag
they're going to be on edge around you.
I mean, it's common sense. Past indications are history of the future, and that's what this case was. And honestly, if she had just fucking minded her business, she wasn't even the subject of the enforcement action, which is why she got away with it the first couple of times she did it.
But all right, now hold on now, Monty. I do gotta go ahead, and I just said I was gonna let Sid respond, and then I also gotta let my man Mr. Doc Hill in. So after Sid, Mr. Doc Hill, you can go ahead and give your analysis. Sid, all right, what do you think?
All right, do we have to watch the video again? Monty said that he could have been worried about one of his squad members being drugged by the car. Which one? And also, he took.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say. You said which one? There was one of the. So there were two that were on the left side. One of them tried to pull the door from the outside. There was another dude sticking his hand in, right as she.
So those guys being drugged, if she drove off and they held on to the car, that's the people that would have been drugged?
Yeah.
So that is what would justify use of force?
That is classified as attempted murder, even if a civilian does it.
if someone is reaching, if an officer is reaching in your car and you start to move forward, that is a person could.
So under U.S. law, if they tell you you're under arrest or they have reasonable cause to detain you or remove you from your vehicle, at that point you're supposed to cut off the engine. You're not supposed to try to drive away. That's
okay.
US.
And the guy was walking along with her when the shot was fired. Was the officer still at risk of being drugged?
After the shot was fired, he didn't let go until after the law enforcement officer in front of the vehicle. So you can see it right there. He let go after he fired the shot.
Okay, and when she started driving forward at high rate of speed of 5 miles an hour?
Well, she was already dead at that point, so any speed she...
Wait, was she driving forward, or was she already dead when it started going forward?
Boom. Right at this point, with that shot, I would say she was dead within that moment, and as you said, the car was already veering.
So he jumped so the guy that fired
while shooting at her. Let's
so the guy that fired was not at fear of his squad member getting drugged because he was already dead.
By the time this shot happened right here, she's kind of already like free. It's already in free fall at that point.
Yeah, like her body's already stiffed up and relaxed.
And why does the car keep moving even though she's been shot?
Because her foot is probably still on the accelerator.
And would that be a reason why we don't get in front of cars and shoot them to stop them, because it doesn't stop them?
Well, like I read off to Monty, and I read off to everybody in the chat, the DOJ's rules for deadly force. However, there's also other underlying rules like established pattern of behavior and harassment. At which point,
and was that proven to us, or was that just asserted?
I don't know. Monty said it was proven. That's why I asked him to bring up any sort of proof that he has.
Did he? I'm
gonna address you from the information I have based off of this. Based off of what Monty's saying, unless you have anything else different, then I'm only a little bit looking at what. Why are they on their phone already?
Well, from my understanding of what Monty said, the pattern of behavior was established in the seconds and minutes leading up to this, where she was blocking traffic. I know we can't be on here together because I said something very offensive to Monty, and we'd be yelling.
Borderline illegal, actually.
Well, he was openly celebrating someone being, like, kids being orphaned. He was openly celebrating that. Yeah, I shouldn't have said what I said, but
I know fouls on both sides. That's what I gotta say. Fouls on both sides.
Yeah,
I really shouldn't have said what I said. It's not good. It's not a good look. It was in anger, and it doesn't seem like he cares too much because he didn't bring it up. But anyway, he can't address this right now. But did he provide any proof of what he was saying to you, or any evidence that contradicts what we saw in the videos that have been shown? This isn't the only angle, by the way. There are multiple angles we could watch.
Yeah.
That had any interest in that?
Oh yeah, remember I was playing a good amount.
Good morning.
Oh, there's
Mr. Doc Hill. Now we got an actual cop up here, so Doc Hill, go ahead and take it away.
How y'all doing?
Good.
All I can say is there's a lot of speculation in this, even though we can see it on video. But I heard one gentleman was speaking that he was ex-military and now security. Did security and then went into law enforcement for 20 years. And every situation, every incident is different. But one of the reasons MPs treat local law enforcement different than, security. Everybody pretty much dumps on security. We don't really care where you come from because you're usually a has-been or wannabe. But the back and forth between military and law enforcement, there's difference because we have different rules. In fact, one of the examples I heard was, we don't have to shoot them because there's a wall of protection and yada, yada, yada. you're not worried about the public. There's an established, zone a lot of times the military is dealing with stuff. And this is I'm a father of four kids who went to the Navy, and all of them served, during guard service. And they were like, yeah, Dad, we were out here doing this, that, and the other. It's like, yeah, that's a security guard. This is a little bit different than being a cop. Your MPs are going to do a lot more than you are standing at the gate with a rifle slung across your chest. Your MPs are going to actually have to go to people's houses and things like that. So basically, what I'm saying is, I heard a lot of back and forth with laying federal law over state law over, even municipal. Yeah, all of the law has to fall in the Constitution, which means all of us have a right to preserve life. But this with them is a little bit different. And the reason it's different is because the federal government has like coast to coast and even outside authority that we as police officers don't have. For instance, somebody went over the clause that you cannot resist them. You cannot resist a federal agent, period. And that even drops down. Federal agents will lock up cops like it ain't nothing. This is why there's some kind of a grudge, because they treat us like security guards. And they'll come and take a case and just pretty much say, we got to go away. Something, tell them whatever you got to do. Or they'll come and say, we need all your resources. And at the end of
Trust
the
me,
day,
I hate when NCIS did that stuff to us.
so that's what I'm saying. So it's kind of like this, dog eat dog. But back to this case here, the only person that knows how threatened that officer was is that officer. It was a volatile situation. I was very disappointed with my brother for a minute, Brother Monty. We do not wish the death of people. We went through that when everybody, when Kirk came up. You can feel how you feel, but just death is not the answer. If we want to ask it on a moral situation, like who was wrong? She was wrong. She didn't have to be there. She didn't have to do what she did. So she's got to bear that part. Was it necessary for him to shoot her? Well, I don't know. She kind of put herself in that situation. Has she been home taking care of her kids?
Can I ask a question to you,
yes.
Doc? Or
yeah.
Do you think this officer or agent should be tried in any sort of way, whether it be by the federal government or by the state government, to actually get to the facts of the case?
Absolutely. Yeah. It is essential. It is absolutely essential for every officer involved shooting to be scrutinized. Because
I'm glad to hear that. I think that we are all in agreement with this, and I know he's not here to defend himself, so I hate to say this, but from the statements he was making, I don't think Monty agrees with that, and I feel like he's kind of gloating about the death of this woman who has no, I don't know why we're trying to say civilians and federal officers are on the same level of culpability as each other. Like, obviously, regular civilians are going to act in ways that are irresponsible and outside of the realm of responsibility, I guess.
I agree with you.
I'm going to have to let up Monty real quick. So, Sid, I'm going to put you in the background for a little bit.
I was just going to say for Monty, because I don't think he was so much. I don't think, well, then you can agree or disagree immediately. I don't think it was so much that you were as pissed off about her and she deserved it as much as I think Sid had just poked you one time too many.
He'd gotten to he'd gotten to that point. And before he went off that deep end, I was going to say, and a jury will figure this out one way or the other, because I agree with you. I hate that he likes to speak for me, but no, tried? Absolutely. Should he be tried? Should he be investigated? Should OMB come and fucking, OPM come and look at it? Absolutely. But I think the result, and this is all we're arguing about, is what we think the result's going to be, because that's all that's relevant here. We're not fucking OMB. We're not the FBI. We don't determine how the investigation goes. But based off of what I've seen and what the entire world has seen, comparing that to use of force and escalation of force, Minnesota law, freaking federal law, this guy was in the right any way you look at it, because even if he didn't feel in imminent danger for himself, the fact that he just got off of injury because he was drugged and now sees his partner being drugged, that's reason enough to shoot in preservation of life of somebody else. He doesn't know that that cop's going to let go. He doesn't know anything. All he knows is what he gets to digest, which is a lot. People like to say, "Oh, it happens in 2 seconds. It's so much." Yeah, your eyes widen and your fucking pulse slows down, and everything changes when you feel in a life-threatening situation. So I don't give a whole lot of credit to the bootlickers that say, "Oh, it happens so fast." Yeah, but it doesn't. You perceive time differently when your life's at risk. So he had enough time to make a decision in his head and made a lethal one because he was in fear of his life. I mean, I can't say what his mindset was, but that's the only reason that somebody would do that. If he wanted to go shoot somebody, he would have just went and shot somebody. Like, this idea that cops become police officers because they want to shoot somebody, or he feels empowered because he was bullied his entire life. Why don't they just go shoot up schools like everybody else that feels that way? Like,
that's kind of sad that you said that. That's kind of sad.
I'm just trying to be candid, and I'm just trying to be quick because I want Sid to be able to respond to what I'm saying. But it doesn't line up. The average cop does not shoot anybody their entire career. They are I forgot what the statistics were on that, but you have hundreds of thousands of law enforcement officers, a little bit less of federal agents. The average person does not shoot somebody. They're all carrying around guns for no reason because they never use them. Luckily, they never use them. But this idea that somehow he has ill intent in his heart and we need to send him to the gallows is what sent Derek Chauvin to the gallows. A mob mentality that, we think this way about it. And now Derek Chauvin is a totally different thing. You are responsible for the health of your suspect at all times. Everybody knows that. But this guy was hit by the car, and what I was trying to say in section 2 of that DOJ manual, it requires that he have the availability to leave and get out of the way. If you've already been hit by the car, you don't have the ability to leave because you've been scooped up off the ground.
I will go ahead and say this to both you and Sid's point is exactly what you two are, and Seth, correct me if I'm wrong, but exactly what you two are not necessarily definitely arguing about, but not necessarily in disagreement about. I'm gonna highlight two things. What you're in agreement about. Yes, they should go to trial 100% because we need the public needs.
You need the fact-finding mission. Yeah.
Right.
You need discovery.
The difference in where you guys are butting heads, and I hate to use you guys in this example, but you guys are the prime example of what's going to happen around this case is it's going to polarize people. And honestly, at this point in time, this is the last thing our nation needs. We have fraud. We have border issues. Trump is in bed with Israel, which is something that nobody likes.
He's stealing El Presidentes.
Right. He just deleted basically like an entire country's upper echelon. I mean, the last thing this nation really needs is a situation like this.
But that's what this.
Can I say something? Can I ask something?
Yeah, go for it.
Balti, are we okay? I know I said something very offensive to you.
You said some things you can't take back, and I'm not okay with you. But
you're not okay with it?
Maybe I will be later. Please do not poke the issue.
All I'm saying is
you can't listen.
I took a read on you that you could take it. I did say something very offensive. I'm usually not like that online, and you know what? I'll even say I'm sorry if we're not okay.
I didn't say the first fucking thing about you, and like I said it's good that she's gone because she made a bad decision and put other people's lives at risk.
And I brought up her orphan 6-year-old, and
I don't care about your weaponized empathy. That's what I'm saying.
It's not weaponized empathy. I have some personal things with that as well, but
again,
it's not about getting into. It's not about going into. No. Weaponized empathy is like, I don't actually care about this. I'm trying to like invoke other people's empathy to care about it. But you know what?
We should all care about a mother's life being lost, no matter what side.
I'm saying I'm sorry. You don't got to accept it. You don't got to accept it. That's it. That's all I'm going to say about it.
Okay, cool. I addressed this point last time I was live, and I said, if I tried to put myself in that position. I said, if I was that husband of that woman that just orphaned my kid, and I would be mad. I would absolutely be mad. But I would be mad at my wife. Why could you be so selfish as to be a social justice warrior and now you're dead? Why could you be so selfish and so
her
self-centered
husband was already dead, man,
and think that the world revolves around you so much that that's what you leave your kid in the situation? So
she was a single mom. Her husband was
then why
already
did she
dead.
do that? Why wasn't she taking care of her kid? Where was her kid at?
Probably at school or daycare. I don't know.
Maybe a Leering Center.
Maybe.
Come on, man. That's a low blow.
God damn it. I don't want
Well, I guess not, because all those were fake. All those were fake, and none of them had children. So.
According to you guys, they all had children. They were flush with children.
Okay.
All of 12.
I tried to build the bridge. It's not gonna happen.
No, you blew the bridge up, Sid. You don't get to rebuild
I really
the
don't
bridge
give
in
a
2
shit,
seconds.
dude. You're like a huge piece of shit. So.
Oh, so it was completely fake, and you
Well,
are weaponizing
no. If I thought
hold on, guys. Yo, Doc Hill. Now I'm gonna go ahead and let Doc Hill finish up speaking. Then we're gonna get into our guy Tom Homey, because this came out about a couple hours.
Can we move on
ago.
from this, please?
Yeah, we're gonna get on. To
Can we
Tom
talk
Homey.
about Russia stealing, or can we talk about Trump stealing Greenland?
I'm weak. I mean, we can do
Okay,
that
so
one later.
I want to, like, my voice is gone. I do not have it in me to scream at Sid anymore.
Stop talking.
God answered my prayers.
Stop talking. Okay, I'll just say this.
Don't use God's name in vain.
This is what I'm concerned about. We've got our George Floyd now. So what's going to happen next? That's what we should really be talking about. It don't matter if
Is
he
Doc
was right.
talking?
Yes. Can you hear me?
God damn it.
This happens all the time.
Can you hear me?
Oh no, sometimes his
I can hear you.
Now Doc thing went off. Now Doc, you were good. It was just Monty's. I don't know. Some people join Monty's sound cut off. It's weird. But
yeah, what he said was true. Yeah, this is basically a George Floyd, and this is something that, like I was saying earlier, this is something our nation does not need at this moment. And for whatever reason, people felt like we just had to have it.
Well, gaming, I actually agree with you. It is
Can you hear me now?
getting very volatile.
Yeah,
we can hear you.
What I was saying was, this is we kept saying, the powder keg is filling both sides with all the rhetoric, and this was the match. And
I guess
now I can't.
Nah,
you muted Doc.
No, he's gone.
No, he's gone. Like, okay, now he's back. I don't know what you're doing, Doc, but try to keep your hand off that button.
Hand off the phone. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
10 by 10.
The who did what did. This is what I don't know if it's left, right, in between, whatever organization has been waiting. We've got a mother. She's her kid's an orphan. All she was trying to do was peacefully protest. ICE killed her, and she was an American citizen. We're finna get bombarded with this, and I hope your insurance is paid for. I hope you have some extra water in your house. I hope you have extra food in your house, because it's about to hit the fan. And it happened on what day? Anybody got to watch?
January 7th.
What was
the day after the Martin Luther King Day?
I mean, bro, they have their own little George Floyd.
Day after the insurrection.
I would get it. In Minnesota,
It's an insurrection, but no one's armed. That's funny.
I mean,
That part.
They were.
And that's
They
what
were.
if you've been listening.
The police were.
call-outs, Well,
No, the people were too.
And
No, they weren't.
You've seen it
Yeah, they were.
in general, yeah, they
Yeah.
were. But if you look at the things that have been going around the country in small packs, this is going to consolidate them. And again, we're finna do it the same.
Yeah.
We're finna have it. What do they call it? The summer of love. The only thing that may keep this compressed is the crazy weather we've got going around the country.
Yeah,
That may be the only thing that stops it.
a lot of regimes actually will do really unpopular things when it's really bad weather.
What you
So
think,
maybe
Seth?
this will be. Maybe
What
this
is-
will be actually. Go ahead. Sorry. Whatever.
All right, we gotta let each other talk. Now I'm gonna go ahead and play the video, and then I'm gonna get your thoughts on this. All right, guys. So everybody go.
Can I respond now? Like we go down the line, and when gets time for me to talk.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, go ahead. Why do you talk like that? Yeah, why do you talk like that?
God damn it, Sid.
Are you serious, dude?
Yeah.
So you can't be respectful for more than 2 seconds.
I'm trying. Go ahead. Yeah, they're laughing at you.
No.
I'm just gonna play the video. I'm gonna take a quick little break.
Yeah.
Wow. Got it.
We had an incident in Minneapolis. According to the Department of Homeland Security, a woman attempted to weaponize her vehicle. That's a quote. Ram an agent, run over an agent. The department's called it an act of domestic terrorism. Open fire. That woman is dead this evening. Many Americans are watching videos of this incident online, and they're seeing something different than what the department is describing. I'd like to show you one of those videos so you can talk directly to Americans tonight about what they're seeing. Just tell me what you see when you see this. There's the shot. The vehicle veers off, hits a pole or a barrier of some sort, and the woman's dead. When you see that, some Americans respond with, this was not justified, this was not necessary. Tell them, this is really about them. What do you see when you see this video?
Well, look, I just got off airplane. There's 100 different videos out there, and there may be body cam video. I'm not going to comment on that. This is an ongoing investigation. But I think it's reckless, what I'm seeing on social media. I've seen at least 7 or 8 members of Congress make the comment that ICE just murdered somebody. Murdered, right? Now, I said back in March, and I'm on numerous programs, when the rhetoric started escalating back in late March, I said, if this rhetoric continues, there will be bloodshed. I've seen this movie before. I've done this for over 40 years. And sadly, I was right. There has been bloodshed. There's been attacks on ICE officers, there have been people killed, even our detainees were killed here in Dallas.
Yeah.
The investigation's ongoing. There's a lot of video, a lot of evidence that hasn't been seen yet. I'm not a forensics expert, and neither are the people and members of Congress commenting on this. They all just hold their judgment. Take a deep breath, hold their judgment. Because I think the comments about murder is going to incite what? More violence, more threats, and hopefully not more bloodshed.
To be honest with you, I hear him on
He's
that.
right.
I think that more people are going to throw themselves into the fire. More people.
Yeah, hopefully ICE doesn't kill more people.
Shut the fuck up,
go out
Sid.
there and protest.
ICE
and try to
Oh
get
my
in
God.
their way. And then when these people get hurt, it's going to be ICE fault. But let's be real. This only incite more people to try to, go against ICE. Like they're being social justice warriors, freedom fighters. Man, look,
don't protest the federal government.
No, don't try to run the federal government over with your car, Sid. There's a difference.
Like the Iranians. Like, let's be real.
Okay,
so push for that.
Okay, so let's be real.
Wait, like the Iranian protesters set, or what?
Wait.
Yeah.
Before that.
Okay, so is America like Iran?
No, but they are. But
No, but you're trying to make it like it.
Iran, and they're trying to get.
We're trying to make them like it. They can't be better. Like this is the first time.
Because of this
like it's the first time. Yeah, no, it is
emboldened to go out there and get in the way of ICE, and actually now even try to hurt ICE. I mean,
hey, Set.
Actually, now that they've killed a single mother,
It doesn't matter if she's a single mother. She's an enemy combatant. She's a fucking fugitive.
She's an enemy combatant, huh?
Yeah, she tried to run somebody over.
No,
She's
she
a domestic
didn't.
terrorist.
Do we need to go back through the video?
I can use words to fucking amplify my point and be sensationalist if you'd like. But that's not what we're here to do. Can you please mute him? He got to talk the entire time. I sat back and I was quiet, and now it's been nothing but fucking turmoil. because he gets anything pushed against him. I'm
You're such
like,
a whiny bitch. Go ahead. I muted myself. Go ahead.
how are you talking then?
Because I unmuted, retard. Go ahead.
Wow, because that's all you do is overtalk me, and I'm
All right.
fucking tired of it.
Go ahead, Monty.
Anyway, every single time this happens, oh, she's a single mother. The cops didn't fucking know that when they fucking almost got ran over by her. The public didn't know that. All that is a sensationalist fucking viewpoint and a sensationalist topic to make people be more violent, because Sid wants people to be violent. The left wants people to be violent. The left wants, they thought they were going to get it from us when Charlie Kirk died. They were sadly surprised when that didn't happen. But every single thing, no one gave a fuck about Charlie Kirk when he got shot in the neck. No one. No one. In fact, it was celebrated. So the same people that Sid's trying to appeal to are the same people that celebrated Charlie Kirk's death. The same people that Sid is trying to appeal to right now are the same people that are going to go out and riot. It happens every single time. Anytime a social justice warrior dies, they fucking lose their fucking minds. Someone says, oh, I can't breathe, and suddenly the entire city's burning down because one fucking crack-addicted fucking heroin addict started fucking having an overdose. So I'm so fucking over this, and it doesn't ever end with these people. It doesn't ever fucking end. And it's, oh, let's say the most provocative shit we can fucking say in front of 100,000 people so that people will fucking make this fucking administration look like dog shit and say, oh, it's just like the Iranian protesters. It's not like the Iranian protesters. They're fucking using their vehicles as battering rams. If they were actually that scared of ICE, they wouldn't be out in the streets. They would be in
they're trying
homes.
to have the same valor as the Iranian protesters. They're trying to be seen as going against an authoritarian regime like the Ayatollah.
But there's not an authoritarian regime.
I know, but that's how they're trying to frame it.
I know that's how they're trying to frame it, and that's disingenuous and lying. If they really thought that they were in danger, why are they out on the streets? Why are they not armed? This is the most armed country in the world. If you really think it's authoritarian and it's so fucking bad, get your fucking gun out and fucking go overthrow the government. If you think it's that bad.
Now they already talking about it, so we'll see how that progresses.
Let them do it. They're not going.
But all right. Now go ahead.
So I was gonna in fact say that the main reason is because there are a select few members who seek the total destruction of the United States because they simply do not like the United States. I'm going to say something that is a hard pill for somebody to swallow, for a lot of people to swallow, left and right and center. There are some people that love nothing more than to see things burn. There are some people that have no other objective or motive in life but to destroy what has been created. There is no other motive for some people than to bring suffering to as many people as possible. That is the plain, pure, unadulterated, unwatered down, unsugar-coated truth. There are just some people who genuinely would rather see a good country burn and people suffer rather than see people prosperous or seek help. That is just where they are. And unfortunately, hold up, I'm not done. Unfortunately, there are a lot of people in not just the left, but also the right, who have these same ideas, but go about it in different ways.
That's a good point. Gaming, I love you. I love the points you make. I love talking to you. I want to point out one thing, though, to the chat. I've never been up here begging and whining for Monty to be muted, for Monty to get sent away. And every single time, not every single time, but most of the time when we're up here together, he is asking for me, begging and appealing to S.E.T for me to be muted, for me to be put backstage, for me to be all these things. And I would mute myself for him to talk. But he has to come up here, frankly, like a bitch, and say, can I talk? Can I actually talk for a second? And you know what? Yeah, you can talk for a second, but you don't need to ask for me to be silenced. You don't need to ask for me to be put on mute. Like, grow a fucking pair of balls, bro. I know you're listening right now. Just fucking do it, okay? Because nothing's gonna happen to you. You're not in any danger. You're not gonna get run over because you're trying to step in front of a car. Your knee's not gonna get nicked. Grow up, come talk, you'll be fine.
All right. All right. Well, all right.
Well, and I wanted to speak more to this member of government's point, and he said the most measured thing I have heard any governing official say in a long, long time. I've been through Trayvon Martin, what's his name? Something Brown, and George Floyd. And I haven't heard anybody say anything remotely to what he said. He was very measured in the way he chose his words. He didn't take a particular side at all. And he straight up said the main thing. You have to watch the inflammatory language. And I don't think it's a right thing or a left thing to say that. It is a very realistic thing in this type of a powder keg nuclear bomb situation where you need to be more careful with the words that you choose. And quite frankly, people on the left and people on the right have a tendency to do all of that. It isn't just the left or the right. It is both of them.
Here's the thing, though. It only seems like I feel you on that. Well, the thing is, though, it does seem like, well, I'm probably one of the few guys that's even willing to listen to the murder argument on my side, because everybody else, they've just been pumping the whole, it's self-defense. And here's the thing. I actually still agree that there could be arguments made for self-defense. But we just can't sit here and just blatantly act like, okay, there's nothing wrong. Everything was by the book. There could be no arguments made for murder. Like, actually, there can. And there's statutes that's in our face.
And say it real quick.
Yeah.
I will mute myself. I will get shit talked to the end. But can you let Monty up one more time? Try it one more time. I know you've been burned before. I'm going to mute myself after this, but...
All right. Well, I try to do those with the back and forth, so we'll see how this works. We'll try it again.
So I don't know who he thinks he is to fucking run my shit, but it's not one more time. I get to fucking come up here because I fucking paid just like you fucking did. So stop.
No, I meant one more time at the same time.
Yourself for 10 seconds.
No, I meant one more time at the same time. I meant one more time at the same time.
Proven. My point proven. You cannot shut up because you don't know how to shut up. I'm like, this has gone back and forth and back and forth. He's called me fucking names. He's been fucking rude. He doesn't fucking shut up. He overtalks gaming. He overtalks Maine. He overtalks me. He fucking overtalks everybody. I didn't fucking start asking for you to be fucking shut up until I realized you're such a fucking kid and you cannot learn to shut up on your own. And in fact, I haven't silenced you. I paid the fucking difference so that you could get on the other night. So shut up with this "oh poor me" syndrome, because that's all you're fucking good at, and I'm fucking over it.
I appreciated that, by the way. Thank you.
I don't care what you fucking appreciate. You can shove it up your ass for all I care.
All righty. Now that we got all of our grievances out the way, let's move on to the next segment. Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and get into
my last.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say my last thought is I think everybody from here on out should take the Director of Homeland Security's mantra, and to be honest, I'm gonna rip this one straight from the source. I'm gonna rip it straight from Monty. Take your opinions and stuff it until we get a trial, because there have been too many show trials where the public decides who's guilty and who's innocent, and the media acts like the judge, jury, and executioner.
But gaming, that's not going to happen. People like S.E.T are going to keep inflaming situations, and if nothing is said to the contrary, they're just going to be fucking steamrolled by the justice system. So no, it is not. If they could shut the fuck up and actually take that advice, I would agree with you, but they can't. If they don't control the narrative, fucking if we don't combat the narrative, they control the narrative. And you know that's how it always fucking goes. If we stay silent, they fucking run their mouth.
If I could take Tom Homan's piece of advice and
you literally
live by
just
the way.
inflamed the situation by saying she orphaned a son. It doesn't matter what you have to say. You're part of the problem, Sid, not the solution.
Love you, Monty. If I took Tom Homan's advice, I'd be a millionaire by now because I don't take bribes, but he does.
God damn it!
Here we go.
All right.
But we should all be quiet and sit back and let the liberals fucking run the show, right?
Oh man, we got to hear both sides.
No,
I don't think that's not what gaming was saying, dude. Calm down for a second.
Then why are you still talking?
Because I'm allowed. Am I not allowed to? I didn't get the memo.
Take Tom Homan's advice and be quiet.
No, that wasn't his advice.
Don't judge the situation. Don't.
We are gonna go into this video, guys. Come on now. We're hanging now. I want to move past ice.
If you get rid of the provocateur, this wouldn't be an issue, Set.
I don't know about that. I think both of you are kind of provoking each other.
I have a question, Monty. Would you start a weekly show? I know you can't deal with each other.
I already have a show, and I've already invited you on.
No.
Stop with the fucking circles. I'm not responding to you. Stop.
I'm saying with me specifically. We get on there. It's not on set stream. Just you and I.
Maybe you can fucking talk about it in the Discord. This is not your show to hijack and ask me for fucking invitations. Watch the show that's on.
Okay.
All righty. Perfect.
I'm against everything he says. So, well, there's a lot of operational details that can't be discussed publicly, obviously, for obvious reasons. So as we move forward, we'll describe our process, which is a threefold process in Venezuela. I've described it to them now. Step one is the stabilization of the country. We don't want it descending into chaos. Part of that stabilization, and the reason why we understand and believe that we have the strongest leverage possible, is our quarantine. As you've seen today, 2 more ships were seized. We are in the midst right now and, in fact, about to execute on a deal to take all the oil. They have oil that is stuck in Venezuela. They can't move it because of our quarantine.
Pause that real quick.
Yo, what's up?
Every single thing he said is what you do to destabilize a country. His first 4 points. He said, we're not going to destabilize the country. All right, cool. Lay it out for us. We're seizing the oil. You messed up already.
I mean, we didn't take out the Maduro regime all the way through. So
he's not. They're not seizing the oil. They're buying the oil outside of a sanctioned.
Yeah, except we literally just commandeered a oil.
Yeah, that was
right.
So that was flying a Russian flag, Sid. What does it matter?
I mean, it was part of the Venezuelan shadow fleet as well. I don't know. You guys want to pretend to understand the shadow fleet now. But when I was talking shit about Russia and saying we should be doing this months ago, you're calling me crazy and saying I wanted nuclear war.
No, when you said we should go fucking kill Putin, that's when we said that. So stop.
Never. Didn't you just say that the last time we talked? You were like, "Oh, we could do this to Putin."
Yeah, that's called sarcasm. That's called a joke.
Was it? So we couldn't. We couldn't do this to Putin.
It doesn't matter. You're fucking mischaracterizing what I said.
I'm trying to clarify. I'm not mischaracterizing. I'm trying to clarify.
Clarify for fucking 45 minutes while you can't fucking open your eyes and fucking clarify it for yourself.
Okay, be more careful with your words then.
I can say whatever the fuck I want. Stop trying to control my speech. Anyway, it was a Russian vessel. Isn't that what you the lefties are gonna fucking say? So no, we didn't seize any oil from Venezuela. We seized sanctioned oil from Russia.
Okay, bro.
Which is completely let's go ahead and move on legal with the video.
Add me on Discord, bro.
That's why they got the warrant to do it.
Because it's actually crazy. I did run the poll on this whole self-defense versus murder, and out of 540 votes, it was 50-50.
Yeah, of course, because it's based off of opinions.
So you do have the most bipartisan chat. I will say that.
Now, so who's licking boots now?
Somehow, some way, man. But
you said him licking Set's boots.
Yeah, that's all you're doing. You're being a brown noser, and you know it.
No, dude, I like Set. I like talking to Set. He brings me up here.
That's why you try to get his channel taken down.
I mean,
I never tried to do that.
All right, guys. All right, let's get back into our guy Rubio and Hegseth.
30 and 50 million barrels of oil. We're going to sell it in the marketplace at market rates, not at the discounts Venezuela was getting. That money will then be handled in such a way that we will control how it is dispersed in a way that benefits the Venezuelan people, not corruption, not the regime. So we have a lot of leverage to move on the stabilization front. The second phase will be a phase that we call recovery. And that is ensuring that American, Western, and other companies have access to the Venezuelan market in a way that's fair. Also, at the same time, begin to create the process of reconciliation nationally within Venezuela so that the opposition forces can be amnestied and released and from prisons or brought back to the country and begin to rebuild civil society. And then the third phase, of course, will be one of transition. Some of this will overlap. I've described this to them in great detail. We'll have more detail in the days to follow. But we feel like we're moving forward here in a very positive way.
So how long will this take, Secretary?
I don't believe any of that.
Some senators who were in that briefing describing your operation variously as that you're winging it, that there's no plan for Venezuela going forward.
Yeah, I know. They're going to say that. I used to be a senator too. That's what you always say when it's the other party. The bottom line is we've gone into great detail with them about the planning. We've described it to them. In fact, it's not just winging it. It's not just saying or speculating it's going to happen. It's already happening. Like the oil arrangement that we've made with PDVSA on their sanctioned oil that they can't move. Understand, they are not generating any revenue from their oil right now. They can't move it unless we allow it to move because we have sanctions, because we're enforcing those sanctions. This is tremendous leverage. We are exercising it in a positive way. The president described it last night. Secretary will have more to say on it today, who is involved in running this portfolio. And we feel very positive that not only will that generate revenue that will be used to the benefit of the Venezuelan people, and we're ensured that that's what the case is, but it also gives us an amount of leverage and influence and control over how this process moves.
I swear, every time I hear him say this clip comes right into my head.
Stole that shit. That's what I do, nigga. Fuck, nigga, I stole that shit. And I stole it. Like, bro, but niggas don't understand. I talk facts. Vlad, I talk facts.
Oh, you're right.
I
don't even deny it. That's cool.
Nigga, I talk facts. What deny? What, nigga? Give me that, nigga. You don't know what to do with that.
Okay.
You know when a nigga got a girl, her shit fat? Bro, you don't know what to do with that. Give me that.
You know when a country has a whole lot of oil and resources, and and they
Bro, go
don't
ahead and give me
use
that.
it. Yeah, go ahead and give me that, man. We got you.
But
Yeah,
no,
man,
like
that's
every single thing he said is literally out of the playbook for what not just the U.S. but Russia and China has been doing to every single other small fish in this proverbial pond. It's quite literally the same playbook that the Romans did with the salt trade and the freaking British did with the spice trade.
But guess what? Does it matter? Does any of that matter? Because we can sit back and forth and argue, oh, it looks like this, it looks like that. You know what it looks like? It looks like they ousted a dictator and they're actually able to sell their oil now.
It's not necessarily.
We're not stealing the oil when we're paying market price for it.
That is not the point that I'm making here. Let me finish the point that I was making before you go in a direction that I'm not heading. This is literally the same playbook that I've seen before. Now, while there is some argument to be made like, oh, well, they're just going to take all the oil, this, that, and the other, I see this going wrong, even though their intentions may be genuine. That is the biggest problem that I have with this. Okay, the lady that is the temporary president is basically already going after people who cheered one dictator being ousted. That's bad. And a lot of people are like, it's because there's a lot of people who loved Maduro and they were just trying to stalk violence and all this other stuff. But no, she's literally actively silencing her opposition, and they're spinning it to us as if it's a good thing. You have Venezuela's basically participating in this Stockholm Syndrome-esque revolt against the people who fled Venezuela because they didn't want to live up under a dictator. And I just feel like...
what does all this have to do with the price of tea in China?
I'm getting to it.
Go get to it.
I am. Shut up. All right. So I feel like what's going to end up happening is that more or less the United States is going to get screwed out of a whole bunch of money, essentially dragging us into another world war. Drag us into a war, which will subsequently trigger a world war because too many countries have their hands in the honeypot of Venezuela. A lot of big players.
All right.
Triggered by an assassination.
Secretary, on Denmark, sir. Mr. Secretary, on Denmark. Why has the administration not taken Denmark's offer to discuss the situation in Greenland? And
I'll be meeting with them next week.
Will you take military intervention off the table?
I'm not here to talk about Denmark.
Bro, why do they ask that
I'll be meeting with them next week. We'll have those conversations.
I mean, wait, what's wrong with that question?
Like, it's a dumb fucking question. So let's tell our enemies where we're willing to go, and let's force our government and hold them over the barrel and say, oh, look, they're not being transparent enough with what they're
Our
doing.
enemies? Wait, who are our enemies?
Sid, you're our enemy right now. But Russia,
No.
Iran,
is Denmark our enemy?
North Korea. You don't.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Those people.
I don't know what's going on about the whole Denmark thing. So can you please lay it out?
Denmark is part of the enemy list, I guess. Denmark is part of the enemy.
Bro, are you being willfully ignorant, or is your IQ just 5?
Look,
I'm asking you a question, bro.
Monty, chill out. I don't know
Are you
what's
going to let me
on.
answer the question, or when I start talking, are you going to talk over me? Do you actually
How
want
does
an
it-
answer, or do you want to just fucking speak in rhetoric?
I want to know the answer. Lay it out like I'm 5.
The answer is Russia and China are fucking trying to position themselves to be leaders in Greenland. That is what's going on. Pure end of story.
That's not true. Greenland is already part of.
Shut up,
bro.
Okay,
Dude,
sorry.
shut up.
I thought I could have a response to that.
No, you
Sorry.
can't. I wasn't
Whatever.
done fucking talking. Shut up. This is what I'm fucking talking about. It's so fucking annoying. Shut up.
Dude, you are such a bitch, bro. Go ahead.
No, I'm fucking tired of you.
You are
particularly.
All righty. All right, guys. I mean, let's be real.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Okay.
guys.
Set, can you show me some articles on what this whole thing is so I can get a better scope?
All right. So the problem is with Denmark is that, well, we were actually trying to buy it from Denmark. I don't know what to to the tune of billions of dollars, but we tried to buy it from them, but Denmark said, no, we're not selling it. Now we're basically, I guess, hinting. We didn't say it out loud, but we're hinting at military intervention. Remember, Trump said it's not off the table. So now Denmark is now coming back around and be like, okay, fine. We're willing to work out a price. Just come to Greenland and we can talk. Because apparently they didn't like the way Trump positioned the fact that, all right, well, you can either get some money or we can just take it.
Bro, what's come? Oh my God.
I know, wild, ain't it? It's like, look, bro, we can take it or you can get some money off it. And that's pretty much what we're doing to them.
I ain't gonna lie, dude. Like, all right, that is kind of it. I'm sorry, but that's hard to defend. I can't even defend that.
Yeah, I mean, look, like I said, Greenland, but it has such value to us. If I can get in my neocon mindset, it does have a lot of value to us. I mean, the resources and all that good stuff, the positioning in the Arctic that we'd have, like military positioning, resources. I mean, it could all be so great. It could be lovely for us. But I'm be real with you, I say the standard that we're setting across the world, the precedent that we're setting is a bit dangerous. Because when we're focused on our hemispherical dominance, like I said, what are we leading Russia and China to believe? Because if now Russia goes in there and kidnap Zelensky, I mean, we just got to put our hands up and be like, well, fair is fair.
Right. Because we can't be like, oh, well, we can't wag our finger and be like, oh, that's a bad thing. You can't do that. And first thing you'll be like, didn't y'all do that to Maduro? Like 1 hour raid? Ring a bell?
I mean, yeah. I'm like, shoot, if you can go ahead and 1 hour raid Maduro, I mean, Putin can go ahead and do a complete assault on Kiev and take Zelensky. And then what? And then we were getting, and Xi gonna take Taiwan. And then what they're gonna tell us? Well, what? I thought we were focusing on our hemisphere.
I'm gonna be real with you. If we're focusing on our hemisphere, I like the idea that China taking Taiwan. It's a very fun thought experiment, but I really need people to understand the facts of the case. They do not have the experience, the funding, the manpower, or the wartime experience that any of these other countries have. And the first time that the United States lets Japan off that leash, it is World War II times 2. They're getting it back in blood, and they're not stopping until Chinese or Japanese.
I don't know. I think they've like the Japanese. They don't even have any experience like they used to. Taiwan,
Yeah,
Lord
they
knows
do.
Taiwan don't got no experience. China, like
Oh,
actually,
bro.
everybody in there is kind of inexperienced. To be honest,
Oh,
the
no,
only
the
experienced people
Japanese.
in that region is like the Middle East countries.
Nah, the Japanese and the Koreans.
Yeah, the
They
Koreans
got
not the
that.
Japanese.
Yeah, they
It's
do
been
because they
too
do
long.
joint. They do joint military operations with North
That's
Korea.
cool, but they ain't been in no fight though in a while.
Dang, bro.
I mean, they do joint military operations too. I mean, they do it with Canada, but so does China. I mean, they're doing joint military operations right now. So it doesn't mean that they're prepared to fight. It just means that I mean, y'all getting prepared.
Don't bring Canada up. Them little spineless sellouts.
I know,
They're basically like the UN prostitute.
It does piss me off when I do find out that Canada is working with China, but all right,
and Russia.
Now I do want to try to let back in Sid and Monty. I'll be like, all right, now just to give you guys both some criticism. Sid, you be provoking the fuck out of Monty, bro. You know you do. Like, come on now, chill. And Monty, I mean, you can't blow up on Sid every time he asks you a question. I know he's frustrating, but you got to be able to look past that. I mean, trust me, if you're gonna be running a channel, you're gonna be running to like 1,000 Sids a day. And I'm be real with you, Sid is actually pretty reasonable. You're gonna be running into way worse than him once you like, get big, more people start wanting to get on your channel. It's gonna get a whole lot worse. So if you can't handle Sid, bro, it's gonna be tough for you. It's gonna be tough.
There's this guy called Jordan.
Is not the best look.
There's this guy called Jordan on YouTube. He's like an extremely far left dude, and his entire thing is he'll just ask you question after question after question, like nonstop, and people think that he's actually making an argument when it's actually a type of fallacy.
Yeah, and now once again to Sid, bro. I mean, come on. You don't gotta go call Monty no B. You know what type of response you're gonna get from that. And I think that you two can just because y'all was good for a while now. I see that this topic both got you heated. Y'all both said some wild statements at each other, by the way. So I think y'all need to just let bygones be bygones. Learn how to move past disagreements because, I mean, Monty, you got a chance. You're gonna be disagreeing with people all day. And I mean, Sid, just don't provoke him, okay, bro? And Monty, let Sid ask you questions without blowing up on him. Like, not every question Sid asks you is trying to, I don't know, it's not every question Sid asks you is in bad faith. I promise you. Like, if me and Sid can have a conversation, then you and him can. If him and Gaming can have a conversation, so can you. So there got to be something, feel me, a little bit with you at this point. Just a little bit of accountability here. But
Big titty goth women.
All right.
At least it's not slurs. At least it's not slurs tonight.
I know. Thank you.
So, I'm actually trying to start a show with Monty. I think we'd be pretty good together.
I'll start a show with you
sports.
if you stay off this live forever. I will start a whole show with you, and people can actually fucking hear us bicker if that's what they want to hear. I
also like talking to Set and stuff too.
Well,
it's not all about you, bro.
Then I'm not doing a show with you. That's simple. If you want to get your yelling and screaming out, and to Sid's point, all you do is provoke people. All you do is overshout people. It's
all I do is provoke you. He said I could have a conversation with him, and I could have a conversation with Gaming. But
I watched it happen the other night. Set is wrong about that. Set is allowed to be wrong about things. You do know that, right? Just because he says it does not make it gospel. You were arguing with Gaming the other night, and Gaming got fucking down your throat for doing the same thing you've been doing that you always do with anybody that disagrees with you. So no, this is not a Sid the fucking saint. Like all you're doing is provoking people, and it's honestly annoying. And anytime someone talks, they can't get a word in edgewise because you don't shut the fuck up.
I was told not to call you a B, and you're making it really hard.
Nobody wants to hear you.
Okay.
Hold on now. Hold on, guys. Hold on. I kind of want to hear what Sid got to say, so let's just be honest. People do want to hear what Sid got to say because we got a lot of, lefties in the chat. And I'm going to be honest with you. One of the main reasons I have Sid up here is not to have this be an echo chamber.
But you can talk to so many more people that have more than a third grade education.
Come on, Monty.
Before this goes on, Mr.
He
Doctor.
called me a bitch. I get my fucking licks in too. It's not just Monty gets his fucking ass beat.
All I do is provoke. All I do is provoke.
That is all
Rick.
you're doing. You're doing it right now. You're mocking me. You've called me a bitch. You've told me to
Dude, you just said I had a 3rd grade education, man.
Yeah, because you called me a bitch. I think
don't act like one.
Are you serious? Then don't act like you have a 3rd grade education. Act like you're smarter than what you are.
Fair enough.
All right. Now, hey, Steph, how you doing, sis?
Oh man, Steph's in here. I'm sorry, Steph.
Yo, Steph, you good?
I just know this is utterly chaos right now.
Yeah.
They miss us, Steph. We were the level-headed ones back in the day.
Oh, back in the day. That's kind of ageist, don't you?
Yeah, my bad, Mr. Doc. I didn't mean to forget about you, but I do got some super chats to read, though.
Go ahead, brother.
All right. So, honest question: why are major powers looking for good positions and etc. if it's not going to end to a war, or it's not going to end to a war?
One world government. That's basically. I'm sorry that everybody needs to get their tinfoil hats on, but it's all for a one world government.
All right. And
every the people that are gathering resources want to be the head of that one world government. For the record.
Mm-hmm.
We are just as guilty as China is just as guilty as Russia is, and that's all there is to it. So in my world, then it doesn't make any sense to sit back and commit fucking economic suicide and let China and Russia go fucking run the board while we sit back and say, oh, you know what? We can't do anything because our president said no more wars.
All right.
Anyway, whatever. It doesn't matter.
All right. Shout out to the Cap Hunter. He says, if you think a show with Monty and Sid would do well, one piece of advice: you might want to have a moderator. Yeah, I might need to start putting these guys on back and forth time limit, the professionals.
That's what I was trying to ask for the other day. I can't. If Sid is going to fucking interrupt people, it's not that he asks a question. We let gaming fucking run long-winded. He fucking circles the fucking drain for 20 minutes, then gets to the point. But fucking Doc Hill was able to say everything he had to say with minimal interruption. Fucking everybody else, as soon as I open my fucking mouth, I'm getting fucking the whole fucking time. And it's frustrating. So if that makes me a fucking bitch for not wanting to be disrespected on a fucking constant basis, then I guess I'm a fucking bitch. If I'm not allowed to fucking give my fucking opinions, then what the fuck am I doing here?
I'll just say thank God all of our conversations are recorded.
Sid, all of the you're not proving a point. You're not proving anything. You're just saying things to be provocative. And you have admitted as much to everybody in the fucking Discord. You've said as much to Set. I just like being provocative because I think it's funny. It's not funny. When you're talking about matters of fucking life and death, when you're talking about matters of fact, just being a troll is not funny. Maybe if you had done anything with your life and had any sort of fucking experience and maybe know-how and
excuse me, sir, you know nothing about me.
I know
you know nothing about me, and also all my opinions are my own. I'm not trying to say anything that's not my opinion. I've never said anything on the show that is not my opinion.
Things that weren't your opinion.
You said I'm just trying to be provocative. I'm just trying to be a piece of shit. No, it is not, dude. And
bro, every time we
we're not going to do this bitchy thing. It's ruining everything.
I got a suggestion because I'm about to just go ahead and give you guys a little suggestion real quick. All right, you guys gonna come up with a prompt, and this is how we're gonna do it because we're gonna get past the going at each other's neck and all this good stuff. You guys actually wanted to have a debate with a moderator, fantastic. I'll be that moderator, and we're gonna make sure that everybody get their stance out. So you two can go in the private chat. Give me a prompt that you two want to go up on, and we can go ahead and discuss this. It could be from the ICE shooting to Venezuela. It doesn't effing matter. We're going to have a goddamn constructive conversation. I know that. Where without the ad hominems and all that wild stuff. Let's be professionals here, okay? Okay. But in the meantime, while you guys think of that, we'll
I
be
love
continuing with the
strippers.
video. And Doc Hill, go ahead. Oh, okay. Doc Hill, you good?
Doc?
All right. I guess you might have missed it a little bit.
Conversations with him then, and but I'm not having anything further to add to that
Can
today.
you clarify your comments to lawmakers? Does the U.S. intend to buy Greenland? Does the U.S. intend to buy Greenland? Can you clarify your comments to lawmakers this week?
Well, that's always been the president's intent from the very beginning. He said it very early on. I mean, this is not new. He talked about it in his first term, and he's not the first U.S. president that has examined or looked at how could we acquire Greenland. There's an interest there. But so I just reminded them of the fact that not only did Truman want to do it, but President Trump's been talking about this since his first term.
The White House put out a statement last night saying that the military option is on the table.
Lost a lot of weight.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. They said the military option is on the table. So is the administration really willing to risk the NATO alliance by potentially moving ahead with military operations?
What I think the White House said yesterday is what I will tell you now, and I've always said. The president always retained the option. Every president, not this president, every president always retains the option. I'm not talking about Greenland. I'm just talking about globally. If the president identifies a threat to the national security of the United States, every president retains the option to address it through military means. As a diplomat, which is what I am now, and what we work on, we always prefer to settle it in different ways. That included in Venezuela. We tried repeatedly to reach an outcome here that did not involve having to go in and grab an indicted drug trafficker. Those were unsuccessful, unfortunately.
The people of Venezuela are waking up to the same regime. Do you not worry about that?
Well, first of all, the bottom line is that there is a process now in place where we have tremendous control and leverage over what those interim authorities are doing and are able to do. But obviously, this will be a process of transition. In the end, it will be up to the Venezuelan people to transform their country. We are prepared under the right conditions, using the leverage that we have, which includes the fact that they cannot move any oil unless we allow them to move it to. Well, again, I'm not going to give you a timeline on it. We wanted to move as soon as possible, but we didn't expect this would. It's been 3 days since this happened, 4 days since this happened. So I understand that in this cycle and society we now live in, everyone wants instant outcomes. They want it to happen overnight. It's not going to work that way. But we're already seeing progress with this new deal that's been announced and more deals to follow. You're already seeing how the leverage the United States have over those interim authorities is going to begin to lead to positive outcomes.
How much does this cost American taxpayers? How long should
it doesn't cost
public?
us. It doesn't cost us.
The U.S. involvement in Venezuela. How much will it cost?
Well, it doesn't going to cost us any money. For example, this oil deal that's happening doesn't cost us any money. On the contrary, and if it opens up,
no money to
well,
the American
look, I don't have the numbers. What operation are you talking about? The entire thing?
Yeah.
Well, these troops are going to be deployed. None of these troops sit in a dry dock waiting for action. They're deployed somewhere in the world. If they're not here, they're somewhere else. Just today, our forces not deployed to the Caribbean seized a boat, a sanctioned boat tied to the IRGC.
Yo, what's going on, Steph?
I think Doc Hill is back.
I know, but his thing is not connected yet, or camera and mic's not connected.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Oh, you're good.
That tried to flee from us. That happened somewhere else. We are constantly involved in action. We have boats in the Mediterranean. We have ships in the Middle East. We have ships in the Indo-Pacific. These ships, if they weren't in the Caribbean, they'd be somewhere else.
Really?
Conducting activity. Yeah. That's what the Navy does. Yeah.
I want to emphasize that question from CNN.
Wow. Nah, my bad, Dad. My damn Castro. My bad. All right, so shout out my man Daniel Castro. He says Monty was responding to Sid's hostility. Stop it. I mean, bro, I think there was hostility on both sides. He says, wish we could swap her for Sid. Well, damn. And shout out to my man Castro coming in one more time. He said, has super chats not read, but relevant now. My bad, brother. I'll settle for the Trump. He said, I'll settle for the Trump. This is America AI vid request. It's fire. All right, I got you, brother. I got you.
The question's never asked how much does it cost when they're in the Mediterranean or the Red Sea or the Indian Ocean or the Pacific. But now that they're in our hemisphere on a counter cartel mission or ensuring that an indicted individual comes to justice, now you're asking the question of cost. It's a disingenuous question to begin with. You're trying to find any angle possible to undermine the success of.
I mean, all right. He's like, this is what you, all right. He says, if this is what a host gets me, then you can keep that money. And you know damn well I'm not the problem. It's not about accountability. I can get a word in edgewise. I'm supposed to articulate a point. I mean, Monty, we do let you articulate points. The problem is that when Sid asks you a question, you just blow up. You go off your point. You don't even talk about your point no more. You're too busy going off on Sid. I mean, Sid can't be that much of a distraction to where you can't get your point across. And to be honest, Sid is not even doing that much. Like, he'll ask a question, you'll just blow up on him, and I get it. But once you start blowing up on him and just start going in on him, you don't expect anything back. I'm not trying to take Sid's side here, but I mean, when you're coming at me, now I got to tell you about yourself, my brother. Like, I'm be honest with you, you are a bit sensitive when it comes to what Sid is saying. And bro, we let you talk. Actually, you got on gaming for being long-winded when you're long-winded as well, my friend. Like, let's be honest. So I let everybody talk. I let you all go off on what you want to say, but let's be honest, you're long-winded as well. Let's not pretend you sit there and you wrap up your points within a reasonable 2 minutes. You and gaming are guilty of the same thing. So it's kind of effed up that you're called gaming out when you do the same thing. I'm trying to get you to hold yourself accountable, but you're not trying to take zero accountability. Come be real with you. You may not like what I'm about to say, but Sid wasn't that hostile towards you. Not at all. Be real with you, not for the way that you gotta yell at him every second. And then I'll be real with you, dog. You kind of crossed the line when you said, I don't care about that woman. F her. I'm like, bro, you're literally talking about a mother. Like, bro, and as much as I agree with you somewhat on the self-defense, we're talking about a mother here, dude. Like, orphan kids. And you're talking about, oh yeah, that's good for her. Like, we could rewind it. That's what you were literally saying. At a certain point when Sid was going off on you, I kind of felt it. I'll be real with you. Like, I think you kind of needed that type of pushback because it was kind of a piece of shit thing to say. I ain't say it to you, Sid did. And I just sat there in the corner going like, well, damn, I'll be real with you. When you sat there and just did the same thing that you criticized the left are doing to Charlie Kirk, you do look a little bit hypocritical, my friend. I'm just being real with you. I'm not trying to sit there and say you can't come up here no more. I'm not trying to sit here and kick you off the channel. I'm not even trying to sit here and say that Sid wasn't doing anything back to you. I'm saying that you feed into this as well, bro. You need to hold yourself accountable and quit thinking that you're the victim here. Because that's why he was calling you a bitch. Because to be quite honest, you was making him feel like this Sid was victimizing you the entire time. When you was doing it to him too. Both of you were getting hostile towards each other. So I'm holding both of y'all accountable by letting you guys have that floor to be like, look, have a conversation. I will go ahead and mediate that. And within that, maybe you two can find some common ground and have some type of understanding. But coming at me ain't it, my brother. I ain't do nothing to you. If anything, I just let things, I just say it how it is. And the fact that Sid called you out for that, I'm be real with you, I kind of respected it. I think a lot of people in the chat respect when Sid called you out for that. And then you double down on it. So let's just be honest. All right. But bro, you didn't get interrupted either at a certain point. You just can't keep saying, oh, nobody got interrupted. Bro, there were times you didn't get interrupted either, but it's like you don't appreciate that, or you just get upset when you get interrupted just one time out of one of your points. Like, bro, you were getting your word in too, just like everybody else was. I interrupt gaming, and you can't say that gaming didn't get interrupted. I interrupted gaming. I interrupt Sid. Everybody was getting interrupted, so it was a bit complaining when you were just like, oh, I'm the only person getting interrupted. Everybody else gets to speak, and I'm just going like, bro, I literally mute people so you can speak. Bro, I literally switched you on top so you can speak, and you gotta be real. You're debating, you're making arduous points here that people are hitting you back with. You got to understand that you're going to get some pushback when you was going at gaming, especially when you're going at Sid. I mean, unless you just want to say, yo, I want a soliloquy on my thoughts on this point, I'll give it to you. I'll knock everybody off the stage so you can give your soliloquy and go extemporaneously on your thoughts. But are we not having a conversation, a debate? I'm just saying. Like I said, I ain't trying to be mad at nobody, but I mean, when you come at me, it's not really fair. This is what happens when you set up an actual moderate debate and he does this. I mean, so an assassination is the same thing as self-defense? Bro, are you serious? Literally, Monty, you just literally played into the... Like, bro, did you not hear what I said? Like, no, honestly. You literally did the same thing that the Dems did by celebrating a woman's death. You said good riddance, that she deserves it. I mean, nobody deserves to die, Monty, especially not a mother. Even if, like, I'm be real with you, even if she put herself in that situation, she did not deserve to die. I mean, and I'm be honest with you, a lot of people kind of got rubbed the wrong way when you said that. You can look in the chat right now. You think anybody agree with you on that point, that she just deserved to die? We can all sit there and agree in self-defense, but nobody's gonna sit there and say good riddance. Then you're basically feeding into the same thing that they were doing on the left, celebrating the death of the opposition. And I mean, you're trying to conflate with the assassination. That don't matter. It's the death. It's the taking of a mother. In this case, in Charlie Kirk, it was taking of a father. Same effing thing. Their life is equal in the eyes of God, in the eyes of man, in the eyes of me, and in the eyes of under the law. But I guess people forget that part. I guess politics be, you know, making us devalue people's lives for some reason. I just don't understand it. But hey, am I tripping? Am I tripping?
No, you're not.
You're pretty much on point.
All right, then. Well, I ain't just gonna sit there and yell at you guys. I'm gonna let you guys come up here and yell at me. All right.
I'm not here to yell at you, Set. That's not why I'm here. My point is every time I get 3 seconds in, anytime anybody gets 3 seconds in, Sid cannot control his squirrel brain. That's my whole point. And what I was saying by conflating an assassination, he didn't do anything to anybody. He wasn't trying to run anybody over. He was killed from 100 yards away by someone that disagreed with him. This is not the same thing. And
a life was lost.
A life is a life. Absolutely, a life.
You don't sit there and gloat about it. But go ahead.
But I'm not gloating about it. I got poked fucking 1,000 times before I finally said, I don't care what you think about the situation. Good riddance. She was going to hurt somebody, and she got the consequences of her actions. Now, do I think that
we don't know if that was her intention? We don't.
Why did she drive? Everybody knows that
she
you don't.
Could have been scared. I even gave her that reason. I'm like, bro, she could have literally just been scared, and that's what it progressed to, because she's been fed all this propaganda about how scary ICE is and how to tear you away from your family.
That was my point. If you're that scared to a point that you need to run for your life, why were you in that position in the first place? Unless you were just trying to cause problems. That's what I'm trying to illustrate. And I cannot get to that point unless fucking Sid is quiet. And anytime I say anything or I start going down that road, I immediately get pushback. You remember, I didn't start out saying
you do the same thing to Sid.
No, I don't.
I
cut Sid off every time he opens his mouth.
Yes, you do.
Yep, you do.
You do. Like, dead ass.
Okay.
Here's the thing. Here's my perspective on it. Real quick. Monty, I've gone hard at you tonight, but it's all true feelings. You are a bitch. I have never tried to silence you. I have never said, Set, kick him off. I can't handle him. I have never said anything. I mute myself when you talk. I let you get multiple sentences off, but every time you speak, you have to just do this long diatribe about me and never make a point about the conversation that's going on. The only time you were good was the last time we spoke to each other. And yeah, you can sigh all exasperated, but dude, you are such a party pooper. You can't handle anything. You are like one of the worst people at handling any sort of criticism, even if it's about a point you're making, I've ever talked to. And I do try to be lighthearted with you. I do try to message you and joke with you somewhat of like, oh, let's talk to each other. Let's set up this debate. Let's do this. But you are so sensitive that you can't even handle that. And you know what? Like, to me, it's pathetic. And I can't stop myself from saying it. I know Set has his own opinions. Everyone else has their own opinions. But, dude, give it a break. Like, everyone disagrees with me just as much as you do. But you're the only one that is so bitchy about it.
Enough becomes enough at a certain point. Would you not agree?
Dude, I would agree if everyone else was acting the same way you were, bro. But nobody does.
Everyone else hasn't had to deal with you for as long as I've had to deal with you, besides S.E.T.
I met you here, dude. I met you here with every other person here.
That's my point. Gaming didn't start chiming in. Gaming's getting tired of you. Fucking anytime somebody talks, unless they agree.
All right, so since my name got invoked, let me lay this shit out clear and cut because I ain't got time for it. I'm sick of hearing both of you, and I want to watch the video to have proper input. We've been going at this crap for about an hour and a half, and there are more pressing matters. Get your shit together or get the fuck off the live.
Dude, people do love a reality show, but I understand your point. And I didn't invoke your name.
Moving
So I did. I'm pointing out other examples because everybody wants to fucking jump down my throat. I'm pointing out other examples in recent time where you have done this, not just to me. I'm not trying to speak on that.
All right, bro.
I
will weep for you, but people seem to want to move on. So.
Yeah, I want to move on too. I don't want to be fucking wasting my breath on you. Your opinion and your fucking.
Then shut up and move on.
Damn.
Oh, okay, guys. Can Doc Hill get his turn? Because Doc Hill's been waiting for a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, sure. We're about to go ahead and get into the next video, but Doc Hill, do you have anything to say? Or are you good?
Oh no, I'm exhausted. Let's move on, and we'll come back to something later.
All right, let's go ahead and get into it. Is the U.S. buying Greenland?
White House
Hopefully.
Miller tells Jake Tapper he wants Greenland. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt will not rule out using the U.S. military to get it. And now the Europeans were told they're taking it all very, very seriously. With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Enton. So the Europeans taking it seriously. What about the prediction markets?
Yeah, are people in the public taking it?
Oh, and shout out to Daniel Castro. He says, how much is it going to cost for them to shut the fuck up about it? Don't worry, bro. Don't worry. We got it. It's all good now.
Seriously, the people who are putting their money where their mouth is, they're absolutely taking it seriously. I mean, take a look here. The chance that Trump buys any of Greenland by the end of his term, on Friday, it was just 12%. Whoa, way up there now to 36%, a tripling in less than a week. My goodness gracious. They are very much taking what happened in Venezuela, adding on to the comments from the Trump administration of what they might want to do with Greenland, absolutely taking it seriously. Not a majority chance at this point, but way, way up from where we were less than a week ago.
All right, so 3 times as much as it was. That's for buying Greenland. Buying. What
Yes.
about by other means?
Yeah, by other means. So you mentioned the buying at 36% right now. Anyway, in any way, 43%. So of course there's a chance we could acquire.
Now, I'll be real with you. It seems like we're a bit. Is it overconfidence it might just be overconfidence. Are we being just and just saying that, yeah, if we could take Venezuela the way we did, we could definitely take away Greenland. I mean, we could definitely overthrow Cuba. I mean, and here's the thing. We're talking about buying Greenland. I want to know your guys' thoughts on this.
We shouldn't be fucking militarily fucking taking over Greenland. And I don't think that that's anybody's intention. I think that's being left as a threat, as a thinly veiled threat against fucking Greenland. See what we did to Maduro? We could do that to you. Now sell us yourself. And I mean, it's bullying, yeah, but it's fucking, we need Western dominance, and otherwise it's going to be China. Otherwise it's going to be Russia. And the point still stands that they have people that are trying to influence that area. So why not?
My thoughts are, I agree with Monty.
All right. And
do you actually?
Two don't even matter.
That's what I'm allowed to do. That's what I'm permitted to do. So
No, I want to hear what you think about that, because I think we might agree somewhere down the line. I don't think it's right here, but
okay, on this, I think that we already have a great relationship with Greenland. I think they'd let us do whatever we want without taking them over.
Yeah.
And yeah, we have, scaled down our military and our presence in Greenland over the years, especially since the 90s. But Denmark and Greenland have not shown any opposition into allowing us to be there pretty much in any capacity we want. And
So
Denmark is part of NATO, so Greenland is basically part of our alliance. And China and Russia, they're not making any further gains. Like, we're already there.
So would you be opposed if we had a agreeable deal with Greenland to buy the territory?
If we had no, if it was totally agreeable and it wasn't like through intense coercion of like dismantling NATO, no, I would not. But
You said if it was totally agreeable, you still wouldn't care. You wouldn't want us to acquire it.
no. If it was totally agreeable, I would. I'd be fine with that. But if it was through the threat of like dismantling NATO and attacking one of our NATO allies, and
do you really
think
that's going to happen, or do you?
Do you think Trump is making an empty threat?
So if you want my opinion on it, yes, I think he's making an empty threat to fucking prove a point, and I think. He's not. First of all, he never made the threat that we're going to use the military. Someone asked him the question. He said, "I'm not going to hamstring myself or rule anything out." Which, to the average bear, sounds like, yeah, he's going to go fucking kill all the sled dogs. Which I can see where you come to that conclusion, but all he said is, "I'm."
But why are we using this kind of rhetoric against our allies? Like, I don't know. That to me, I'm taking it a little seriously. I think I wouldn't put it past him to do it. Like, I don't think that's what he wants to do. He's attacking allies rhetorically. Same thing you said. He said the sled dog joke, and he said like they're not rolling out the military and they're not rolling out military force.
All right, Monty, you respond, then we're gonna move on.
I was going to say Russia and China are trying to step up their influence in the space of us being there, or not being there. And he's made enough comments that, Greenland should Denmark should concede Greenland as a territory if they don't want to pay for NATO protection. It's a win-win-win. It's not like we're trying to make them the 51st state. We're just trying to make them a territory.
All right, and shout out to my man Hellbat. He said, "Now that I'm finally getting a break, the lady put herself in that position and got a stupid prize for a stupid game."
And that's all I've been trying to say the entire night.
All right.
Greenland, the United States might try to acquire Greenland, not through buying it, but maybe through military means, which is something that we've heard reported as a possibility. And so
I
we're
hate
talking
to ask
about
you to
here
pause
is
the video again, but what did I say the last time about the Venezuela thing? Just real quick, take a good hard guess.
You said, "Fuck yeah." That's what I remember.
It was after the fuck yeah.
I forget. What'd you say?
All of this is a distraction about the files.
Oh,
we were getting close. We were getting close to everything, and then boom, boom, boom. 3 major crises: Venezuela, the fraud. Then we had the Greenland situation, and now the shooting.
Well, I don't think Trump set up the shooting.
Well, I'm gonna be real with you though. It is a nice little distraction as the Epstein files are still being slow rolled out.
Do you know when the deadline for that was?
December.
Last month.
To be fair, Seth, I'm going to agree with Monty here. I don't think Trump wants the image of ICE to be orphaning a 6-year-old child, like killing a widow. I think he'd rather not that be the image of ICE. I don't think he set that part up.
But it is a nice distraction, and the media is spinning it and running with it. Oh, because this has happened before. There are other cases of ICE shooting into vehicles that are trying to run them over. It's just now it's being spun very heavily. This happened last month or 2 months ago in Chicago.
Now we have the video where we can all clearly see, if we have eyes and are going to be honest with ourselves, that she was not trying to run him over, and anyone that's driven a car would agree that that's not what you'd do if you're trying to run someone over. So, yeah,
we can agree to disagree, but she still moved her vehicle while she was detained, and in every case of law enforcement shootings into a vehicle, that's usually been the case. So
usually risk of serious bodily threat or harm. That's the standard of self-defense. But
I mean that's what we disagree on. There was a risk. You say there's not. We're never going to come to that conclusion together. We're never going to meet in the middle. So it's an irrelevant point to bring up. But I'm saying it has happened.
Do you see the point though? Do you see why I would think that, or am I just totally crazy and off base?
I think anything this administration does is going to be looked at in a negative light in your.
Okay,
in
so
your
you just think I'm completely bad faith and I can't analyze anything.
No, it's not about bad faith.
Okay.
I think you believe your arguments, but I think you are that your judgment is clouded.
Okay.
That's all I think, but that doesn't matter. What I was trying to say is that this has happened before without the media sensationalization, because we had the videos then too. They came out immediately and it wasn't spun and people died, and it wasn't a huge deal until you start thinking about what's going on in our culture right now. What was supposed to come out. I'm reiterating gaming's point. I'm not trying to go back to the justifying of a shooting.
Well, yeah. To say it did also come out today that the DOJ released 0.6% of the Epstein files. So yeah, it did come out that they violated the law and didn't release anywhere near even 1% or 5% of the Epstein files. But
the Epstein files were
so why do these files keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger? The last number I heard was like 15 million pages, and when this whole thing started, it was like 100,000 pages.
Well, can I tell you my theory?
Huh?
Go for it.
Okay, here's my actual theory. Is like the DOJ wants to say they didn't know these files existed prior to finding them just now, or within the past couple of days of when the deadline. Well, it does make sense because they were supposed to release all of them, and if they had factual knowledge of all of them existing, then it would be in violation of the law. But if they just discovered them, then that means they didn't know they existed. But now they know they existed, so they need more time.
So why? Well, my question is why is the file number growing and growing and growing every time we turn around? It's like if we just look under this rock, we'll find Trump in the Epstein files. It's like a unfalsifiable.
Well, Monty, the people that are saying that they're growing is the DOJ. It's Pam Bondi and Trump's administration. It's not like the Democrats saying that they're growing.
Well, no. Every time there's files released. It's there's more, there's more, and the number has currently grown with the FBI and the DOJ. They are acknowledging that there's more files.
That's where we're getting these numbers from. Is they're the ones saying there are millions more, and then there's 2 million more, and then
Why is this number growing? We didn't just discover.
I gave my theory. It's they knew these existed, but in bad faith, they are saying like they didn't comply with the deadline. So having not complied with the deadline, they're saying, "Oh, we just discovered these." That's my theory.
And based off of what they've released, what is there anything usable in any of them?
No, that's not really how this stuff works. I mean, there's going to be a lot of nonsense in a lot of this stuff. That's why the FBI and DOJ doesn't really release this kind of stuff, but there's enough public interest that they wanted to now.
Is the files growing because of all the paperwork that's being filed to get the paperwork?
In my opinion, it's that they failed to comply with the law that was passed and want to give themselves a reason to say, like, we didn't fail to comply with it. We didn't know these existed until after the deadline. I don't know if anyone else is a more like any other theory.
I don't know what to think.
That seems pretty reasonable to me.
I mean, if you're thinking of it as a pessimist, which I try not to with my, this administration, but it makes sense. It doesn't. I don't. Where are they?
All right, guys, hold on now. Let's lean into this topic a little bit more. Let's lean into this a little bit more with this video. Illegal Trump's Epstein crisis deepens as DOJ breaks law, just posting just 1% of the Epstein files, as Sid said.
Has started with a lot of 2026 has started with a lot of controversy for Donald Trump's presidency. He is facing accusations of breaking the law abroad and at home,
and a big legal inquiry that has taken up most of our broadcast time with that terrible shooting in Minneapolis.
Oh, shoot.
Now, I want to turn to lawmakers dialing up pressure on.
Can I say something real quick?
Under Trump for breaking a different.
Sure, go ahead. Real quick.
If we ever feel bad about ourselves, let's just look at this guy and remember that he made it to where he is on mainstream media, and he's so boring and mediocre. We can all get wherever. We can all get to wherever we're trying to go. We could all just be friends. Okay.
Oh my god. Set.
Yo,
bro.
Right.
Bro.
Shout out to Daniel Castro. I'm about to go ahead and play this little clip that he sent in that I ironically already had saved. So all right, that is pretty fucking funny. All right, guys.
My eyes should have never seen that.
Hey man,
Yeah.
somehow Trump lost like 40 pounds, bro. That was amazing.
Also, can I clear something up real quick, because I feel like it needs to be cleared up. When I said gaming's allowed to talk unwinded, I was not drawing a contrast to myself. I was comparing myself, because I know I go long-winded, but it is almost I was just saying it feels accepted that he does it. And
Will you shut the fuck up? No, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought you were serious. I'm going to my corner.
All right, guys.
Law, which is another big story that he might prefer to go away. The DOJ is breaking the Epstein law that Trump signed, the Epstein
You
Transparency
think Epstein
Act.
did he?
They have released a
Did
tiny
he?
portion
Did he?
of files when they faced
Absolutely.
the deadline, which landed in December, exactly 1 month
Epstein
after the
diddled, did he?
lawsuit Trump faced when his own party
They diddled each other.
rebuffed him and required him to stop hiding documents and covering up for Epstein for whatever reasons Trump and his policies had done. And now we see lawmakers in both parties saying that it is clear
Hey, Seth.
that Trump DOJ is breaking the law. And
Yeah, what's up?
I'm sorry, y'all. This is not including Doc Hill at all. This is just including all y'all, all other fellows. You guys talk more than a girl does.
Damn.
As is our right to, because we're members on the panel.
I call Monty a bitch a lot, but I'm pretty bitchy myself. So never denied that.
You know what? I wanted to call you a bitch, but I thought better of myself.
No,
it's funny to call people that.
No, it's not. It means a little bit more to me than I know you don't mean it the way I take it, but it means
I think what Seth is trying to get at is let's try not to talk.
My mom was a bitch. Just kidding.
That weak. All right, guys. Let's try not to talk during the video. Though. That's what pretty much Seth is talking about. All right.
they're threatening criminal sanctions over that.
Typically, like with contempt, you might refer that to the DOJ, and then the DOJ never prosecutes itself. And then the problem goes away at the end of the Congress because it's contempt because they're not in compliance with the congressional subpoena, which expires at the end of Congress. This law does not expire at the end of Congress. And so they've got a real problem. The contempt that the Congress refers, they could be in jeopardy of that even after this Congress expires.
Massey is speaking in sort of the legal process there, but the bottom line about the real problem he's mentioning is a reference to that soon enough, and mind you, he's a Republican, he's saying they could be out of office and an ensuing administration could actually hold them in contempt and people could get in trouble. Chuck Schumer says Congress wants that list of government officials that's required and asks what they're hiding. There's also the admission from the DOJ that there's 2 million Epstein documents still under review, with 12,000 documents that reach up to over 100,000 pages released. That would actually mean they've only done 1% of the files that they say exist. Lawmakers turning to external pressure. A bipartisan group wants an audit of this process. Democratic senators also trying to put the heat specifically on Trump's chief of staff, seeking more information because she claimed in a recent interview that she's looked over these files that Trump has named but isn't doing anything awful. Trump's DOJ has said this review could take weeks more. This is after.
I mean,
are they just
yeah,
trying
this
to
is
bury
terrible.
us in paperwork?
No, this is terrible. Because think about it. It sounds like these guys, I mean, they just started on the 18th. Like they were supposed to have it done on the 18th, but like a procrastinating student, they started on the 18th.
Actually, this is a very good use for artificial intelligence in setting parameters. We could have used the AI to verify, fact check, and make sure everything that's in the documents is actually verifiable proof.
Because who's actually reading 100,000 documents?
Shoot, I would if it's Epstein files.
Bro,
wait, do you guys remember?
Live reading?
Bro, I was
What were
sit
you
down
saying,
with that
Sid?
files for 30 days and 30 nights. If I
Well, Monty was also. I was going to say, do you guys remember? I was going to say, I think that they did try to use AI, and part of that was why we could unredact some of the redacted Epstein files. Do you guys remember when that happened?
Yeah, the lazy copy and pasting of black boxes and all that.
Yeah, and then some victims were not redacted, and some random people were redacted. Like, to me, that says AI. Maybe I'm wrong. But.
So let me respond to one commenter. Armchair underscore conservative. He says that's not what parameter means in AI. Actually, artificial intelligence, depending on what government agency or company policy is setting the parameters, they could set the parameters to do whatever they want or need it to do. For example, you could have an artificial intelligence go through and redact a very specific list of names thoroughly and release everything else. Or you could have them go through and run two separate processes in a virtual machine, reading the documents and comparing it against probable cause and justifiable information within your own database. That is something that can be done, which should have been done.
Well, this should have been I mean, Pam Bondi, first of all,
arrest her
because she's running the DOJ. I don't care what the left wants to point to conspiracy. She is the one. If Trump's telling her, "Hey, slow roll this," then she's the one that's culpable, and so is Trump if that's the case. But if she's just fucking slow rolling this, I thought we were supposed to have these files back in January. They were on her desk in February.
Monty, don't you think that if he was not telling her to slow roll this, that we would see him say something?
I don't know. That's
oppositional to what she's been doing. Like,
well, she said as much and hasn't said anything.
Yeah, but he hasn't said anything like in opposition to what she's been doing. He hasn't said like, "Oh, I disagree with this."
He signed the law.
He hasn't fired her.
I mean, he could do that. He should do that, but he's a loyalist, so he's not going to.
He was forced to sign that law because it was a veto-proof law.
But he also signed the executive order twice, I think. So he's indicated that he wants this to be released.
But he's also indicated that he's like incredibly frustrated.
Hold on. Doc, go ahead.
If I'm not mistaken, the Democrats had the whole file for 4 years, right? Before Trump got back in office.
Correct.
Okay. I tend to ask questions. I don't always get answers, but if there was anything in those documents that implicated him, do any of you think it would have been front page news the first time they saw it? He would not be president right now. He would be going to prison.
I said that same thing.
And
as the resident Democrat, can I respond to that?
I'd like to respond to that.
So I think that Joe Biden and Merrick Garland had virtually no contact with each other. And Merrick Garland is a Boy Scout. He had nothing, like no interest in putting forward things that were just meant to put forward for political reasons. And third, there's going to be a lot of things in these files. Trump is right here that hurt people that are innocent. And this is why we don't just generally put forward all the information we have on certain cases, because there are going to be a lot of people in them, especially like high profile cases like this, where there are
Okay,
people
so
implicated or that look implicated that actually aren't, and they just were associates. They just were around.
when did you come
And
into contact with the Epstein files? Who was president at the time?
Obama. Actually,
Obama.
Bush. Technically.
Bush, then
So
Obama,
Bush.
then
So
Trump was elected, or Trump was president when Trump was, or Epstein was arrested the last time, and Trump oversaw his death
so
in
we had a
prison.
Democrat, then we had Trump himself, then we had another Democrat, and we had Trump again over all this time. Do we and you got to remember Obama had 2 terms. So if Trump was at any way tied down, he would have never been president. So
Why? And
to
that's
me,
what I'm saying. Yeah.
I'm almost
Yeah.
done.
Yeah.
To me, the Epstein files is the distraction because every time something comes up, it comes out.
So what is the point for Trump being so wishy-washy about the files and about Epstein himself?
That's the whole thing. He's been saying the whole time. I don't care. Pull it out. Do what you want to do with it.
No, he hasn't.
So let me answer. Let me answer Sid's question. There are 2 possible reasons. Either one, there are so many key players that are involved, world government, political figures, that it would just completely shatter the world system as we know it. And it would.
Can I stop you right there? Can I stop you right there?
If that's the case, it should.
Hold up, I'm not done. I'm not.
No,
done
I
yet.
know you're not. I know you're not done, but that is a big enough thing to dig in on itself.
Yeah.
What does that look like to you? It shatters the entire global political system. Like, what do you think could be in these files that would do that? Just give me an example.
So, for example, like how the royal family, what was it, Prince Charles' brother, like Henry or something?
Prince Andrew.
Yeah, Prince. I don't keep up with them princes. I could care less. This is America. Anyway, he pretty much dethroned and he stripped his brother of his title for even being associated with Epstein, which should tell you something. Now, my other working theory is this. Whoever is implicated in these files, and let's just say for craps and giggles, it's U.S. based only. Whoever is implicated in these files in the United States, and for the sake of it, Israel, right?
Yeah.
It would completely annihilate our government. We're talking a total decapitation and straight up overnight riot.
You should decapitate pedophiles, though. So I get your point on why they would have that opinion that they shouldn't do any of these things. But if the system needs to fall, the system fucking needs to fall.
Well, Monty, you got this for a second. Question this: how so would it decapitate our government?
I can see how it would. I agree.
Wait, no. Let's just interrogate this a little bit, can't we?
So I'm getting ready to answer that. So it would decapitate the government by one. All right, I'm just throwing this out there. Let's take 5 Democrat governors from the most powerful states. So California, New York, Maine, New Jersey, and a couple swing states. So Pennsylvania,
so it would take
Ohio.
Newsom, Hochul, Westmore.
We're just talking in hypotheticals. So
we're talking
hypotheticals. People don't exist.
Yeah.
Let's talk about the real thing that you're.
Don't swing hypotheticals with real people. That's not fair to the real people that haven't been.
But isn't this about real people? Right.
No, please just let me.
But he's trying to prove a point. He's not trying to go into hypotheticals.
Yeah.
So the thing is this would implicate a bunch of Democrat governors.
No, not just Democrat. It would also implicate Republican governors as well. We're talking about senates, heads of state, heads of the military. We're talking about whole departments, Department of Homeland Security, Department of the FBI. We're talking about Department of Family Services, Child Care, Planned Parenthood.
We all know a lot of top level people in the military are pedophiles, but this would destroy our whole system, what you're describing.
If it's that big, probably
it would take down our whole system.
All right, guys, let me go ahead and interrupt real quick. Shout out to my man Daniel Castro. Bongino was back early February and was live today. Yes, he was.
Yeah,
I do want to listen to his first live. I kind of want to see he's going to say. I got it up right here. So I do want to see what Bongino says, first time back on the show, because he said he's about to scorch the earth on a lot of people. So I don't know.
It is interesting to see what he says, but I'm still. You can shut this conversation down, obviously, so it's your show, but like, I'm still confused about how releasing the Epstein files would destroy our government because
it's not our government. It's going to destroy like the major stockholders and all that good stuff. They say stocks will fall. I mean, and that too.
Well, respectfully, I think gaming's saying something different than you were saying. I think
no, it's kind of on the okay.
It's a
so
system-wide issue, is what he's trying to say.
Yeah, it's basically it would cause an entire America would implode more or less.
And if that's the case,
but why?
But like, try to move past the but why.
I mean, hold on. My bad, Monty. Finish your point. Go ahead.
Try to move past the. You want specific examples of how it's going to work. It's an overgeneralization of something we don't know anything about. So we can't give you specific examples. The point is, if it's that deep and it runs that deep, American faith in government, which is the only reason we have a government because we have the consent of the governed, would fucking plummet, and it would end the United States as we fucking know it.
I mean,
American faith in government's already ended.
Yeah.
American faith in government depends on who's in office, and every Democrat, if it's a Democrat in office, will have total faith in that Democrat, and every Republican, for the most part, if it's a Republican in office, will have total faith in that Republican. We are so polarized. We are so polarized right now, and we are like at each other's throats, which we have demonstrated tonight. Like we don't have a cohesive. We don't have a cohesive faith in government, bro.
No. Hold on. Now let me get in here. Sid, you're right. You're right that we don't have a faith in. Honestly, 100% faith in government. I don't even know who has 50% faith. But you're saying why? Why would this like overthrow? Or why would this be like the destruction of the government? Well, according to the way this is written out for us, the Epstein files, is that this involves the deep state, people deep in government. So we're talking about if we release all the files unredacted, I mean, we might have district chairs open. I mean, some governors will go down, senators will go down. Yeah. And then let's go over to the business side, like the Fortune 500 company guys that Jeffrey Epstein was working with.
And we want this. We want that. We want that.
I do. But here's the fallout from that. We have a whole bunch of open seats that we need to refill, and that's the good part. That's great. But the problem is, though, these top executives that do need to be arrested, if they leave, that could cause the economy to fall because a lot of the reason why these stocks do well is off the leadership of that company. Like these are why
these guys are replaceable, man. These guys have replacements.
I agree.
These people can be replaced. And these guys can't.
Sid,
but us children with impunity, they gotta go.
No, you're right. But you can't lie that our government's going to be in a broken place for a little bit, though. Like that's
let me.
Even if that's the case, I don't agree. I don't necessarily agree or disagree, but I think it should be if that is true. If everything you said is true,
we're not in power. They are, and they want to protect themselves.
Yeah, but we can say our opinions, and we should state them with clarity. Like,
yes, but you're missing the point. You don't get to obviously if you could flip the switch, you would release all the Epstein files no matter what. I agree with you. I would do the same thing. So would gaming. So would any American, and that's the issue. The American people want this, and the American government is doing whatever it can to make sure we don't get it, which is making the conspiracy run deeper and people's minds go wider. And the thing is. That's the theory. If they're so scared of all of the American people being united on an issue, that's fucking terrifying for them. And if it can cause something like 2008 to happen, now that affects me, you, and everybody else. So imagine that happening. Imagine every controversy all at one time just being fucking pulled out. The world would go into fucking chaos. I can't point at any one thing because they would all be an issue and they would all be fucking falling, and you can't stop that once you start it. So and they don't want to lose power, and they have the power to lose. No one's going to shoot themselves in the foot if they're gullible, right, or culpable. So that's what we're trying to say.
I want to hear Docs on this. Sorry, Monty.
Well, I believe that we all want to see the bad people suffer. We want to see
Yes.
them pay for their crimes. Unfortunately, the people on this list are the ones that hold the power and the pocketbook strings. So you would expect a person who had any self-preservation to think, do I jump out this building because it's on fire, or do I try to wait for the ladder truck to get me? I'm on the 10th floor. And everybody's like, well, just chop it down, chop it down. Yeah, but you have innocents, like everybody who's depending on this. So it needs to be surgically done. But as it's been said many times tonight, we're so divided right now. We're so bloodthirsty right now. We're so swole up right now that nobody's being rational. We need to get people off the 10th floor so that we can get to the guys in the penthouse. But everybody shouldn't have to suffer because we're trying to cut down the building at the bottom floor. We have time.
I'm not convinced about this argument that it's gonna destroy everything, and
Honestly,
we have so much to worry about if this comes out, because the people that are giving us this argument are the people that have the most to lose.
No, it's not. It's not.
That
So
makes
let me
the
stop
argument
you.
valid.
No.
No, it does not, dude. Because there's people that can replace them, man. People can replace
They
these
don't want to give
politicians.
power up, though. They don't want to give power up. They don't want to be replaced. That's what
Yeah,
we're
but
saying.
now they're mandated by law too. They are mandated by our own
it's
law,
illegal
U.S.
it's
law.
illegal to essay children, but that didn't stop them from doing it in the first place.
True.
I know, but we should hold them accountable, dude. We should not be giving their reasons for not doing so for the reason that we're not doing so. We should. The only thing we should be saying is this needs to happen, and it is mandated by U.S. law. That is moral clarity. That is what we need to come out with. That's not all we're saying. We're saying like, oh, it would fuck everything up. It would.
Shoot,
No,
we don't have it done, but that is
we
the
think
argument.
it's a good thing. The people in power think it's a bad thing. So the people in power aren't listening to what the people that want it want.
So
that's what we're saying.
There are people in power that want it too. There's people like Thomas Massey and every single Democrat in the House that signed on to this, and everyone in the Senate, and four Republicans, and then every Republican in the House also signed on to this. And Donald Trump signed the bill into law. So what's going on here, guys?
Wait.
That's the point. That's what we're saying.
Monty, shut up for a second.
They're violating the law.
The working
exactly.
theory.
Why do you think they're doing that? It's not
Anyway, that
Hold on.
working theory is actually my own theory. It's the one I came up looking at why somebody would do this, trying to look at it from like a geopolitical strategist perspective. And given everything that's happened, all eyes are on the Epstein list. And it's not just the U.S. that wants answers. Oddly enough, let's go down the list. There's Kenya that wants answers. There's Uganda that wants answers. There's Djibouti and Niger that wants answers. I almost messed that name up. There's countries in South America.
It wouldn't have been a mess up. You would have did it on purpose.
Maybe. There's countries
Israel.
Israel
Israel's
doesn't
the last person that wants it.
I was getting ready to say, you got to look
They
at
have the answers.
You got to look at the countries that want
Well, there's people there too.
Hold on. Let him finish.
You got to look at the countries that want answers, like the governments, versus the countries that don't want answers. In America right now, oddly enough, as the superpower, we've been the loudest on trying to get this exposed. The countries that have been very, very, very silent on this: China, Russia, North Korea, South Korea, Japan somewhat, Australia, all of this, all except for maybe 2 South American countries.
I want an answer on this. I think it's totally appropriate, and I think it's valid to interrupt right here. Do we all agree that as the president of the United States, Trump could have had this all released if he wanted to?
He signed it
Not on his own. Not on
Yes,
his own.
without. Yes,
How
without.
does he go to the FBI break in and just throw the documents out on the street? How do you propose he does
he's
it?
in charge of the DOJ and FBI.
And obviously
yeah?
that's not working now, is it?
So
well, he's not going against them. He's not going against them in any way. He's not saying.
He said release the files. He's given them.
That's to his own benefit. That's to create
But it
this
doesn't
reasonable
matter.
doubt that you're giving me right
the
now.
order and they're not following
Gentlemen.
All right, guys. All right, hold on, guys. Hold on. We got
But he
somebody
has
new
not
here.
said.
Hold on, guys. We got somebody new here. Shout out to our guy Armchair. Oh, you have any thoughts to share?
Hey, yeah. So this is I'm close with some people who work in Washington, and I've had some conversations, and I've been around the block a few times. Just like with any corporation, the boss gives orders to people, and they work at their pace. They prioritize the way that they want to. They kind of see their friends and their connections and things, and who may or may not be affected. I'm sure that there's probably a lot of people in Washington that are working their way into Bondi's ear, that are stifling the processes because it's not as simple as Trump saying release the files, and then they run off and pull them out of a drawer and
file cabinet.
publish them. Yeah, it's not like that. I mean, it's oh, we've got to redact this, and we've got to make sure that everybody's protected, and it's really just it's a lot of lip service. But if my brain is working correctly, I would say that there are probably a lot of very well connected people that have some sort of tie to this, or that have ties. Probably a lot of 3-letter agencies, because I think in the it's sort of like an unspoken
Bro.
it's like an open secret that Epstein was essentially like a CIA operative.
No. This is running cover. This is totally running cover.
Right.
This is
Let him
running
talk,
cover for Donald Trump, bro.
Let him talk.
He
Let him
has. I have been, and I've heard what he's saying. He's saying there's a bunch of 3-letter agencies, there's a bunch of power players involved, but Trump can fire all these people. He can go against all these people. He commands
get mad every
one of
time he
the.
fires somebody.
He no, we don't. He commands one of the fiercest cults of personalities in the world right now. And if he went against any one of these people, which he has not gone against Pam Bondi, he has not gone against Dan Bongino, he's not gone against Kash Patel, and these guys are the ones in charge of releasing these files.
Yep.
Can I interject?
Yeah.
So I think one of the things that keeps being forgotten is these are legal documents. These are court cases. And somebody had asked earlier, why does the number keep increasing? Well, you got all these agencies that this agency took papers and complaints over here, and this one took over here, and now that they're getting it all together from all these places, because it's turn anything in Daniel Epstein over here. Here you're going to get more papers, but they are court filings. And when they were released the first time, everybody was complaining about how everything was redacted. But then the victims start going, wait a minute, I see my name, I see my name, I see my name. So it has to be handled carefully, because if not, it's going to have all kinds. I mean, either they're going to do it right, or they just need to stop doing it at all.
Well, sir, that was the problem. Was that the only thing within this law that was supposed to be redacted was the names, but then once they started releasing stuff, it wasn't the names of the victims. And S.E.T, if you'll indulge me here, I think this is totally worthwhile of getting the exact language of the law that was passed by Congress, bipartisanly by the entire House and the entire Senate, and then passed by Trump. And then we can say, is this being followed right now?
It said all of the Epstein list is in its entirety. Like, that mean all 1 million and not just 100,000 that you just happen to get to. So like I said, it seems like these guys like started on the 18th instead of getting it done by the 18th of December. So I'll give you that.
Yeah, I mean, the government is probably the most inefficient and wasteful business entity in the world. Like, everything is last decade's technology,
But they were marketing this to us as like having it on their desks, having it in front of them in February of 2025.
Yep.
And now
that's true.
Almost February of 2026, and now they just started on the 18th. Like,
do you remember?
I'd love to
I'm
see.
not sure.
Sorry, not to cut you off, but I'd
Yeah,
love
go
to see
ahead.
5 million pieces of paper on Pam Bondi's desk. I think she was
That part.
bullshitting. I'm not gonna
well,
lie.
she could have a computer on her desk. She could have a computer on her desk, which would have all that,
She said
right?
files. She didn't say fucking it's on my desktop. She
Well,
said
it
the
could be
files are
digital.
on my
It could
desk.
be digitized, right? It could be, right?
Flash drive.
Can
Yep.
someone fucking WikiLeaks this shit already?
Oh gosh.
I hope so. I wish.
There's a couple of other things to consider.
I know.
But right. But just there's a couple of other things to consider. I'm not sure any of your ages, but I'm old enough to remember when Obama was touting the quote shovel-ready jobs that that we needed all the money for, and about 7 years into his presidency, he came out and said, "I guess shovel-ready wasn't exactly as shovel-ready as we thought." Right? So there's a lot of showmanship there that's going on. Another thing to consider, there's lots. I mean, so much. But another thing is that
Can I get a show of hands real quick?
Hold up, man. Let this man
Is
talk.
this administration complying with the law that was passed by Congress? Just yeses or nos, one by one, if that's okay.
The
Mine
whole
is no.
administration? We got to count the DOJ as the whole administration?
Well, they're the ones charged with doing it.
I mean, the DOJ, yeah, sure. We can say the DOJ is not doing it, for sure.
The DOJ is the executive branch, though, Set. So Sid is not, anything he's saying is not wrong. Trump is in charge. Trump does have the power to fire these people. Nothing he's saying is wrong on its face, but it is more nuanced than that. But so my vote would be yes, they are violating the law, and something should be done about it.
Okay.
And
I also think they're violating the law. Who else? Yes or no? Yes, they are violating the law. No, they aren't.
Yeah, and like I said, if you go with the exact wording, then yeah.
Yeah, if you follow the letter of the law and the spirit of the law, honestly, both cases, they're violating it.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I kind of want to hear more about what that armchair conservative had to say, because he was cooking up a bit.
Well,
same here. I want to hear more.
Yeah, the other thing is, I mean, this is obviously multifaceted, but the next thing on the list would be optics, right? So when in Trump's first term, it was, while he had a number of successes, it was largely written off administratively as, you would call it, like a spectacular failure, right? And his chief complaint was that he didn't understand Washington and the way that it works. All of the people that he appointed were recommendations from other people. Hey, my buddy, you talk to my buddy, he's a good one, and it's all just posturing, and so he would trust this person's word, and so therefore he would go ahead and appoint this other person for whatever jobs, only to find out that everybody had their own agenda, and that's the nature of politics. And so this time around, one of his landmark reasons, or his it was kind of a bold statement that he made, was that last time I didn't know exactly how Washington worked. I trusted a lot of people that I probably shouldn't have trusted, but now I know how it works, and I've got people in there that I can trust. So when people who prides himself on picking winners and picking great workers are not doing their job, optically, and especially for like the the Democrat media will lose their minds. It'll be a feeding frenzy if Trump's picks that he prides himself on get
They put
fired because they're not doing the job.
Wait. What about Mike Waltz, who was fired for being like totally compliant to Israel? And Seth could look that up. I'm sure he
Oh yeah,
knows about
he
it.
got
but-
caught texting well, basically what an Israeli handler or whatever during a war meeting with President Trump or with the officials or whatever.
I mean,
I'm trying to
something
remember.
like
It was
that,
a
you
meeting. He
can't-
got caught texting an Israeli official during the meeting, pretty much sending over what we were doing.
And here's the thing, Trump's base wants these files. If he's going to go after people that are withholding these files, then he's going to be rewarded by his base. But instead, he's backing up the people that are withholding these files. So this doesn't even make sense on its face.
So here's the thing. I'm sorry. You go.
No, you go ahead, man. Go ahead. I'm loquacious and glib. I can talk for hours. Just go ahead.
So I would say, based off of just how he's been, you have to, like Armchair said, you have to take into account the very interconnected web of things. You can go in. I'm gonna give you a little saying. Just because you go into the forest with an axe doesn't make you a lumberjack, especially when you don't know how to swing an axe. Trump in this state with the files.
Is the lumberjack?
Dude, he could hire anybody he wants to.
Hold up.
Anybody.
It's impossible to share stuff when you keep talking. Let me get the point out. So, Trump right now is holding what is essentially a nuclear bomb. I came up with a theory that it's detrimental to either the U.S. government and a select few governments solely, or world governments based off of who's saying what and how much silence there is on the matter from different countries. Trump, in either case, whether that assumption I made is true or not, he is holding a nuclear football, worse than the actual nuclear football. And so his next steps have to be measured. And there are people in powerful positions that do pay a lot in taxes, that do fund these different political opponents, be left or right or independent, who have the power, who have the influence to make sure this never sees the light of day. And the fact that it's even this close means that there is a great deal of people on the inside working diligently against this file system coming from light. Just because you decapitate the people that are holding it up does not mean 3 more heads aren't going to crop up in its same place.
Sounds like Hydra.
But
I just want to wait. I just want to reiterate, it's not this close. Again, we have 0.6% of the Epstein files, and we've all agreed that they should have been released in their entirety with the exclusion of victims.
There's a whole battle.
And that is U.S. law. So Trump has the ability. He can hire and fire all these people around him. He has the ability to release all of these things. He convinced the entire world to think that it required Congress telling him what to do, something he already could have done. But
he did do
that
that.
aside, yeah, he did do that. And
no, like he signed an executive order that didn't work. He got Congress to pass a law.
he did not sign an executive order saying release all the Epstein files,
Yes,
did
he
he?
did.
Maybe I'm wrong. I feel like we should fact check that.
He did that in his first 100 days.
Yeah.
And so
I think he
there's
signed
the-
2 different executive orders too.
So there's the executive order, there's the law, and those are all being disobeyed, and Trump has not gone against. In fact, he's only expressed disdain towards people that care about this. And the idea is that this would totally disrupt the global system, when it is just as plausible that it could disrupt his administration. And you know what? They tried to do a gimme. They invited all these TikTok and Twitter influencers over to the White House and gave them the Epstein files and binders, Epstein files phase 1. And then that got exposed. And it didn't work out the way he thought it would.
Okay, so let me jump in here like
And
this.
well, I'm not done with my little rant here.
No, what
if
would
that's
you? I
okay.
want you to finish it up by saying what exactly would you do if you were Trump? Then, please tell me.
What I'm saying is that we can concoct this narrative in our head that's so crazy that the whole global order would just be so thrown off if all these stuff came out. If all this stuff came out,
Hey,
what would I
guys,
do if I was Trump? I would
hey,
actually want
guys,
these things released.
All right.
excuse
How
me.
would
And I
you
would
release
demand
that?
it. And so
How would
I would
you do it?
fire Pam Bondi. I would fire Kash Patel. And I would put in people that their main priority, especially with the public interest, was releasing it all in the quickest time frame possible. That would be my thing. That
All
would
right.
be what I would do if I was Trump. And
Okay, let's
does
step
anybody
All right,
disagree
all right.
with that?
No.
Not really. But
So,
all right, now hold on. Wait. Shout out to my man Lucid Kingdom, and for joining the membership. Make sure you email me so I can send you that Discord link. Appreciate the support. And shout out to my Jays. Like time to fire Pam
Matt Gaetz.
and put Trump. Wait, yeah, shout out to Matt Gaetz. But yeah, time
Matt
to
Gaetz.
fire Pam and put Trump's original AG pick in, and yeah, which is Matt Gaetz. Because bro, Matt Gaetz,
Dude, Matt Gaetz fucking
Can I
fucks
hear
teenagers too.
Steph's comments?
You think he'd have done the same thing, Sid?
I think he fucked teenagers. That's actually pretty much been proven. I mean, we could look that up too.
No,
Hey,
don't. That
but
hasn't
it
been
is what it is.
proven.
All right, Sid.
Hey,
Go,
can
I
I-
mean, I said, but Steph, go ahead.
All I was gonna tell you was about the new membership. That's all.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
All right, appreciate
I thought
it.
you
All
were
right,
going to say something about the.
No, you guys just want to be rude, motherfuckers.
Did you guys see Matt Gaetz arguing with?
They're passionate.
Uh,
Passionate.
Steph.
Did you guys see Matt Gaetz arguing with Dan Bongino yesterday?
Yeah, they were
Pretty-
going at each other because he was, I'm going to expose you, Matt Gaetz. I'm like, bro, what Matt Gaetz do? He's basically on your side. But we'll see
Dude,
how that-
no, Matt Gaetz was kind of going at him too. He was like, I don't know, it was pretty epic. We could,
Bro,
look
Alex
at it,
Jones
but-
was even going against Dan Bongino, calling like, bro, what you're doing is retarded. If you think you're just about to come out here after you fucked up as FBI deputy or, you know, second in command of the FBI, after you effed that,
which
you just
is weird
come in
because
here-
Alex Jones is like completely on that guy's side at this point. He's like a total.
But we're not liberals, Sid.
No.
Chill.
Alex Jones is not on Dan Bongino's side. He's pretty much saying, bro, if you're about to come back here trying to play, oh, I decide who's right and wrong, it's like, bro, you just pretty much hit the Epstein files in our face. Think about to come back on your mic and have that same authority. I'm like, bro, you lost a lot of it. And Alex Jones was telling him that, like, you better like whip up and just go and not go along to get along, but at least join in or stay out.
But I bet he got some of his biggest numbers he's ever gotten. Dan.
Maybe.
Right? Like on his return back. I don't know what he got. I haven't looked at the numbers, but
he got about
it's hyped up.
826K. But this was like yesterday. I mean, this was done at yesterday at 6
Oh damn,
p.m.
that's kind of weak. I thought it'd be millions.
I mean, you know, you would think so. You would think so, as it being Dan. But all right, though, let's go ahead and play my man Dan and let's see what he got to say for himself.
Let's do it, shall we? Let's not waste any more time. I've just been sitting here vamping, waiting for you.
If I have poor mic discipline, make sure you tell me, guys. You know I'm supposed to be eating the mic. How you been?
I've been
It is
great.
good to see you, man.
It's great to see you, and I was gonna say, it's a little weird that we were kind of two ships passing in the night, where I came on and we were talking about me starting this show way before the FBI job even.
Well, I
came
didn't
to
know.
be.
I mean, I never mentioned that to you because
No.
it was not in the, what do they say, the bingo card? Like I never had like, oh,
No
let's just-
idea, right?
By the way, the president calls though and asks you to serve. The only answer is yes. But I got to tell you, I did feel bad because I knew the Bongino army. You guys and ladies out
The
there
best.
are freaking rock stars. Like I love you to death. You have no idea. And this experience is very illuminating. Like you see who your real friends are, and you guys are freaking studs. Look at the chat
I know the
already.
chat is blowing up.
Break
It's going
that
so
sucker!
fast. You
I
can't
know it's not
read
even
it.
it's not even on my channel. So wait till our channel comes back. But I felt kind of bad because, and this is how I know Haley's a real rock star and you're really loyal. Like you could have said, hey, I didn't sign up for that. Like I signed up to be part of the Bongino army, you know, there's not the Haley army yet. Like we want to, and you know, not only did you stay, but you became a really like high level, top level broadcaster. Your show's amazing. I watch it, and it's just like you said. I think it's just good to be back on the other side.
Good to be back.
Yeah, man. I used to once in a blue moon, I would just pop by and drive by the studio, and I would be envious of you. Look at that chat, man. You guys, I missed you guys so much. You have no idea. I really, really missed you all. So it feels like my extended family. But the show's going great. I hope you didn't mind me barging in early.
Oh, not at all.
I just saw the crazy cat lady thing, and I just had.
Oh, you had to take it out.
Oh yeah, I had to
well,
go
that's not mine. Gee put that up there
I know.
on my behalf. That's a joke.
Justin, you remember that was
All
the
right.
right thing to do was a calling, but I'd be stone cold lying in your face if I said, you know, I didn't miss you guys in the audience, and even, you know.
Is it me or does the sound suck on this?
No,
it does.
terrible,
It's
but-
pretty quiet.
It's terrible. I mean, like, damn, bro.
Is the rumble sound turned up?
Are you getting a lot of
God, man,
floor
let me
noise?
see. Actually, maybe. Let me make sure.
I thought it might be StreamYards, but yeah, it sucks.
It's turned up.
Gosh, it's terrible sound.
He's also like 2 inches away from. Like her audio sounds fine. He's
Yeah, it's his.
His mic is turned down, is what it is.
God, this guy's such a fucking joke.
All right, now, but you know what? F it. There was something else. Now, I wanted to play this on January 6th, but I didn't really get the time to. Y'all ever heard about the January 6th timeline?
Yeah,
sure.
You ever play? I mean, all right, great. You can go ahead and watch this.
This is gonna piss it off.
Go ahead and
Network USA. They're a team of licensed tech.
We will show.
Nothing like some free use music.
That has been reported on more than any other in modern history. Despite excessive coverage, articles, books, documentaries, and congressional inquiries, many details about the timeline of events that day remain unknown to the public. Understanding what actually happened on January 6th without bias and with as much context as possible is extremely difficult. News organizations and mass media have controlled the story of that day. Big tech and social media companies have censored, shadow banned, and deplatformed eyewitness.
Quick pause.
Use and misrepresents the
All right,
truth from
hold
that
up.
day.
He hasn't even said anything.
Many of us still do not know the
Monty,
names of those
quiet.
who were killed
You'll
at the Capitol
like this.
and the causes of their deaths.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Monty's right. This is going to piss me off a lot.
Understandable.
So that I don't jump in all the time and create this whole conversation to be about January 6th, we were trying to figure out a topic that me and Monty could argue. Maybe it could be January 6th. And I would have shut up through this whole video if he agrees to have a conversation that you moderate about the 2020 election in January 6th.
What do you want the
Is that a good topic?
Sure. What do you want the prompt to be? Because I have to agree to this. You can't just fucking agree.
My prompt would be that the actions on January 6th were an insurrection.
Okay.
Mm.
January
Ooh,
6th was an insurrection.
I'd be down to comment, but go ahead. Yeah, let's go.
Well, I mean, not right now, but like
breaking my
at a
heart.
date to be determined, right? Like that would be the thing.
What if we did it right now before we watch the video? That way we don't. Yeah.
Debating if January 6th as an insurrection or not. I don't know.
Do you want that to happen right now, Seth?
All right, let me ask the chat.
This
on
would
that.
be a very good cap on the debate, but can we do it like we did, like I was talking about, like
Of course. Yeah,
Or Monty, this could be our first show if you're still down with that.
We can do a round 2 on the show. Let's let Set have the fucking.
All right.
He's worked for this audience, so.
Okay, Set. I will
Hell
say
yeah.
one thing. If we do the debate, can I have one input that all definitions be made on the screen and that people argue from a logical standpoint based off of verifiable facts, definitions, and legal parameters rather than just personal opinions?
That is a great starting point.
All right, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and put in the chat. Monty versus Sid. Yes or no, guys. I'm gonna let you guys decide if we can go ahead and run this or not, or you guys want
or later date.
So
you should add a third option
or
of later date.
Oh no, later date we could definitely do for sure. But tonight we'll vote on.
I would say that based off of the actual definition of an insurrection, that was an insurrection.
Hey. Wait, you already agree? You already agree with me?
Wait. This is what I'm saying. Whatever case, because this is how I did debate. Whatever case you want to bring, you have to provide your own definition. It has to be something that Set or myself or somebody else who's not a part of the debate can actually look up. Any articles needs to be something legit, not biased.
I mean, I'm pretty sure.
I agree. That's why I don't think that we should do it all right now, because I'd have to leave the chat and go get my definitions and stuff. But
I'm pretty sure that the definition of an insurrection is an uprising against the government.
Well, it depends on what definition you're using.
That's fucking Webster's Merriam Dictionary.
Yeah, but I would be using legal definitions.
All right, so let me read it out. Legal definition: whoever sets foot on, assists, or engages in any rebellion or insurrection against an authority of the United States or the laws thereof, or gives aid, comfort thereof to, shall be fined under this title, or imprisoned not more than 10 years, or both, and shall be incapable of holding any office under the United States. That's legal definition, U.S. Code, subsection 2383, rebellion or insurrection.
Now, okay, perfect. So my point would be, who was charged under the Insurrection Act?
That's for you guys to go find.
Yeah.
One second, Monty. Is this conversation a conversation that there's a poll going on right now? Should we actually start having it, or what?
I can give you guys a good 5 to 10 minutes to go grab.
We're discussing baseline so they can get the poll done.
Can I just start? Can I pose just a couple of real quick questions?
Yeah.
Has anybody ever at any point in your entire existence prior to January 6th, have you ever heard of any politician ever using the word insurrection?
Abe Lincoln.
Yeah.
Not in my lifetime.
Everyone was using. Wait, you're saying in our lifetime, prior to our lifetime?
I mean, There's been.
Yeah, there's a whole reason the Insurrection Act was made. That was all prior to our lifetime.
And you're 100% correct in that, right? It's only been used in one other situation. Now, the fact that it was the buzzword before the quote insurrection even wrapped, somebody just looked at it and went, "Oh, that's an insurrection. Oh, insurrection. No, this was orchestrated."
Okay, so can I
wait. Before you go, Gaiman, because we're trying to set this out, and I want you to go right after. But Monty seemed to say that. So my original claim was that January 6th was an insurrection.
Mm-hmm.
What I seemed to hear was that he agrees with that. So maybe the prompt should be, was it a valid insurrection?
What do you mean valid?
We could all think of times when insurrections were appropriate. The founding of our country maybe would be an insurrection that was appropriate.
So
Was it an orchestrated insurrection?
Wait, before you answer that question, let me provide some legal.
No.
Yes.
Come on. This is between me and Sid, and I have everybody commenting.
I know. I would like.
I haven't even gotten my point across yet. My
Okay.
point is that it's an insurrection. On the face of the definition, you had violent people go into a government proceeding where a government proceeding was being held. Now, where me and Sid are going to disagree.
You guys are wrong on that already, and I'm gonna cut you off. Here's why.
Oh my god, bro!
I'm sorry. I've been getting cut off all night. I am not really feeling it. Section 332 of the use of militia and armed forces to enforce federal authority. Whenever the president considers that unlawful obstructions, combinations, or assemblages or rebellion against the authority of the United States, here's the key sentence, makes it incapable to enforce the laws of the United States in any state by the course of judicial proceedings, he may call into federal service such militia of any state and use such of the armed forces as he considers necessary to enforce those laws or to suppress the rebellion.
Wait, so here's the defeater.
To answer Parabolic's question, because he sent in a super chat and it hasn't been read because everybody's fucking talking. If Trump is within his right to send the National Guard to D.C., as per what Gaming just said, to combat crime, why did he need Pelosi? Because he did not foresee an insurrection and did not deem it an insurrection until it became an insurrection. That's why he needed Pelosi's permission on January.
So the National Guard is currently in D.C. Does he deem that to be an insurrection?
He has deemed it unlawful and ungovernable. Yes.
Okay, but he couldn't have deemed it unlawful. What was happening on January 6th?
Well, no,
on January 6th, after he had the facts and after everything happened, he did send in the National Guard.
I mean, he called all those people there.
All right, so we can't even agree on a premise here, guys.
Can I just?
Well, we can. It's been derailed. We are trying to keep it on a straight and narrow.
Yeah,
to be fair,
I mean, the wheels kind of came off.
I was just trying to provide some groundwork so that people can actually form their debate instead of just taking personal opinion. Because
is that to support the affirmative on that?
No, what I'm doing, because I've been
look, you don't got to do that, bro. I can go ahead and fact check things in the background. If they want me to fact check it, I can go ahead and run the research. We can both run it if you really want to. We can make.
I don't mind running the research. Also, I do want to, however, step in and say one thing because I did kind of get attacked from both people. Whenever you guys say I'm being long-winded, I'm usually laying foundational groundwork so that my argument stands.
Okay,
right.
That's fair. That's 100% fair.
Gaming, what you said was a provision, and I just would ask you: is it possible? Yes or no is fine for an insurrection to happen without a president deeming that it is an insurrection or that it is lawlessness that he cannot control.
Based off of these two legal definitions, 18 U.S. Code subsection 2383 and U.S. section 332, no.
No, it is, dude. It is.
I just read you the legal definition.
He read you the law, and you can't disagree on matters of law.
Well, I think you would agree with this, Monty. Like, if there could be a president that is not deeming something an insurrection, and we could actually break bread on this, if you're willing to listen.
We can.
But it actually is an insurrection.
But that's the thing. As a statement of fact, it's an insurrection. But as a statement of law, if the president is the deciding factor on that, so it's an opinion-based subjectivity to the president, the person that holds power, on whether or not the U.S. is going to define it.
You said as a statement of fact, yes, it is. As a statement of law, maybe it's subjective. Maybe who knows? Yeah. So if we're going to deal with the statement of fact, like, could we deal in that realm, or?
I mean, on a statement of fact, violent people who did violent things on January 6th and broke into the Capitol. That is an insurrection. Like per the letter of the definition, not the letter of the law, but per the letter of the definition.
Monty, I would even say that what the woman that was murdered did, she was engaging in insurrectionist behavior. How about that?
But that's for the president to determine, right? That's what the
No,
law says.
no. I don't agree with that. I think that
No,
my
I'm gonna
definition
agree with Sid on that. I'm gonna agree with Sid.
My definition of insurrection doesn't hinge on what the president decides.
But
is
your
an
definition
insurrection
means nothing if it can't be enforced.
That is true.
But it could be enforced.
It could
No,
not.
Yeah, it
You
can.
have to, you have to be sitting president.
Yeah.
And all righty, guys, since we cannot decide on this debate order, and the premise of
Wait, what was the result of the poll? What was the result of the poll, though?
The poll actually wanted to see it go, but let's see where we're at.
I'm gonna agree with Sid that it's an
61
insurrection.
yes,
It's not a
39
debate.
no.
So here's the premise I would put forward. Let's
Yeah.
say it is let's say for all sakes and purposes it is an insurrection. Now we have to agree on, and this is where the debate comes in.
On a disagreement.
No, we have to agree or find some common ground or win a case, however you want to say it, on why it was or was not deemed an insurrection and why it was or was not containable.
No, that's boring. It's if we're agreeing that it was an insurrection, it should be whether or not the insurrection was or was not justifiable. Because we can all agree that there are justifiable insurrections.
Yeah, okay, that's a no.
But I agree with Sid that it wasn't justifiable. So
Yeah, I think.
Okay. Maybe that's not a good topic then.
Let me see if I can sort of
can we
maybe
can we
clarify some
brew?
of this.
Why is it when we want to debate we can't fucking debate on something?
Let Armchair go.
Let's how about this? All right, you have the left saying that Trump commanded these people to march to the Capitol and break in and riot.
That
you
is
have
a good debate.
you have people on the right saying that for instance, the sergeant at arms, the mayor of D.C., that Nancy Pelosi essentially orchestrated this and intentionally denied denied support of the National Guard, because it is fact that on the days leading up to January 6th, in the Oval Office, Trump had approved to Kash Patel 10,000 soldiers, right? 10,000 National Guard members. Now, it was a time of peace, so there was absolutely no reason for Trump to
invoke the Insurrection Act.
Well, right. Well, to determine, or essentially to say, you know what, DC is just going out of control, and so we need to send in the National Guard. So at that point, it is up to Pelosi and Miriam Bowser to accept or request however many National Guard troops that they need. 326, I think it was actually requested to direct traffic. Outside of that, all of the other 9,000 some odd, 9,600 and change were denied in writing, actually. So Trump had said, and this is hearsay from Cash's testimony, that Trump said, I think there's going to be a lot of people. We're probably going to need a lot of troops out there. He knew that there was going to be a lot of people that were upset. And so the question here is the question. Did Trump command these troops to march, or these people to march to the Capitol and cause and enact this insurrection? Or was this something that was enabled by the left as a way to prevent Trump from being able to run for president again?
Said I sent you something in the Discord.
Do you agree to that, Trump? Because
private
I
message.
believe we disagree on that, Sid.
Yo,
Sid?
Is he still here?
But
Yeah, sorry. I didn't know I was muted. But here's the thing. I do think that you and me disagree on this, but one thing I will say is that there's two options here. We can do this right now, and I'm totally fine to do it right now, or we can go and have all the things that we're going to want to pull up, have all the sources we're going to want to pull up, and do it tomorrow or whenever, at whatever date you want, and it'll be a more structured conversation, because I also think that if we do it right now and we're doing it off the whim, this is just a feeling I have. I feel like a couple people on the panel will end up agreeing with you, and it will turn out to be like
we're gonna have to do
multiple
it.
V1.
We're gonna have to do it without a panel. It's going to have to just be us, because we cannot have people throwing us off and fucking derailing the conversation for their opinion's sake.
But I do agree to that prompt. I just don't think it should happen tonight, if that's okay.
Like, it'll be a much better debate if I can go get clips, if I can go get law, if I can go get precedent, if I can go get files, and same for you. So I can argue off of what I know right now, but that's just not going to be. It's not going to be tangible enough for people to be persuaded.
Exactly. It would just be if we can recall it off top of mind. And last thing I'll say, sorry, gaming, but last thing I'll say, can we re-clarify this in text to each other, like this topic?
What do you want the prompt to be? Like,
oh no, just say it on Discord, or we can just pull it up later, or
what I heard the prompt. What I understood
this before we leave, so that it actually becomes productive and not.
Yeah, what I understood the prompt to be is that it was an insurrection, but was it more fomented by the left or the right? Is that correct?
No, it has to be unbiased, because when you throw bias in there, you start muddying your own argument. That's why I said. That's why I said.
I understood. Armchair to be saying is that people on the right will contend that it was Muriel Bowser and Nancy Pelosi that were more to blame for all this happening, and people on the left will say that it was more Trump and his acolytes.
So we have
more to blame.
One of the two debates. Did Trump cause the insurrection, or did Nancy Pelosi fail to stop it? Which one of those do you want to pick?
You're making both.
Well, which one do you want to pick? I mean, both of those are fine to me.
I don't know. Set, you pick.
Oh.
Here's my claim.
Let me pick.
Here is my positive claim. Trump caused the insurrection.
Trump caused
I will make that positive claim.
All right.
Okay. Trump caused it. I say no, he didn't. And in fact, he did everything he could to stop it.
Okay.
All
right.
So said, I do want to say one thing. I do want to help moderate the debate, because this is kind of my bread and butter, and this is kind of why I said, hey, everything should be fact based. When you're talking about,
we don't think I'll keep it fact based.
Wait, Sid, do you have any other liberals that come up?
I was going to say, can you have a phone a friend, Sid? Because I'll use gaming as a phone.
Okay.
I was thinking there could be Set as the moderator, and then 3 judges: a centrist, a liberal, and a conservative. And then they kind of decide.
The chat is the judge. We're going to run a poll. Yeah. We're going to do rounds.
Okay.
So the way that I ran these,
do you guys need an extra liberal?
I would like that. Yeah.
Or someone that,
because I feel like I'm the only liberal that comes up anymore.
No, so the reason I'm trying to say this is because I think Sid should have somebody to fall back on that can quickly research things, that can quickly look things up as he's talking, and gaming can do the same thing for me. And the only time they can say something is to point out a difference. So it's gonna go back and forth. So I have 3 minutes. Like, whoever starts has 3 minutes to talk.
Hold on. Whoever starts, the other person says the rebuttal in 3 minutes, and then the phone a friends have 30 seconds to point out anything that was missed, anything that was factually incorrect. It's not a matter of opinion. It has to be a matter of fact, and you have to have the source that debunks it, and then it goes. So that's round
then
10.
it's. I mean, if you require like all the facts and supporting evidence and things like that, I mean, like
you should bring that to the debate, though.
It's right, but it's. I mean, even at that, it's gonna be tough to hold a liberal position. I mean, but
so here's.
And Monty, what day do you want to do this? Do you want to do this tomorrow, or do you want to do this at the beginning of the week next
Before
week?
you answer that, what you guys are suggesting is what's known as a public forum debate. That was my particular style of debate.
Yes.
And essentially, you have to up that time. You have to up those numbers. So instead of 3 minutes, do 4, and instead of 30 seconds for a quick fact check, you have to provide at least 1 minute.
Okay. And then Set can be the centrist. I trust Set to be a centrist. Do you, Sid?
Yeah.
And so anything Set should be looking up things on both sides, make his claim, and then we run a poll. And 5, while the next round of the debate's going on, you're running the poll for the first round, and then the points are awarded. And what I was saying earlier is, if you unmute your mic and interrupt, like if I interrupt you, you lose the point. Period.
All right, that might be getting too much into the weeds if we're doing point systems. I don't know who will be like scoring this. But.
The chat is a poll.
No, it could be Steph.
No, Steph is a conservative. Steph's biased.
Steph is my new friend.
I think that Set could just retain the power to like mute one of whoever is like talking. I don't know if we have to do like a whole point system.
So
I think we could just do like the poll and maybe like a judge or two, a couple judges.
So here's the other thing I wanted.
I want the incentive to not be to interrupt each other, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
I know. I don't think it will be if it's just you and I. If it's just you and I don't think we'll be interrupting that much.
So here's the one thing I do kind of want to point out is that all the information, if we're just going to have the two people that quickly go and grab fact, those are called fact runners. If we're going to do that, then basically what we would have to do is we're basically the other unbiased source. We're just providing sources. That's it. So
to
it's
be
not
honest,
like
if we're giving you guys like a day to gather all your information, I don't even really think we need the fact checkers like that.
That's what I'm saying.
But
I
it
don't
should
think
be
we need fact checkers when we actually are doing the debate like right now and they're just speaking like up front.
But if
it's not like either of us are going to become president. So
yeah, I mean, but if there is a disagreement on fact, there should be someone to settle it before it goes to a poll.
That's
I think that'd be the moderator.
That's why I said I don't mind doing it.
Okay.
All right.
So do we have?
Okay. Which day do you want to do it tomorrow or sometime early next week or anytime next week?
What time are you going live tomorrow, Set?
Tomorrow. Let's see here. Shoot. Actually, when y'all free? Cause we could probably do this on y'all time.
I mean,
my time is either I can't do it during the weekend, so I can either do it tomorrow or next week.
Is tomorrow Friday?
Yep.
Are you
today's
serious?
Thursday.
Oh wow.
Oh damn! I thought it was Wednesday. Shit.
Hey man, the days blend together.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's run it. Let's run it Monday of next week. That should give us.
That sounds good to me.
That should give us plenty of time to get everything we could possibly fucking get. So there's no excuse of I didn't have that fact. And we're agreeing it's 5 or 4 minute rounds. You and I get 4 minutes, and then we run it to a poll.
Yep.
I think we should do a like maybe 2 4-minute back and forths, then a freebie where we can go back and forth like without any structure, and then
And then it goes to the poll?
Yeah.
Closing remarks. You have to have closing remarks.
But only one person can talk at a time during the back and forth.
Yeah, that's called clash.
Okay.
Yeah.
But all right, guys. All right. We're going to go ahead and play the video. So now we got that all hashed out. Let's get to it.
This is sounding more like, bro, Aristotle.
Yeah, it sounds more like rap battle. Oh my god.
Oh, actually, no, I do got to go ahead and read out some of the chats here. All right. So shout out to my man Hellbat. He said it would be best to do the debate on a later date for the info to be gathered and prepared. Yep, like you guys are saying. Shout out to my man Parabolic Curvature. He says the president can be disqualified for the office if guilty of insurrection. This must be at a federal level, not state. 14th Amendment, Trump versus Anderson. And then, of course, shout out to my man Parabolic coming in again. He says, not fair, Sid. I just woke up. He pretty much talked about how Sid said, damn, I'm like the only liberal that come up here. But don't worry, though. Parabolic and Galactic every now and then. Shout out to Daniel Castro. Dry run in Discord and in chat, then do it in person. Oh, all right. This is about to do a dry run in Discord or in the chat, then do it in person. Get Netflix on the line to promote the debate.
It's going to be bigger than the Jake Paul fight.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Discord, Monty, check Discord real quick.
I saw it already.
All right.
All right, Vantask. All right, let's go ahead and get this video going.
Ew, is that an ad set?
Yep, that is definitely an ad. Hey, man. Hey.
Ew.
I don't got Rumble Premium.
Ew. Why don't you have Rumble Premium? What's wrong
Do
with
you?
Do I not pay you
Yes,
enough?
I do.
You got Rumble Premium?
Yes.
For who?
It's only
And Rumble
$9.99.
Premium.
Spotify and Rumble, bro. Like, what
And
are you
Apple
doing with
Music.
your life?
What you mean?
Oh, no, I only got it for YouTube and whatchamacallit.
Stop
Man.
it, Seth.
Do I need to
Stop
send you
it.
a super chat?
This video.
He out here looking
YouTube
like a
Premium
peasant.
is so much more worth it.
Yeah, YouTube's way much more worth it. I mean, Rumble, not so much. But
I'm saying, bro, like you out
we
here
can
living like a peasant, bro, and we pay you. Like, come
bro,
on,
hold
now.
on. Is the gift for not having a Rumble Premium?
That is a secret
Yeah.
lib, bro.
Bro,
That's a secret lib.
that is
For not
that
having
is
a Rumble
brokey.
Premium is crazy.
Brokey.
Brokey. Couldn't be
Do
me.
you even know how much a Rumble Premium costs?
No,
$9.99.
Too much,
right,
dude.
yeah.
Rumble
Well,
sucks.
now, somebody said
bro.
they don't even know.
I did. I said I don't know. I don't have it.
It's $100 for the year. You can't even do the $10 a month no more. Which I ain't got no problem doing, but I just don't see Rumble as like worth it, to be quite honest with you.
Ugh.
That-
You're giving away free ads.
most of the people that I watch is on YouTube.
Embarrassing.
All right.
Hey,
whatever.
Seth.
All right.
Hey,
What's up?
Seth. A Cove one's up.
Uh-oh.
All right. Well, let's get into the video first. I didn't let too many people interrupt at this point. All right.
Yeah.
Seeks to create a thorough and truthful timeline of the events of January 6th while shedding light on unheard stories, unseen footage, and new details. When facts are cherry-picked for the sake of political narratives, we the people suffer. Truth, not agenda, is the motivation for this timeline. Prior to January 6th, 2021, there had been hundreds of peaceful rallies following the November 2020 election. Polls showed that many Americans were concerned with election irregularities in key states that ended up deciding the presidential election for Joe Biden. None of these rallies ever turned violent. The morning of January 6th started no different than any of those other rallies. American citizens showing up together to express their First Amendment-protected right to petition their government with a meaningful concern. The mood of the crowd appeared to be joyful and hopeful. It would be the last chance to see the president give a large speech to the nation. To properly understand the events that would soon unfold, it's important to acknowledge that there were many areas of interest that day where crowds were congregating. Those attending President Trump's speech assembled at the Ellipse, a 52-acre park located directly south of the White House and approximately 1 mile from the Capitol. Space was limited there, and the crowd was so big that a sea of people extended all the way to the Washington Monument. Elsewhere in Washington, D.C., crowds would assemble in the morning at both the west and the east side of the Capitol. Still others would loiter in the vicinity to await the next event that would take place that day, of which there were multiple permit holders in the area. At 11:41 a.m., Ryan Samsel, a man who will later be pivotal in the first breach of the Capitol, crosses the street past multiple uniformed officers. Seconds later, the acting U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Michael Sherwin, wearing plain clothes, is seen crossing the same intersection. Sherwin would go on to lead the investigations of Samsel and hundreds of others. 4 minutes later, the same officer whose body cam recorded that interaction is moving through the crowd, responding to a call of a person with a gun. The crowd is compliant as the officers move through the space. They reach their intended target, and after a few minutes of questioning, let the man go. He had no firearm and was only carrying a knife.
Someone saw the handle and thought it was a handgun. Oh, yeah. This is my card, okay? No way. Questions or issues. All right, be safe.
You too. You guys be safe.
Was it?
President Trump took the microphone at 12:01 p.m.
Yo, Set.
Media will not.
Yo.
I feel like I gotta head out because this debate we just agreed on. We might start getting into that kind of topic now, so I'm gonna head out. And Monday is the day for the showdown.
Oh, and to the cap hunter, I said no one had firearms.
All righty. Well, yeah,
Right.
sure. Hey, and I ain't gonna lie, you might want to also watch this because you're basically going to be arguing against this, to be quite honest.
Hey, Tove, what up?
Yeah. Good night, guys.
Hey
All right, man,
guys.
have a good one.
Good night,
You
Sid.
too.
All right.
No, I was just I couldn't get my coffee, so I wanted to come in and say hi and maybe talk a little bit.
Tove, I just want to give a shout out to Tove. Tove dealt with my ass for 2.5 hours while I just 3.5 hours, my bad, while I just went on and on and on and watched some of Nux's videos. Oh my God, I couldn't breathe.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
All right, guys, let's get back to it.
Not show the magnitude of this crowd. Even when I turned on today, I looked and I saw thousands of people here, but you don't see hundreds of thousands of people behind you because they don't want to show that.
The president gave a speech that morning that was very similar in tone and in style to the many campaign speeches and post-election speeches he had given to audiences around the country.
I'm listening to the speech in my ear, thanks to Scott.
At the exact time that Trump begins his speech, a live streamer is at Peace Circle, at the precise location that the first Capitol barricade breach will occur 53 minutes later. You can see the metal bike rack fencing separating the street from the sidewalks in front of the Capitol building. These area closed signs were posted in compliance with a restriction that went into effect September 7th, 2020, due to the construction of the inauguration stage. At 12:04 p.m., a group of demonstrators, including members of the Proud Boys, are seen walking west on Constitution Avenue toward First Street while being flanked by police officers from the D.C. Metropolitan Police Department.
What are the Proud Boys?
Flanked by the DCPD.
Matt.
15 minutes into his remark,
Gaming asked, "What are the Proud Boys?"
Wait, you don't know what the Proud Boys are? I think
Really?
wasn't that Thomas Russo's gang?
I thought it was a meme.
They're FBI.
No, it's not Thomas
plans.
Russo. No. It's that Enrique guy. It's like I would say it's like a nationalist group. It's like an American nationalist group because people like to say it's like a white nationalist group, but it's ran by a Afro Latina guy.
So it's a
Shout
white
out.
conservative.
Gotta
It's a
represent.
conservative honeypot for the FBI, is what it is.
Yeah,
So
they like to
honeypot?
try and say it's an all country farm boy patriotic.
It's a bunch of feds.
Yeah, it kind of is. It's a bunch of nationalists. That's the
No,
Yeah.
but it's feds.
It's feds trying to honeypot radical right-wing extremists is what it is. That's what the entire group is.
You
And
think
that's-
that?
Yes, sir.
It's
No.
kind of like a
It's not-
militia.
I don't think that. That there is evidence to support that. Not to mention, I have encountered the Proud Boys in Washington. They're all feds. They're fucking.
I don't think they're feds. I'll be honest.
Four out of 5 of them are feds.
Four.
I mean,
Okay.
technically, you could
You're
argue
saying
that
some of
Trump
them
is
are
a Fed. I mean,
They're trying.
What
They're
about
trying
the
to
leader? I don't think he's a fed.
No, the leader was not, but it's been infiltrated by the feds.
yeah,
Okay.
for a while.
Yeah.
All right. I have to look that one up. But all right.
President Trump mentions for the first time that after his speech, the crowd will be walking to the Capitol. For context, let's hear the president's full remarks during this portion of his speech.
Now it is up to Congress to confront this egregious assault on our democracy. And after this, we're going to walk down, and I'll be there with you. We're going to walk down. We're going to walk down anyone you want, but I think right here, we're going to walk down to the Capitol. And we're going to cheer on our brave senators and congressmen and women. And we're probably not going to be cheering so much for some of them. Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong. We have come to demand that Congress do the right thing and only count the electors who have been lawfully slated. I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard.
6 minutes following these remarks, the group of Proud Boys and demonstrators seen previously being flanked by the DCMPD have stopped for lunch at a row of food trucks in front of the U.S. Department of Labor on Constitution Avenue. Eddie Block, seen here in a scooter, tells a live streamer the immediate plans of the group.
Where are we headed? We're heading back to the rally. Oh, okay. Was there nothing going on at the Capitol? Not really. We're just kind of marching around, let people know we're here. Okay, good time. All right.
6 minutes after this interaction, at 12:30 p.m., the U.S. Capitol Police report a very large group heading to the Capitol from eastbound on Pennsylvania Avenue at approximately 7th Street.
Cruiser 50, it does look like we're going to have an ad hoc march stepping off here. There's a crowd surge heading east.
At this same time, police body cam records police intervening between Trump supporters and a counter-protester. The police encourage the crowd to keep marching toward the Capitol.
Come on, guys, let's keep the march going. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going.
I find
President
that
Trump won't
interesting
be
that
finished
was
speaking at the ellipse for another 40 minutes. During this time, a man named Ray Epps was filmed on the streets, directing the crowd to the Capitol building.
As soon as President Trump is finished speaking, we are going to the Capitol. It's that direction. That's where our true problems lie. President Trump is done speaking. We are going to the Capitol. That's where our problems. We are going to the Capitol, where our problems are. It's that direction.
He was filmed the night prior, urging the crowd to go inside the Capitol.
I'm going to put it out there. I'm probably going to go to jail for it, okay? Tomorrow, we need to go in.
Is it true that eating salad might be increasing?
Set. What the hell?
Broke
ass. Set.
Lowering my sugar level?
Poor person.
Gonna take
There
these
really is
commercials.
an
I
invisible
refuse to buy something that I don't need.
Peacefully.
The crowd surrounding him instantly calls him out as a Fed. At 12:35 p.m., Mike Pence's motorcade is seen heading to the Capitol, turning left on Constitution Avenue from Louisiana Avenue. A minute later, at 12:36, Vice President Mike Pence arrives at the U.S. Capitol.
The Vice President's motorcade has just arrived at the Capitol in advance of the joint session.
The certification is to begin in 24 minutes at 1 p.m. Eastern. As Mike Pence arrives, a crowd is already assembled at the barricades in front of the East Plaza of the Capitol. At this exact moment, President Trump is mentioning Mike Pence's upcoming certification at his speech on the ellipse, over a mile away.
But now they see all this stuff. It's all come to light. It doesn't happen that fast. And they want to recertify their votes. They want to recertify. But the only way that can happen is if Mike Pence agrees to send it back. Mike Pence has to agree to send it back.
A minute later at 12:45 p.m., a DC police camera captures what looks like a wall of people suddenly arriving about a block west of the Capitol. Video footage captured moments later shows demonstrators gathering at Peace Circle, where Pennsylvania Avenue terminates as a street and turns into Pennsylvania Walkway, a path that leads directly to the west side of the Capitol. There are two sets of metal barricades here, behind which only 5 Capitol Police officers can be seen guarding this entrance, while every member of Congress convenes in the building behind them. Just south of this path, a man in a black ski mask removes a barrier and waves the crowd onto the west lawn of the Capitol, while members in the crowd shout at him.
Bad.
With this view, you can see the moment that the first set of bike racks come down and the crowd begins to quickly advance on the second set of gates.
Agitator.
Ryan Samsel, who we saw earlier in a white hoodie and red baseball cap, approaches the police line. This would become the first major breach of the Capitol grounds and skirmish with Capitol Police. We will show this crucial interaction in its entirety and use multiple angles to see what happens at this all-important flashpoint. Ray Epps, who we just saw calling for demonstrators to enter the Capitol, can be seen approaching the front of the barricades and speaking to Ryan Samson.
Pause it.
Moments later, the barricade is pushed direct.
Take it back 10 seconds. Golly.
Ads.
All right. I want you to widescreen it. Oh, wait. You can't because you got an ad in the way.
Damn, you just trying to shit on set now?
All right. You see his body contour? That's Under Armour. Not like not the brand, but that's literally under body armor. You can tell by how puffed out his shoulders is.
Yeah, he's not bloated.
That's armor. That's body armor.
Fed. And he's wearing the hat backwards. No MAGA supporter wears their hats backwards, just for the record.
Yeah. Yep. So just wanted to point that out in case people thought we were lying.
We just saw calling for demonstrators to...
Look at Mr. Epps.
I was going to say, most officers, when they're on duty and they're dealing with a large group, they'll either move their hats to the back or they'll toss them in their car.
Yep.
Because it takes away their range of eyesight.
Yeah, it blocks your view. It makes your situation awareness drop. That's why that's why operators or feds draw their hats backwards.
Yep.
Paramedics do it too.
Yep. Continue.
Enter the Capitol can be seen approaching the front of the...
Appreciate you. I was about to say, like, all right, so you wear your head to the back. I'm like, and paramedics do it also?
Yes, sir. Yeah,
security. Anyone that's got any kind of...
I'll tell you why I do it. It's so that I need to keep my eyes up while I'm working, and I have tunnel vision because I'm working on a patient, but I need to keep aware of my surroundings. If I have a visor over my head, I can't look up quickly. I have to move my head. And so that's why I don't normally run my hat backwards unless I'm working.
Same here.
And it's a common thing. It's not like something that's trained into you. It's just what you do because it's more convenient that way.
I will say when I went through because I'm a certified arms security officer. One of the things that we started doing almost right off the rip was if we had hats on, it was just an instinctual act is pulling the head to the back, especially if it's got a brim. Because even with my peripheral vision from being a figure skater, I have really good situational awareness. I still needed more. I couldn't see, and I need to be able to see what's going on everywhere.
All right.
Yeah, that's why.
Go ahead and get me going. All right.
Okay.
Barricades and speaking to Ryan Samsel. Moments later, the barricade is pushed directly into the police line. After the gate is forcefully pushed forward, U.S. Capitol Police Officer Caroline Edwards is knocked to the ground. Ryan Sampson
And someone's going to
runs
help
to
her.
her aid to help her get back on her feet. The first violent skirmish of the day between demonstrators and police had begun. President Trump remains speaking on the ellipse.
In Clark County, Nevada, the accuracy settings on signature verification machines were purposely lowered before they
pause.
were used to count
wait.
over 130,000 ballots. If you signed your name as Santa.
All right, go ahead.
So the whole narrative is that Trump caused this to happen. He hasn't even left the stage and it's already happening. He hasn't even said.
I'm be real with you. I don't even know how y'all call this an insurrection. I see this as a riot, protest that turned into a riot.
Yeah,
that's why I brought up the legal definition of insurrection and even brought up the.
So what it turned into was an insurrection, but on its face, it was not an insurrection. An insurrection, per the legal definitions and per everything that gaming was saying, it has to have the intent to overthrow the government. Essentially, it can't just be a riot against the government. It has to be an intent to overthrow the government.
Yeah, and that wasn't the intent, though. They're just going in there to protest against the confirming of the vote of the.
They wanted to maintain a government. Actually, is what they wanted, but that's why I say on its Webster dictionary definition of what an insurrection is, it's a violent rebellion against the government. That's what the dictionary definition is, but that's not per all the studies and all the law. It wasn't. You're right. It's a riot it's a protest that turned into a riot because of agitators.
Yeah. Also, I'll tell you what is an insurrection. Me looking at the Stamp Warehouse year-end sale up to 60% off the entire store.
Oh my God, that's amazing. That's an amazing bit right there. But to be quite honest, Monty, I think you had a better argument with Sid just debating if it was an insurrection or not. I think you could have cooked them on it.
Yeah.
I remember I watched the debate between Destiny and Andrew Wilson. They were debating the exact same thing. And I'm sorry, but like Andrew Wilson kind of sweeped Destiny on the point of was January 6th an insurrection? And he kind of said no, it was a protest turned riot. And there wasn't no think about it. These protesters didn't walk up there, guns out, talking about we want the heads of all you guys. They're going no, we just want you to look over this vote.
Even by the FBI's own definition, I'm on their website, they recount the same events that this video is talking about.
So while on its face, that makes sense, but without the context of this video and without me being able to play this video, I would not be able to demonstrate that quick enough. So my argument is that he did not cause. We can agree on I can concede a little bit to win the broader argument.
Okay, I get that.
Sit still in the chat. Quit giving away your argument.
Hey, Stat.
Yeah.
I just want to add to this really quick before you play the video again. Is Cash Kelly, one of the ones that got out of jail from this? I'm actually friends with him on TikTok. His actual real TikTok And I've seen him live plenty of times. That's why I can say and guarantee you that it actually really is him. I should message him and ask him about coming on your show then.
I was gonna say my mom was also on the Capitol steps after this happened, and she left because she saw it turning it. Or her words were, "It's turning into a riot. I don't want to be here."
Yeah, there was a few people that left for the exact same reason.
Yeah.
Well, Sid, Sid, I suggest you go look at that debate because I promise you, dog, he really cooked Destiny on the whole point of how can you call it an insurrection when he explained the riot to Destiny. Destiny also said a riot's an insurrection. He was like, all right, then which is it? He kind of got him on that.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I was gonna say when
that's what I'm saying. If you go with that loose definition of what an insurrection is, any riot is an insurrection. So technically, the Summer of Love was also an insurrection.
All right, then I'll try. All right, Sid, I'll trust you on that.
Anyway,
all right, guys, go ahead and get right back to it.
Clause, it would go through.
Just to the south, at the 1st Street Southwest and Maryland Avenue Circle, demonstrators knocked down a second gate. Crowds are now advancing on the west front of the Capitol from 2 locations. With multiple lightly manned police barricades down, the enlivened crowd makes their way quickly to the next barrier, the metal gates in front of the West Plaza of the Capitol. Samsel can be seen tapping the shoulder of Officer Edwards and saying something to her.
Pause.
Looking over the west side of the
No cop would let them would let what they think is a rioter get that close to them.
All right.
Just saying. I don't know if there's any cops in the chat, but would you let a rioter come up to you like that and talk to you?
That'd be crazy. Actually, I'm surprised when they was pushing the gate, they didn't start bringing out the tear gas then to back them up, like instead of letting them.
Because they only had 5 people because they were understaffed because Nancy Pelosi wanted this to happen.
You know that there's a cop on the panel, right?
Oh yeah, Mr. Doc.
What's up?
Hey.
Would you let a rioter as a police officer come up to you like that?
Not if I felt threatened. He would have been shot, tased, pepper sprayed, baton, kicked in the nuts.
Hey, bro. You're trying to eviscerate this,
He said all of the above, please.
Yeah. I mean, we're even trained the same way, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, there comes a time where self-preservation actually does step in. It's like there's like a billion of them. To me, I'll be like, milk and cookies? Anybody, what you need? What you need? You need a riot broom?
And I don't even. You wouldn't even let them do that when you're in riot gear, if I remember correctly.
Well, like I said, usually we're always outnumbered, and we know that. But
yeah,
5 to what came through that gate, there was really nothing.
There's no stopping.
Yeah, they just pretty much should have just moved out the way.
But after they moved through the gate, would you let one of them just come up to you and talk to you and shoot the shit with you?
Bro, keep it pushing.
Yeah.
And it almost looked like he was like, "Are you okay? You good?"
Yeah.
But
Let me explain something. Let me explain something. I was getting ready to say, and this will strengthen that point. Immediately after pushing down the gate, he turned his hat to the back, and you could kind of see him saying something, which I'm surprised the video didn't cover. He was talking to them the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh no, we'll get into that. Let's go.
Capitol from the security camera on the exterior dome, we can see how quickly the crowd is able to fill the area in front of the West Plaza. From this point forward, those in the crowd entering onto Capitol grounds may have seen no indications or warnings that they were in an area that was previously guarded by police and secured by barriers. At 12:58 p.m., the lightweight fencing on the west lawn is pulled down completely by a single person. It is on this fence that signs with the words, "Area closed," are affixed. Thousands of people who will walk up to the Capitol after 1 p.m. will never see these signs. Zooming in closer to the northwest corner of the plaza, we once again see Ray Epps at the head of the crowd, in front of the next set of police barricades. So far, we've seen him the previous day calling for the crowd to enter the Capitol. We saw him that morning, directing people to the Capitol. We saw him at the first gate breach, and now here he is, at the second major gate breach. And it won't be the last we see of him. Directly in front of him is where the crowd breaches the metal gates and enters onto the West Plaza of the Capitol. At 12:59 p.m., a man on the northwest sidewalk collapses.
Can you please have someone respond to my location? The bottom of the west front with an individual that's down here, unconscious and not breathing.
Oh, shit.
The man's name is Benjamin Phillips. He is a computer programmer from Bloomsburg, Pennsylvania,
Someone's doing
who
CPR.
traveled to D.C. to support President Trump. A crowd of people, including police officers, form around him to assist with life-saving measures.
Yeah.
While Benjamin Phillips...
No, just a little bit of interruption here. Bro, you're about to hear about a lot of deaths you ain't never even heard about in the original story. It's actually crazy. Because some people really think that Ashley Babbitt was the only person that died on January 6th. I was like, no.
Yeah, didn't this guy have a heart attack?
Bro, a lady got suffocated in the crowd. This guy fell out. And yeah, I think there was somebody who had a heart attack, I believe.
There was like 3 other people that actually fell down and they got trampled.
They're doing chest compressions on him, and there's 2 of them doing chest compressions, and one of them has a med bag, which means they know that he's actually in cardiac arrest, and it's not that lay person. Oh, they're unconscious. I'm going to push on their chest. Those are real fucking compressions, and they're doing it. They're doing 30 and 2 with 2 responders. So,
all right.
Inside the Capitol, Vice President Mike Pence is entering the House chamber to convene the joint session to certify the electoral votes. President Donald Trump is still speaking to a large crowd at the Ellipse, unaware of the crowd that is already amassed at the Capitol.
But he caused it, right?
Thousands of votes were switched from President Trump to former Vice President Biden.
Madam Speaker, members of Congress, pursuant to the Constitution and the laws of the United States, the Senate and House of Representatives are meeting in joint session. Verify the certificates and count the votes of the electors of the several states for President and Vice President of the United States.
Back outside on the West Plaza, United States Capitol Police Deputy Chief Waldo orders the less lethal team to get into position.
Unit 6, I need less lethal team. They can come up from the upper west stairs and take an elevated position. If they're not compliant, climbing the pathway, let me know when the less lethal teams are in place.
1 minute later, the less lethal team moves into place. At 1:06 p.m., Deputy Chief Waldo orders the less lethal team to launch.
Unit 6, I got a crowd fighting with officers pushing, throwing projectiles. I have given warnings about chemical munitions. I need the less than lethal team positioned above me to identify the agitators and start deploying. Launch!
U.S. Capitol Police Inspector Lloyd is seen signaling officers above on the terrace to open fire on the crowd. Joshua Matthew Black.
All right, listen up. Toss that inhaler in the trash right
now.
now.
Wow.
Seriously. They've been
You
lying
and your
to you.
peasantry.
That pump doesn't...
A 46-year-old man from Alabama.
Hey, y'all gonna humble yourselves, okay?
Says,
Bro,
boy,
I'm gonna
you take our money every time you go live. And you mean to tell me you can't afford a funky premium, but you got a verified X account, you got StreamYard, YouTube Premium, and all this other
Look at that
stuff?
boom mic and soundboard. Look at that camera quality. Man,
Hair, dreads done. He got the blue robe on today. Dude, just chilling.
Buddy's done quit his job. Full-time YouTuber over here. Can't even afford Rumble Premium.
Crazy.
Hey, what can I say, man? Overhead cost is a bitch.
You're one person. You have one employee. It's you.
I know, and that's bro. And the overhead cost is still a bitch. Can you imagine if I had more?
He said my rent is expensive. Damn it,
bro. You collecting checks out of everybody, and you mean to tell me
I give you $500 a month?
Hey, hold on. No, I have the premium StreamYard. Okay, you got to remember this.
I have the premium StreamYard too, and I have no subscribers.
Yeah, and that's a good investment. That's actually a pretty good investment, to be quite honest. I wish I'd have did that in the beginning.
Sorry, I
was using OBS.
Man, I'm over here using whatever the hell this is called. Like, what is it called? XSplit or some craziness like that.
Get yourself
be
some
quite
Rumble
honest,
Premium.
I don't know. I would buy Rumble Premium, but I just don't play it enough to be quite honest with you. Like, think about it. How much you can count? You can honestly count on your fingers how much times I play video from Rumble.
If you stream to a service, you should have the premium service.
Yes, because it gives.
I don't have the premium service for Twitch, and I stream on Twitch.
No one watches Twitch anymore.
Exactly. I don't got premium service for Kick either.
Well, no one streams on Twitch, and no one watches Twitch because he's not a beggar with his tits out.
I mean, let's be honest. I saw him. I mean, there's that figure Hassan. He gets a lot of views on Twitch. Like, so people.
Yeah, because he's a deranged maniac.
Pause. Fucking user TT4X Monty has set as a dependent for his IRS.
I'm weak.
bro, I could claim it too. $500 a month is $6,000 a year. I'm gonna claim you as a dependent set.
Shoot, yeah, your taxes expense. No, as a business expense.
I'm gonna claim that as a business expense as well. Like, what you mean?
All right, why not? I mean, shoot, join the contributor package, and then you got a whole little like, hey, look, I have a business. I have a channel I'm running here. Here's what I spend. This is what I do for my taxes, by the way.
Hey, can I buy an ad on your stream to get shout outs?
Sure. Sure. I had this whatchamacallit, I think it was like a dispensary that wanted to do the same thing, but I was a bit iffy on that one. I'm not really too keen on promoting, the consumption of weed. Like, sure,
but you'll hit a joint on stream. What are you talking about?
Of course. Don't mean but I'm not like I'm gonna promote it. Like,
promoting it.
Like the way weed affects me is way different than it affects everybody else. Like, a lot of people
kids smoke this doobie.
All of this is to say that you need to buy Rumble Premium.
You're right, but guys, you should not smoke weed. As I light blunt, you should not smoke. All right, guys, you have to understand that this could be something that could ruin your life. Okay,
as he's ruining his own life, crazy. Don't smoke weed, kids. You'll end up like S.E.T, a brokey that can't afford Rumble.
Yes, please don't do it. I regret every decision I've made ever since that day.
Don't lie to these people.
Don't you even fucking read that. Take that off the fucking thing.
Nope. I got you. See, could not help.
Oh my god, bro. That's so petty.
Right, to it.
Is shot with a round that tears open and lodges in his cheek.
You're shooting her! No, we don't. We need medical something.
Jesus.
Safety procedures for using these rounds state not to fire at someone at eye level.
I was at the front line trying to keep the peace between the Patriots and the people that were hired by the government. And I caught a shot to the face, and then that's about it.
Deputy Chief Waldo orders a second deployment of munitions.
I need more.
All right, but I actually do got to read this. Sadly, I subscribe to Monty. Big disappointment, to be honest, and of course,
What?
yeah, I know.
That's because Sid can't give his commentary. That's why it's disappointing.
Oh. No,
he said he was going to bed. Why is he still up?
He can come on anytime he wants. I post every StreamYard. I'm not monetized, so I post the call-in link. He can come on anytime.
So I was trying to say something earlier, but apparently I was muted for a second there. So if we're able to do this whole thing that I suggested, I need to get you your own personal smoking section, correct?
Wait.
We're having a cookout.
That's a bit off topic, but basically, yes.
All right, and I gotta make sure it's still.
I'll walk off into the wilderness somewhere, and I'll
look.
Well, we do have woods behind the house.
You don't have to be ashamed. I vape. It's okay, buddy.
Oh, don't worry. I ain't ashamed about it.
No, I'm allergic. That's why I'm asking.
Like, you know what? Let me give you guys a quick story real quick. Because I remember when I was like first smoking and all this, and I was always as you say, a high performer. I was doing sports, good grades, and all this good stuff. But my friends did not have the same results as me. And I always wondered why until some of them actually start smoking. They actually start performing at my level finally. And I started to realize that, oh, yeah, drugs affect everybody differently. Just because it's good for you, what's good for the goose is not good for the gander. And that's the problem with a lot of weed smokers. They think that, oh, all you need to do is hit a blunt. No, the fuck they don't. Some people need to stay the F away from weed forever. Like some people have complete panic attacks and all that stuff. That's not me, thank God. But I'm not going to sit there and promote it when I could put somebody at risk of that.
Wait a second. I just realized something. You dropped Venice AI and then started a contributor package.
Oh, bro. Venice AI, well, I mean, they're good people, but I guess we got a little bit into it over, what was it, overpayment? And not really a payment. Like, I was pretty much saying, like, look, you guys have gotten
Hey, stop. Are you
bad.
under an
I shouldn't
NDA?
be talking about business on the live. All right.
Especially lethal teams over here. The indirect firing is not working. They are still not compliant. I've continued to give multiple warnings about chemical munitions being released. They are not dispersing.
Although Chief Waldo has broadcast over the radio twice that he has given warnings, no video that day captures these warnings. DC law on crowd dispersal procedures states that before any munitions are used against a crowd, officers must issue at least 3 clearly audible and understandable orders to disperse using an amplification system, as well as to provide participants reasonable and adequate time to disperse and a clear, safe route for dispersal. Just feet away, Benjamin Phillips fights for his life. He has been down on the ground and not breathing for 13 minutes.
1:30. Where's the ambulance for this guy on the lower west?
President Trump is finishing his speech at the Ellipse at 1:12 p.m. In a rarely seen split-screen view, let's simultaneously see different events happening around the Capitol in real time.
So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue. I want to thank you all. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you all for being here. This is incredible. Thank you very much.
Ballot from Arizona. Is the objection in writing and signed by a senator? Yes, it is.
As Representative Paul Gosar.
Go ahead.
I want to point this out because I was watching this live. I was watching the Senate and all of this fun shit at the same time I was watching Trump. The news media did not cover any of this until after, mind you, the Senate started voting to overthrow the election and send it back and not certify it. There was like a shit ton of senators. I just want to point that out, that they were getting what they wanted, but they were starting a riot. Why would they do that if it wasn't agitated and it wasn't coerced? I'm not saying everybody that walked in there was a Fed. What I'm saying is the riot, the mob mentality, the herd mentality only takes a couple of people to agitate. And once they did that, they defeated their own game. All they wanted was Mike Pence to not certify the election. And they were like 2 votes away from that being a thing where he could not certify it. And it would be sent back to the secretaries of state. And they would have to decide what they were going to do with it then. And that is something that gets completely overlooked. Think about the motives behind something. You define a crime with motive, means, and opportunity, and there is no motive for them to overthrow the government, as they want to say, or be an insurrectionist, if they're getting what they want.
So here's the other thing. Wasn't they also kicked, I think, wasn't it January 6th was also the day that they kicked Trump and deleted his messages off of Twitter?
Right after that, yep. And then he couldn't, right after he said peacefully go home and get out of there, we're not lawless, they deleted him so he couldn't talk to the people so that they could frame it as he was doing this. And then they deleted those messages.
Yep.
All right, let's get to it.
RN Senator Ted Cruz make a challenge on the floor of the House. MPD officer Daniel Fowl arrives at the southwest section of the plaza. His body cam shows him and nearby officers spraying demonstrators with an inflammatory agent. From a different officer's body cam, the familiar face of Ray Epps can be seen in the area that the police are trying to control. Back in the real-time multi-view, we can see Trump waving to the crowd after his 1 hour and 11-minute speech, the last speech he will give in front of the crowd as President of the United States. Gosar and Cruz are having their objections to the electoral vote of Arizona.
And shout out to Sid. He says every argument I ever lost was because of smoking. I'm weak.
Go ahead
because-
and light up a blunt on Monday.
I'm weak. Wait, you say you lost it because you were smoking or you were arguing for smoking? Is what I want to know.
So I'm gonna say this to this video is based off of, because I also watched the same thing too.
Yeah.
And so it was kind of wild to see, because all right, let's take back the chain of events. All right, let's go back to November when the election happened. Everybody was up. Nobody wanted Biden in there because he couldn't form a sentence. I was working. I can tell you where I was working. I was working at Comprehensive Logistics on the third shift. I worked from 4:30 in the afternoon all the way until 6 the next morning. Okay. At 10:50, I seen states that aren't normally blue turn blue, and Michigan was almost red. It was turning a deep red.
Oh man, you watched it. Oh my god. Yeah.
At 12:30 at night, Central Standard Time, it flipped blue. And everybody on Facebook was saying, what the hell happened to the election?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because not only did they have a bunch of votes dumped, they had a bunch of votes deleted for Donald Trump. So as many votes that got deleted for Donald Trump suddenly became Joe Biden votes. And the majority, Trump was like 2 points behind and closing because red districts had come in. And then suddenly it's Biden is like 50,000 votes ahead and Trump is 100,000 votes down.
And then not only that, but all throughout election day, there were people live streaming straight up
getting kicked out.
In Nevada in particular, that whole state, Nevada, the reason why it took them so long was because they were having issues with being forced to use Sharpies, knowing that the tabulators can't read Sharpie. They were using some sort of red ink instead of the standard ballpoint blue ink, knowing that the tabulators couldn't read that, and a few other things. And a lot of places were just straight up saying that they're not doing voting. Their voting ballots were closed when the federal state closing time for presidential elections nationwide was at 9 o'clock.
Oh, all of these things happened. And to suggest that it was the most secure election ever and that there was no interference, all of that falls right on its face. So these people had valid claims, or at least believed that they had valid claims, because the way I described it is it's like you're playing a game of Uno, except you're dealing under the table and you're giving yourself all draw fours and then wondering why everybody's getting mad that you're dealing under the table.
And then on top of it,
I was gonna say with me personally, I've been now purged from the Ohio voting record 3 times. Once in 2020, which I didn't find out until the day I went to vote, and then this last one, I was purged in middle of July. Went and re-registered, and a week before, or the day before I was my place was open, I was purged again.
Yeah, and so. On top of that, what Nancy Pelosi did was she got the senators to get pissed off enough at the people who wanted a fair election that she managed to get the senators and the people in Congress to get pissed off enough to where they just said, screw it. You guys want to act like jackasses? Here you go.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to it.
Led on the House floor. Ray Epps is at the front of the police line speaking to officers. At 1:13 p.m., Officer Thao is frantically calling for more munitions.
We need more ammunition. Hey, Capitol. Hey, we need blast munitions. What do we got?
At 1:15 p.m., Officer Thao crosses the line and engages with demonstrators. As the scuffle ensues, he discharges 2 rounds from his taser, also known as an ECD.
He paid for the National Guard.
He then witnesses what he calls an APO, or an assault on a police officer. With 30 officers between him and the crowd, it's unclear what assault he thought he saw in that moment. A few hundred feet away, back on the northwest sidewalk, Benjamin Phillips has been loaded onto a makeshift stretcher and is being carried north to a waiting ambulance.
1:30, they're bringing the patient up to the ambulance right now. They are refusing to come down.
Tragically, Phillips would be pronounced dead at the hospital later that day.
Well, that's one.
God damn it.
Benjamin Phillips leaves behind 2 teenage children.
Damn.
Back inside the Capitol building at 1:17 p.m., Vice President Mike Pence and senators return to the Senate chamber to debate the electoral vote challenge put forth by Representative Paul Gosar. After expending all his munitions, Officer Thao yells at the officers on the west terrace of the Capitol above them to start shooting what they have into the crowd.
Damn it, we need that. Let's go. Shoot it. Shoot it.
The less lethal team fires into the crowd for a 3rd time. Three minutes later, at 1:21 p.m., the first explosive munition of the day is discharged. The demonstrators at the West Plaza of the Capitol will be hit by an unrelenting barrage of grenades, incendiaries, rubber bullets, and gas for the next hour.
Wait, pause.
Yep, gotcha. Yo, damn.
So why? So now they're escalating force, and they have not been overrun at this point.
Yeah, I was getting ready to say that's not supposed to happen. They're not supposed to do that.
But they
So why
start
are they-
freestyling at a certain point.
Yeah, they're like, they don't have to interact with the crowd. They just they're supposed to form a line and hold the line. They're no one this entire time, no one has moved forward on the line. None of the protesters
Yeah, it's
have.
supposed to be like a shield wall.
And they now they're throwing rubber bullets and fucking grenades into the fucking crowd.
I know. Example, this one right up here.
Yeah, there it is. Boom. But like, notice that piece of concrete that they're all standing on. That imagine that's the line. They have not moved past that. A goddamn ad. Place a cotton ball in your plants. Here's why.
Oh my God,
All right, shout out to my man Sid. He says I sent the video how I will handle Monty in our debate in Discord. Play it. I got you. And he says, shout out Hellbat. He says, has anyone seen a Sentin gas mask getting passed around?
No, it's not an Antifa crowd. That's why.
Oh, weak. But all right, I got you, Sid. Let me see if I can go ahead and find it real quick.
So help me God.
That's excessive force, actually.
That is. Bro, he's got an EOTech on a less lethal.
Hey, fire! Fire! Hey, you good? You good? Got another individual down. People are doing CPR. CPR response to this face.
At 1:28 p.m., a man has collapsed on the West Plaza and is attended to by people in the crowd.
They can't get anybody in here, and the cops are throwing flashbangs into the crowd.
He is unresponsive for several minutes. Fearing the risk of trampling, they carry him to a different location where they continue to try to resuscitate him.
He's having a heart attack. He's been on the ground for 6 minutes. They carried him. They've been doing CPR. I think that man probably died. I hope they saved his life.
Set.
Yeah, I gotta say something. If you notice here, the crowd they make room to get him out of there.
Yeah. Well, that's not what I was going to say. What I was going to say is the fact that they're in the middle of that, no EMT is going to go into that situation because the scene is not safe. Like we're not cops. We cannot handle a crowd like that. We're not equipped to, we're not trained to. We stay out of stuff like that. So that man's life is now being risked because the police are fucking if this were to happen in any other riot, those police officers would be charged with negligence because they're not securing the scene. They're just fucking making the scene more dangerous and agitating the crowd. And that's gonna no one can come help him is the bottom line because they're acting like this. Because they know that there's CPR in progress, they're supposed to go and assist with that. They're supposed to go and form a wall around the patient so that they can get the patient to the EMT, and that's horrible. That is horrible.
Even I went through that training.
And
I went through that training. That we're supposed to secure a perimeter for EMS to get to the person.
Yes.
And I'm not even a cop.
But I am, and there was too many people for that to happen. I mean, you got to remember, everything was good on paper, but when the shit hits the fan, it's not the same. I've had EMS, say, "Hey, we can't get in there." I was like, "Well, we can't either," until we get a substantial amount of people. In fact, right here in Texas, we have that whole Uvalde shooting going on trial. They got this one officer that they want to say he was one of the first ones here, and that they're trying him. And there was like hundreds of cops there. It took them over an hour to get in there and get the. I mean, yeah, everything looks good in a perfect world, but that's
the standard that we're held to, though. Is we don't get the I was scared, I can't handle it. You better have a good reason why you can't handle that. And I want to shoot the crowd with fucking grenades is not a good enough reason.
Well, I mean, like I said, this whole thing.
And honestly, we wouldn't have gone into that.
Like I said, this they knew the people were coming, and that's where the big deal comes from.
Yeah.
Whose job was it to say, hey, if the mustard and the mayonnaise get together, are we going to have a sandwich or we're going to have a crap show? And
exactly. Yeah.
That was poor leadership.
For the record, I am not implying that the police officers are the reason that man died. That man died from a heart condition. However, whenever you get a CPR call, especially in a hostile situation, you're supposed to make every attempt to preserve life and property that you can. And sitting back to go protect a building is not the same thing as forming a perimeter around somebody so that they can get them out.
But again,
all right, now we're gonna go ahead and get into this little video real quick that Sid sent in. A nice little break. So please enjoy this video as we take a nice little 3-minute break.
Oh, fuck off,
Monty.
All right.
I could no.
He knows what I said.
Sid, that video wasn't even meant for Monty. All Monty did was take that video and throw jabs at me all. Ooh, Amar eating piece of crap. How's that tinnitus? Bastard.
I wasn't a Marine. My mom
dumb like one.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to it.
But the difference between yes sir and aye sir is important. Don't fuck that up in boot camp if you're going to Navy boot camp.
Kevin Greason leaves behind a wife and 5 children.
Hey, Set.
You.
So because
Around 1:30 p.m.
the building wasn't burned down, can we call it a mostly peaceful protest?
I mean, like I said, a riot I say protest that turned to a riot, but insurrection, I believe, is a bit far-fetched. Now, if everybody in this crowd had straps on them, then maybe.
Yeah,
it's not a mostly peaceful protest because it wasn't a black guy that got victimized, even though he was a straight-up criminal who aggravated, assaulted a pregnant woman and pistol whipped her twice.
That's what we're missing.
We've never been in this direction. Black people. If George Floyd was here,
This would have never. It would have been a mostly peaceful protest. You're
Bro,
absolutely.
if we at least had like 10 to 20% black people, it would have been a peaceful protest.
All I'm going to say is Harambe was just a gorilla, and everything started because they shot the gorilla.
You know, that is where the world kind of took a shit, isn't it?
Yeah, actually it is.
It was manageable. Politics were okay. You know, you really didn't care about it. They shot Harambe, and fucking we got Trump.
Everything fell off a cliff after that. It was like one crisis after another rapid fire.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to it.
On the southwest side of the plaza, officers push the crowd back and are able to establish a police line again. The police will hold this line for about an hour. Just inside the Capitol, Representative Zoe Lofgren, Democrat from California, is responding to the challenge of the electoral count.
The votes are simply to be counted as certified and transmitted by the states.
At 1:32 p.m., an officer laments that chucking grenades into the crowd is just going to make things worse.
Yeah, you don't say.
As he throws another one.
Moments later, the same officer seems to have changed his mind and is actively searching for munitions to discharge in the crowd.
Hey, nah, this guy wild.
That's a burner, by the way.
A burner, or hot burning smoke grenade, can get extremely hot and become a fire risk.
Fun fact, you're not supposed to throw those into crowded areas at all.
Behind the police line.
That's why he said that's a burner. You know that, right?
Oh, hold on. It was tossed back.
They threw it back. Bro, they hit the Call of Duty.
Yes, guys. So this is why you don't talk during the video, so we can hear this stuff. All right.
A burner, or hot burning smoke grenade, can get extremely hot and become a fire risk.
They come back with it? Do they throw it back? Okay.
The smoke grenade is tossed back behind the police line by someone in the crowd.
Eric, do we have any scat rounds?
Officer Thao, go.
All right, listen up. Toss that inhaler in the trash,
No.
right?
Yeah, man.
Seriously, they've been lying to you. That pump doesn't.
Yeah, they have.
Back for more rounds.
But yeah,
This time it's a CS gas.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, to give the officers credit, fucking, I don't think they obviously didn't initially go to rubber grenades and fucking hard projectiles. They ran out of tear gas. They ran out of like the disbursement techniques. Not to say that they should have used all of that on a peaceful, for all intents and purposes, crowd. But they kind of were out of options.
Oh, guys, and don't forget to mix your toothpaste with Vaseline, guys.
What?
I know, right?
But
Mix
yeah, that's
toothpaste with Vaseline and just watch. I'm just like it. I almost clicked on it, bro. Almost want to know.
that's the only saving grace that I'm going to give them. They knew better. They shouldn't have done that, because when I say a peaceful crowd, I don't mean, you know, they're yelling and screaming and pushing. That's not that is still a peaceful crowd. A hostile crowd is when they're fucking hitting you with explosives and fireworks or something that could injure or kill an officer.
Ice protest. But all right, though, let's get to it.
Gas canister.
I need triple chasers.
A triple chaser consists of 3 separate canisters pressed together with separating charges between each. When deployed, the canisters separate and land approximately 20 feet apart, allowing increased area coverage. After not receiving approval to use the triple chaser, Officer Thao appears to be reprimanded by another officer for his use of smoke moments earlier.
I got a triple chaser on there. Yeah. I know, but this is triple chaser. I know, but this splits it. I mean, we got that.
Another captain tells Officer Thao to hold on discharging CS gas into the crowd.
Notice his eagerness.
At around this same time, Ray Epps is once again caught from multiple cameras being at the front line of the demonstrators near police barricades. No other person has been seen at this many flashpoints, this many times. He walks freely up and down the police barricades multiple times, communicating with other demonstrators in a similar fashion to when we saw him whisper in Ryan Samsel's ear earlier, before the first breach. At 1:38 p.m., Donald Trump sends his first tweet after walking off the stage 24 minutes earlier. It reads, "Please support our Capitol Police and law enforcement. They are truly on the side of our country. Stay peaceful." Around 1:40 p.m., Ray Epps is one of the members of the crowd who helps lift up a large Trump sign and push it into the line of police officers on the West Plaza of the Capitol. At 1:41 p.m., body cam footage from Officer Anthony Alioto records a discussion about the dangers of using CS gas in their situation. The officer petitions not to have Robert Glover, the on-scene commander, authorize use of CS gas in the area.
But what I'm saying is, do not let Glover authorize CS. It'll just
8 minutes later, at 1:49 p.m., a riot is officially declared at the U.S. Capitol.
We're going to try and get compliance, but this is now effectively a riot. 49 hours declaring it a riot.
The fears of Officer Alioto are soon realized when at 1:50 p.m., officers use CS gas on the northwest side of the plaza and effectively gas themselves with aid from the wind. You can see multiple officers struggling from the effects of the CS gas.
Tina, be careful. It's
They use
blowing
CS.
right back.
I know.
So when you do,
It's in my eye. You okay? Don't rub it. You know that.
Over on the east side of the Capitol,
Don't be a
the
bitch.
gates have successfully held the crowd back for over an hour from when the west side was first breached. At 1:59 p.m., that all changes. The demonstrators overpower the police and begin to make their way toward the east steps.
Police are squabbling with protesters. Oh, there we go. And they just reached the Capitol again.
Back on the northwest side of the Capitol, a man named Derek Vargo is ascending to the west terrace on the outside railing of the stairway. He is sprayed in the eyes with an inflammatory agent. Vargo reacts by heading back down the way he came when he is shoved off the wall by Officer Bryant Williams, leading to a 25-foot drop.
That's deadly force.
Some will call this an attempted murder. Vargo is carried away on a makeshift stretcher by officers and bystanders. Vargo suffered a fractured ankle and extensive mid-foot injuries that would require surgeries to repair. He lives with constant foot pain, pain in the middle of his spine, and suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder that causes him flashbacks and nightmares of being pushed off the railing.
I mean, he shouldn't have been climbing up the railing, but...
At 2:03 p.m., the first dispersal order is heard coming from a mobile LRAD, or long-range acoustic device.
That's a less than lethal weapon.
DC law requires police to give 3 separate warning with the LRAD system and an opportunity to disperse before using violence or munitions to clear a protest crowd. At 2:06 p.m., police retreat up the east steps of the Capitol. Demonstrators soon follow and ascend the steps. We hear the LRAD again at 2:07 p.m.
Failure to comply with this order may subject you to arrest.
It's unlikely that demonstrators heard either of these warnings given the situation on the plaza, which calls into question the earlier stated DC law that requires these announcements to be clearly audible and to provide participants reasonable and adequate time to disperse. Back on the east side of the Capitol at 2:09 p.m., Hunter Emke is seen kicking in and punching multiple windows. He is quickly tackled and detained by police. At 2:10 p.m., demonstrators reach the West Terrace and push through police barricades. They will quickly move to what will become the first points of entry to the interior of the Capitol. A man throws a 2x4 through a glass pane, the first such broken window on the west side of the Capitol. Shortly thereafter, Dominic Pizzola pushes the window in using a police riot shield. Protesters will soon enter the building through these breach points. At 2:12, Ray Epps sends a text message to his nephew, telling him that he orchestrated the protest at the Capitol and that he helped get people there. The video evidence we have seen thus far would back up his claim. At 2:13 p.m., President Trump tweets, "I am asking for everyone at the U.S. Capitol to remain peaceful. No violence. Remember, we are the party of law and order. Respect the law and our great men and women in blue. Thank you."
Hey, Frank, you got anything else?
Back on the West Plaza of the Capitol, Officer Thao receives a Stinger 40mm 60 caliber rubber balls round and rushes to fire it into the crowd. This crowd.
Can I pause it real quick? I have a question for Doc. Doc specifically. I don't know how it is for local law enforcement. I know how it is for the military. Doc, what's the procedure for people like this? Because he's obviously way too trigger happy and way too quick to use force.
I'll just sit here shaking my head. It's like fool's making a fool of everybody. At this point, there's no clashing. Everything is set up. There should have been somebody above his level because he's a sergeant making decisions as to how to disperse the crowd, making sure that they had a proper way to exit people. At least right here in his area, it's under control. So he should have just been trying to maintain status quo at this point. Running up because he got a new toy. Yeah, I hope somebody ripped him a new one. And I left out as a sergeant, and that is not the way they should have been handled.
All right.
Team rubber balls.
Hey, I need a round. You have CS?
30 seconds later, he's given a baton round, a round that contains.
Bro, who keeps giving this guy ammunition?
He again heads over to the police line to fire it into the crowd.
That's a
At 2:18 p.m., after a few minutes of confusion inside the room, the House calls a recess during its debate over an objection to the electoral votes from Arizona.
Without objection, the chair declares the House in recess pursuant to Clause 12B of Rule 1.
He said,
at
I'm sorry, I'm gonna just say one thing. If his role was to get those people moving while everybody was kind of calm, he should have had his guys link arm to arm and start pressing them back softly. But putting more rounds out there would only agitate that larger crowd.
It creates an adrenaline spike, which while you have a person with adrenaline spikes that's getting shot in a crowd is going to create a stampede.
That part. So like I said, we're at that, from what we can see here, that would have been a good time to say, hey guys, let's get our shields, let's get a line, let's get a double line, and let's start encouraging these people to move out of here. The only reason rounds should have even been reintroduced at this point was if there was active aggression.
So, and that's why I said, what's the procedure for dealing with this particular person? Because he seems to be an inside agitator.
He's what we call a freelancer. He's going and doing things outside of incident command that are counterproductive because he thinks he wants to be a hero.
Yeah, well, and his line, make them run, but running can cause a stampede in the wrong direction.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And he's a sergeant.
It almost seems like a controlled panic response, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
something you would normally see from a rookie.
This is not him being malicious by any means. He is scared. And he has a fear response, and he's completely disregarding any training or any protocol and just fucking running up, fucking snatching, and then fucking grabbing another round and doing it again. Whoever is giving him these rounds, that could have been the line of defense. Hey, no, you're not getting any more. I just saw you do it 5 times for no reason.
He should have done it for the second time.
Because
everybody told him no too. His fucking
one officer was like, no, you just fucking threw an incendiary into the crowd. She knew what was going on, and she was trying to say, hey, calm down a little bit. And then he runs to the next guy. Hey, can I use this one?
And he's a sergeant?
Yeah, and this is why I said, like, I know how it is for the military, because usually when somebody's doing something like that, no, you're done, sit down.
You're not even, you're going to get pulled away from the situation.
Because you're just making stuff worse.
Wait, would it also be a demotion? I know it would be if, with the structure.
No, that's UCMJ, depending on what it is.
That's an HR problem.
Okay.
So we don't the
I know, but
it doesn't get to just fucking court martial people. But
if you look
depending
at
on
Chauvin, and the Floyd incident, Chauvin was the experienced. He was the highest officer on the scene. They still went after not only the training officer but the rookie, because when we take that oath, it's for everybody. And I don't care, it's not as tight as the military. You don't care if you got stripes, if you got bars, if you got stars. If something's going on and I see it's wrong, it's my job as a police officer if I gotta take my baton and knock my partner in the back of the head because he's killing somebody, that's my responsibility. And it could be my chief. I'm gonna get you off this person, and we'll deal with the rest of it after the dust settles, because they canceled all that. We don't have that excuse anymore. Well, that was my superior officer, and he gave me bull crap. You're a cop. You know what the law says. He was wrong. You should have stopped it immediately. So they've changed that for us.
Okay. That's all I wanted, was like some clarification.
All right, let's keep it going.
2:16 p.m. The parliamentarian doors are open from the inside, providing another access point for demonstrators to enter the building. Down on the West Plaza, Officer Thao refers to police activity as, quote, shooting zombies.
We're just shooting zombies, man. Hey, we're shooting zombies. That's it. They took me inside. They're inside. Okay, well, we need to get those out of here. All right, we're completely surrounded.
At 2:18 p.m., after a few minutes of confusion inside the room, the House calls a recess during its debate over an objection to the electoral votes from Arizona.
Without objection, the chair declares the House in recess pursuant to Clause 12B of Rule 1.
At 2:18 p.m., police body cam picks up a tense conversation among officers, where one officer admits that they're hitting innocent people.
All right, listen up. Toss that inhaler in the trash right now. Seriously, they've
I
been
need
lying
that.
to you. That pump doesn't.
They haven't.
And not only that, we're taking out one and 10 of them are getting angrier. We're multiplying them by hitting.
At 2:24 p.m., John Earl Sullivan is recording as he is one of the first of the demonstrators to enter the Capitol Rotunda.
2021, y'all. This is insanity. Holy what is this? What is life?
At the same time, a few blocks away, MPD officers are discussing new plans to enter the Capitol to support U.S. Capitol Police.
We're going to burn that building down. That's fine. And we'll figure it out. All right. They better reach out to the military right now. That's what they better do. Get the National Guard suited up. Get them down here.
You know, we're suiting up. We're going in.
We are?
Yes.
When?
Now.
Right
Did you
now.
hear that?
Still at 2:24 p.m., Mike Pence is moved from the Senate chamber to his office across the hall. The Senate remains in session as Senator for Kentucky Mitch McConnell speaks on the floor. Also, at 2:24 p.m., President Trump tweets, Mike Pence didn't have the courage to do what should have been done to protect our country and our Constitution, giving states a chance to certify a corrected set of facts, not the fraudulent or inaccurate ones which they were asked to previously certify. USA demands the truth. This would be a significant tweet to the January 6th committee, for they claim that it was the motivation for a surge into the Capitol complex.
Our investigation found that immediately after the president's 2:24.
Yep.
So the Capitol was breached before that tweet was sent out. So how did that tweet cause the Capitol to be breached?
I mean, yeah, that's the lies around January 6th. That's why this whole timeline is perfect. Wait.
So I think I have all the evidence I need to win the debate tomorrow against Sid.
Well, Monday.
Or I mean the facts don't lie, and if he was causing an insurrection, it would be after he did all these things, after he said all these things that the insurrection happened, not before.
Well, then that's true. But all right,
and like I said earlier, if his rhetoric is what caused this insurrection, then every liberal's rhetoric is what caused the murder of Charlie Kirk. If that's how we're going to compare it.
I mean, all right, then let's get back to it, guys.
4 p.m. tweet: the crowds both outside the Capitol and inside the Capitol surged.
What the January 6th committee failed to mention was that it was officers misusing munitions and CS gas at that same time that led to a surge.
Hey, Rich.
DC MPD Officer Cowlery, at the urging of Officer Thau, misfires a CS gas canister that eventually forces police to fall back and lose their position. As officers on the West Plaza, unequipped with gas masks, struggle breathing, the plume of CS gas can be seen from the overhead camera on the lower right corner of your screen. It blows over the entire area of the West Plaza that the police had secured for nearly an hour. Within 3 minutes of the officer's CS gas misfire, the police line on the West Plaza entirely collapses. Back on the east side at 2:24 p.m., demonstrators are able to force open doors from the inside. These are the Columbus doors, which lead a short way to the rotunda of the Capitol. Back outside on the West Plaza, an elderly woman is violently pushed by police down a set of concrete stairs 3 times, which incites the crowd around her.
Bro! I'm not gonna lie, that would incite me too.
Did you hear that? We're trying to make it to the Hannibal Gardens. We're going in. All right. We down in long guns? Yes. Straight up. Any munitions you have, CDU.
At 2:28 p.m., in an interesting exchange, a press photographer on scene at the east entrance of the Capitol taps a demonstrator on his hip and shoulder to move him out of the way so he can presumably get a better shot of the action. Back out on the south side of the West Plaza, a demonstrator is taken down by 6 police officers. He receives multiple punches while in a face-down, prone position.
Oh!
At 2:30 p.m., a security camera at the crypt lobby shows demonstrators gaining access to the Capitol via overhead lift doors. At this same time, the House is called into final recess.
Without objection, the House is going to go back into recess.
At 2:31 p.m., Washington, D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser orders a curfew from 6 p.m. that evening to 6 a.m. the following morning. At 2:33 p.m., a frustrated police officer can be heard venting about being, in his words, set up.
They set us up. They set up 64. Oh, absolutely. And then they asked y'all to come 2 hours later. They set us up. They needed everybody right away. Nah, right away. They set us up. So now we ain't got. We ain't got no mother. They set us up.
Oh shit! Hold on, run that back. There you go. Right then. No. Yep.
Set up.
They set us up. That's what they did. They set us up. They set up 64. Oh, absolutely. And then they asked y'all to come 2 hours later. They set us up. They needed everybody right away. Nah, right away. They set us up. So now we ain't got.
So pause that real quick. There's an undisclosed timeline that they didn't catch. He said that they were waiting for 2 hours.
Yeah.
Which means that more than likely Mayor Bowser had already had information that this stuff was happening.
Yep.
Which means that's concurrent with that argument where they said, oh, Mayor Bowser didn't know. Yeah, she did, because more than likely somebody passed it all the way up to the chain of command. And then on top of that, the most she did was only institute a curfew.
And instead of letting them go in to begin with. After Donald Trump has said, I want National Guard here, after Nancy Pelosi has said no, and then the mayor of the city sees that they need police force, they don't have the National Guard. She knows they don't have the National Guard. You know what she says? Oh, this is a MAGA protest. Let's see where it goes. And then play it after this. That guy, he literally says, let them take that shit. Fuck it.
And then
He's pissed off.
And then not only that, you can hear multiple of the police back at their little squad bay or whatever even said they need to send in the National Guard.
Yeah. Because they should have been there to begin with, because Nancy Pelosi could have done it. Donald Trump could not have done it because it was not an insurrection. You can't predict an insurrection a week out before you have a conference or before you have a speech, right? So when Trump realized, oh, I've sent out a couple of fucking tweets and made a statement about being peaceful and no one's fucking being peaceful, send in the National Guard. That's when he declared it an insurrection.
And then not only that, but then you have the fact that here's one thing I noticed about, media, they got some thick skin when it comes to being in dangerous situations, but that was a bit...
Yeah.
Right. That was a bit too...
Hey, can you move over? I need this shot.
Right.
All it was, and I maintain this, the vast majority of the people that actually went into the Capitol, the 1,600 people that walked in, literally walked around. Had this been a riot on the left, the Capitol would be on fire. Yeah. They would have gone and fucked everything up and smashed everything. All you see them do is break windows to get in.
All right, let's
and I'm not
going.
It. They rioted. I don't think Trump should have pardoned them, but they rioted and whatever.
All right, keep going.
But listen to this.
I'm a bit real as I can be. We are going to get overrun on the steps of the Capitol right now. We're getting hammers, okay? If you guys go down there, the paint compliance is working very minimally. There's 10,000 to 1. We're going to lose the steps, and we're getting people hurt like a motherfucker.
Demonstrators are seen entering from the west side of the Capitol, while police officers watch them walk through the doors. Just feet away at 2:35 p.m., minutes after losing the West Plaza, Officer Aliotto throws a gas canister from the West Terrace into the crowd that has amassed on the West Plaza. This, along with other gas canisters sent into the crowds, gets thrown back at the officers.
Bro!
Most of these officers still do not have gas masks. At the same time, on the West Terrace, officers are repeating the same mistakes they made one level lower on the West Plaza. An errant CS gas round is deliberate into their held position on the West Terrace.
Yep.
The spreading gas will eventually effectuate a retreat back into the Capitol through a narrow tunnel.
They're hitting themselves.
This mistake would prove to be incredibly significant for the events that are yet to come. The retreat into the Capitol through the West Terrace tunnel would create the conditions for the next standoff between demonstrators and police that would take place over the following hours. Instead of showing force outside of the tunnel, the police make the questionable decision of barricading themselves behind locked double doors, giving up the tactical position, and retreating to a defensive posture. At 2:39 p.m., Metropolitan Police Department reinforcements arrive at the Capitol, entering through the east carriage door. At the same time, police officers discuss being unprepared for what they encountered.
I didn't know we were coming up for this. I would have made sure we all had our masks.
I didn't realize how bad. They set us up to fail.
They did.
There was no way we were winning that. And now you got at least 4 platoons that are just gassed out.
Yeah, literally.
Because us, 54 doesn't have masks.
Yeah. Well, remember, we're supposed to be rapid response just to buy time for the hard platoons to come.
They didn't come. They didn't ask for them.
Who cares about the street? Like, prioritize.
Secure the Capitol.
At 2:42 p.m., journalist Taylor Hanson is walking behind Ashley Babbitt, an Air Force veteran from California, as she turns a corner and approaches the speaker's lobby, guarded by
All right, listen up. Toss that inhaler in the trash right now. Seriously, they've been lying to you.
3 police officers. MPD officer Luke Foskett approaches a window and looks out upon the crowd on the western side of the Capitol building.
You're live, right? Yeah.
Moments later, members of the House seek shelter in the gallery while officers barricade entry into the chamber. It is at this moment that the only firearm to be discharged inside the Capitol that day can be loudly heard. The story of that gunshot is quite possibly the most tragic story of that day.
Hey, he's got a gun!
The shot heard was a single round fired by Lieutenant Michael Byrd. It strikes Ashley Babbitt in the neck, and she falls back into the upper landing of the stairwell.
Hey, Set.
You.
Remember when someone else got shot in the neck? How I was talking about posturing, and everybody fucking poo-pooed me as I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Notice how you see it again. Just want to point that out. I gloat when I get proven right.
Wait, what'd you get proven right about again?
So when Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck, and I was talking about how he was posturing, when he brings his hands up as a it's called decordicate posturing.
Yeah. Oh,
I said the same thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
And everybody's like, "You don't know what you're talking about. That's just because he had his hand up by his mic." I just want to point out, if you run it back a couple of seconds, you see Miss Babbitt, rest her soul, doing the same exact thing.
All right.
And I said the same thing too.
And she falls back into the upper landing of the stairwell.
Right there.
Yep, same thing. Like hands up and all. And the police just came. It's wild. But here's the thing, bro did not have to do that to her. He could have just pushed her out of the damn window. Like, bro's a grown ass man. He could have just pushed that woman out of there instead of just shooting her. Like, I could not see a reason for that man shooting her.
He wasn't in the he wasn't even in the hallway.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She shot her from outside the window.
Man.
Yep. So you see her taking those are called agonal respirations.
They just killed the girl. They just fucking shot a girl right in the.
She's done. She's dead. She's dead. She's dead.
One shot in the Capitol. Report of a shooting in the Capitol. Trying to ascertain information now.
I don't even know why they're doing CPR.
Yeah, she was dead as soon as they picked her up.
Those are considered injuries incompatible with life. You don't do CPR on that. That cop's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, it seems like I think it was just for show, honestly.
I mean, you can do it for show, but
I know, but it's all water, honey.
At 2:46 p.m., approximately the same time as Ashley Babbitt is shot by Capitol Police Officer Byrd, a series of smoke and signal flares are activated at various locations around the Capitol.
There's some kind of a flare in the sky there.
As the smoke clears, we again spot Ray Epps leaving the area and flanked by several individuals before leaving the Capitol grounds for the day. Meanwhile, demonstrators continue to enter the Capitol building. The first demonstrator enters the Senate chamber.
Unit 7, we got protesters that are outside of the Senate chamber.
Over the course of the next 30 minutes, the Senate chamber will become a significant location of the day, along with the Capitol Rotunda, the Capitol corridors, and the West Terrace Tunnel. Prior to this point in the day, many demonstrators were free to roam the hallways and chambers of the building, meeting little resistance from Capitol Police.
Hey, Seth.
The police here are willing to work with
you.
So if it's justifiable to shoot Ashley Babbitt, someone just standing there, I don't see why it's not justifiable to shoot the lady that tried to run a police officer over. Just saying.
Dang, bro. Okay, let's just keep going.
I kind of have to agree with that one.
It's a hot take.
She posed no. I mean, that's what I am. Hot take, Monty. She posed no threat to anybody. Standing there and was shot out of the window. I just want to say keep it consistent. If that's how you feel that she should have been shot, then you should have no argument right now.
Like I said, hot take, but
I don't know.
Fair take.
It's fair, but I don't know. I feel like you can kind of point out differences, but I hear what you're saying.
I can point out differences, and I did. She was armed with a vehicle. She was armed with a flag.
Yeah, but we still don't know the intention. Like, we know the intention was to shoot Ashley Babbitt. We don't know if the intention was to try to run over that officer. Like, not 100% sure. We can sit there and pretend like we are, but we're not.
But what was Ashley Babbitt's intention? You can't say what Ashley Babbitt said. She was just standing there.
No. That's what I'm saying. The line of the shooter. The shooter.
Oh, no. We're talking about shooter for shooter, police officer for police officer.
Yeah, we don't know for sure. Well, okay, well, Ashley Babbitt, here's the point.
Yeah.
Like the point with the police officer or the lady that we were saying tried to run the guy, we don't know that for sure. Ashley Babbitt walking into there, let's be real. Like, her intention was to cross over there, but I don't feel like she should have got shot. Just like I feel the same way about the lady. It's like, yeah, well, her intention may have not have, even if her intentions like Loki was to try to run over that officer. Yeah, her getting shot and dying, I'm gonna be real with you, would still be kind of controversial. And
but
we don't even have proof that that's what her intentions were.
Well, you
it
can't
seems
get
like she might have overreacted.
I mean, but I'm saying if you keep it consistent, Ashley Babbitt posed no threat to anybody. She was a protester. She was standing there peacefully. She didn't pull a weapon out. There's no talk of a weapon. She's just standing there and is shot. And if you think that the police officer is justified in shooting Ashley Babbitt, then the police officer who did have imminent threat to life and limb is absolutely justified. If you don't have imminent threat to life and limb and you shoot, and that's justified, why is it not justified when there is imminent threat to life and limb?
Well, I'll tell you this: this guy who shot Ashley Babbitt was never brought up on charges about it.
Exactly, because it was ruled as a good shoot.
Even though no threat was posed. But all right, I hear what you're saying.
With us and cooperate peacefully, like our First Amendment allows. Gather more Americans under the condition that they will come and gather peacefully to discuss what needs to be done to save our country.
Capitol Police Officer Robichaud asks a small group of demonstrators to remain peaceful.
Show us no attacking, no assault, remain calm. We're not going to assault, we're going to be heard. Everybody, this must be peaceful. This has to be peaceful. We have the right to peacefully assemble.
Robichaud then proceeds to escort at least one demonstrator, Jacob Chansley, throughout various locations in the Capitol. At 2:46 p.m., additional demonstrators continue to enter the Senate chamber. Security footage shows no Capitol Police presence in the Senate chamber at this time. At this point in the day, many of the demonstrators on the outside have no idea the Capitol has even been breached. Let's go back to the multi-view to see what's going on around the Capitol grounds. On the southeast side, a group of MPD officers arrive to assist Capitol Police with clearing out the inside of the Capitol.
122 Brown, we're sending MPD through the south door of the Capitol. There's about 25 units in hard gear.
Back on the West Plaza, an enormous American flag has been draped over the scaffolding. On the east side of the Capitol, demonstrators have overtaken the stairs and continue to gather on the lawn. Back in the rotunda at 2:48 p.m., we see demonstrators peacefully roaming around and taking photographs. The only law enforcement officers visible are standing in the doorway. As demonstrators continue to roam the hallways, one officer has a concerning realization.
They make it up here. They can go right to the second floor. They just don't realize it.
Back at the West Terrace Tunnel, a demonstrator activates a fire extinguisher into the tunnel towards dozens of law enforcement officers.
Motor 13, we need munitions and 50 officers on the rotunda steps, at the top of the steps. We need munitions to clear these steps. Want to push forward? Push them back? Yeah, no, right now, no. Wait, because we got to get numbers. Yeah. I'm seeing stars right now.
That's a riot if I've ever seen one. Singing the national anthem.
That sounds like such an insurrection.
But they're treasonous, and that's an insurrection. They're singing the fucking national anthem. It's almost like I wouldn't even call this a riot. I would call this a failed revolt. They're trying to take their country back. They're not trying to overthrow.
A failed riot.
Yeah, it's a failed riot.
So I have a question I want to pose. I was watching this, and does Congress and Senate have a public viewing area where we can go in and actually view a session?
Not really.
Yes.
So
they do, but it's not the vice president's chair.
No.
I know the councils.
I mean, let's call it what it is. Let's not mince words and say, oh, it's no big deal. They didn't do anything wrong. No, they absolutely broke into the Capitol. They were trespassing. Like nothing about this is okay. What I'm trying to demonstrate is that this was agitated, this was planned, and this was allowed to happen for political reasons.
Coerced is the word you mean.
Yes.
Let me kind of finish my thought process, because if I remember correctly, Parliament in Britain has an actual viewing area where the public can come in. It's completely separate from Parliament. They can view, they can protest, they can peacefully do all that. Do you think if we had something like that during this, do you think something like that for instead of having to protest outside, where they could come in, safely view with guards and be able to protest while it's going on and hear what's going on? Do you think it would have gotten this bad?
Yeah, I still do. In fact, I think it would have been worse.
It would have got worse
Okay.
quicker.
Because they were
I was just
already,
wondering.
they would already be on the Capitol grounds and inside the building, and all it takes at that point is a single spark to light a wood-soaked fire.
But
Or
wasn't
a
Senate already
gasoline
doing
soaked.
what they wanted them to do? Weren't they on the
Yes, they
verge
were.
of?
They were, but you had feds inciting the riot.
Yeah.
True.
But what she's saying is it would have been a lot harder to incite the riot if they can see if the feds have no ammunition if they see that they're doing what they want.
Yeah.
There's no coercion because I'm getting what I want. Why would I start getting violent? Like typically a riot starts because people aren't getting what they want, not because they are. That makes no sense. The only reason it would make sense for a riot to start is if the left or, the deep state coerced it to happen, allowed it to happen, put in place things that let it happen so that it would stop the progress that was being made.
Yep.
Thank you.
All right.
Inside the Senate chamber, demonstrators are rummaging through desks looking for intel.
Objection to the Arizona. Objection. You're just going to sell us out all along. Look, objection to counting electoral votes of the state of Arizona. Wait, no, that's actually okay. All right. He's with us.
The standoff back at the West Terrace Tunnel continues.
Bro, they were headhunting.
More demonstrators arriving on the outside and more officers arriving on the inside.
Back up! Damn it, back up! Everyone can see this. Lock them together. Lock them together. You gotta lock them together? Here. Like this.
There's gotta be something in here you can use against the scumbags.
Damn.
We're not gonna fall, man!
Now, see, Doc, correct me if I'm wrong. That type of language he's using can be viewed as
human emotion.
You said what?
Human emotion. And these people are stressed out past the max at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's got to be something in here that we can use against these bastards. He's looking for evidence that there's misconduct.
Yep, election was stolen or something. You pretty much that's what they're looking for.
Hey! We're not gonna fall!
But what I was going,
all right, go ahead.
Where I was going with that was now we have the inside evidence on how the FBI kind of just started blanket convicting people because they were overhearing statements like that taken way out of context.
Mm-hmm.
When really you're not measuring it against people with level heads like Doc, realizing that these people are frustrated.
They're frustrated, they're freaked out, they're panicked, and they're probably also scared because this is not something they would normally do on a regular day.
And they've just been hit with tear gas, rubber bullets.
Yeah.
Not in a lifetime. I was in Hempstead after the Andrea Yates debacle, and we had Black Panther and different people bust in. Thank God school was out because it wasn't nearly as bad as it could be. But we had, we're standing on one side with our guns and they got their AKs and everything standing on the other side. It's like, God, please don't let nothing pop off. Please don't let nothing pop off.
Yeah.
That's not something, that most people are built for, despite the training. It's all good when you're playing a video game. It's another thing when, there's no reset.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No respawn.
That part.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back to it. I think we're close to the end.
Yeah!
That man is lit.
Anyone who doesn't treat ear ringing
That's
as
what I'm saying.
gambling their health.
I know this might sound a little crazy, but if you've got
Go ahead.
Cruz is on our side. That's what they're talking about. Ted Cruz. Oh, Cruz is on our side. I think we're good. Like they fully expected to go in there and everybody was just going to be selling them out, and they go in there and they're voting for us. They were doing our cause, and it wasn't until they fucking breached the Capitol that they all started reversing their votes and saying, you know what, it's been enough. We're just gonna call it is and concede. Like
that
they were coerced into doing that, and now you're starting to see the oh fuck on their faces because they were going to get what they wanted. They wouldn't have done this if they knew they were getting what they wanted.
Yeah, and that's why Oh, you go, Tove.
I just think that's what I meant by saying if there was a viewing, if they've been allowed to come in and view, if there was a safe place that they could have viewed, then this wouldn't have, and they knew what was going on and could hear it, I don't think this would have happened.
And that's why I said that basically they just kind of like did the opposite of what the people wanted, and they did it out of spite, is what it seems like.
Because we're American, we don't give in to terrorists, and these people are effectively terrorists at this point. After the rebellion's been quelled and all that fun shit, those people are terrorists, so you're not going to be the politician that sides with the terrorists.
Yep.
All right.
Unless you're a Democrat.
Cruz would want us to do this, so I think we're good. Put it over there. We're going to come this way. Then you want to close this off. You get your arms through these shields. You know how to put your arms. We have a harpoon guy here. You. Show them how to lock the shields together and hold the shields. Hold it. Hold it, baby. It's the only way we're going to hold this door.
At 2:55 p.m., law enforcement begins to move demonstrators out of the Capitol from various locations.
We are Americans. I pray for every one of you, for your safety.
You need to give up communism, is what you need to do. You need to give up communism to protect these people. We're patriots.
How much it costs for you to betray your duty and your people?
But they continue to struggle to control the Rotunda and West Plaza Tunnel.
These are the 1776. We're hey, don't betray everybody. Let's go. We're patriots. Go in Nancy's office.
Richard Barnett, the demonstrator who posed for this photo in House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's office, attempts to persuade an officer to let him back in to retrieve his flag.
418 Frankfurt, informational. I have a group of about 20 to 30 officers that are cordoned off on the south side of the Rotunda stairs. We're just going to hold the line over here so we get some kind of control of this crowd. There's no enforcement we can take at this time.
S.E.T.
Hey, man. Glad to see you guys. You guys are fucking patriots. Look at this guy. He's got covered in blood. God bless you. You good, sir? Do you need medical attention?
I'm good, thank you.
All right.
They said I want
Jacob
to make a
Chansley
correction.
takes a seat at the Senate dais. He decides to leave a note for Vice President Pence.
Now that you've done that, can I get you guys to walk out of this room, please?
Yeah. There's 4 million people coming in, so it's out of control. We love you guys. We love the cops.
It's only a matter of time. Justice is coming.
Thank you, Heavenly Father, for gracing us with this opportunity. Thank you.
Sir, I have 75 people inside the Senate chambers, just for information. They are going through desks and on top of podium.
Back at the rotunda, dozens of MPD
That's a
officers
riot. They're
prepare to clear
praying.
out all of the demonstrators.
Hold the door. They told us to push that way. No. Hold the door. We're not with Capitol. DC, we're holding up.
All right, 401, just advise the units outside the rotunda door. We've got CDU hard squad sending all these individuals out of the rotunda.
I'll take them on. Get them. Got the police. Let's go. Push. All right. Push them out. Move. You leave. You leave. This is our house. This is your job. This ain't your house.
105. I'm currently at the main door to the Senate chambers.
Gaming, was that you?
No, I was never there.
Up here, guys.
Let's go.
Thank you.
Come on, let's go. Let's go.
Huh, that's what it looks like.
Thank you, officer.
Hey, I'm finna get off. Peace. It.
Really appreciate it.
Hello?
Later, Doc.
Hey,
Later, Doc.
I need to make a correction before I left, though.
Go ahead.
I had said I used the name Andrea Yates. It was Sandra Bland that was part of that Black Lives Matter. Andrea Yates was a whole total different thing. I'm half asleep at that point, so I was like, "Yeah, I need to correct that." It was Sandra Bland.
Oh, okay.
But you have a good one.
Oh, that's right.
You too.
Have a good day.
Have a good one, Doc.
You got it.
Back at the scuffle at the West Terrace Tunnel, the situation is rapidly deteriorating. Leading up to the tunnel are a series of steps that demonstrators are having trouble navigating. It is a very tense and dangerous situation in this area. For over an hour, the police have been inside the building, behind the inner doors, while demonstrators have occupied the tunnel.
Girl 5 John is advising they need additional assets.
At 3:19 p.m., the police successfully expelled the demonstrators from the tunnel. During the skirmish, a U.S. Capitol police officer is dragged into the crowd of demonstrators.
Let him through. Let him through. Let him through. Let him through. Which way do you want to go? Which way do you want to go? Go back inside. I want to go back inside. Back way. Don't hurt him. Oh, good guy. Good guy. Lift him off. We let you go. Lift him off. Come on.
He is later returned to the police line and heads back to safety inside the tunnel. The demonstrators manage to hold their ground and begin to push the police back into the tunnel. This sets the stage for the final tragic conflict. Demonstrators and police are engaged in physical altercations. Sprayed chemical agents are lingering in the narrow hallway.
I know your pain. I know you're hurt. We had an election that was stolen from us.
At 4:17 p.m., President Trump posts a 1-minute video to his Twitter account, urging demonstrators to stay peaceful and go home.
We have to have peace. We have to have law and order.
Twitter quickly attached a warning label on the video, which read, "This claim of election fraud is disputed, and this tweet can't be replied to, retweeted, or liked due to a risk of violence." This limited the reach of the message. Minutes later, Twitter would remove the entire video message from its platform.
I know how you feel.
Huh.
Go home and go home in peace.
As the demonstrators are pushed back by police, they fall on top of each other. Some are pressed against the ground, unable to move. A woman named Roseanne Boylan, a Trump supporter from Georgia, finds herself pinned under the deluge of bodies. The situation is critical.
Collapsed inside that corridor from asphyxiation. She couldn't breathe. Brought her out onto the main steps outside of that. Several people started doing CPR on her. I tried to get her carotid pulse for several minutes, and even I cut part of her jeans away so that I could try to feel her femoral pulse, and I couldn't feel a femoral pulse at all. By the time that they decided to pick the person up and give them to the police officer,
Lips are blue. She's gone.
blood was coming out of her nose.
Yeah.
Well, they just noticed her.
Where the DC fire needs to go for that CPR that's going on.
That's central
Didn't
science
seem
right
hopeful
there.
at all. I don't think that person will be revived.
Officers transport Boylan inside the tunnel and begin CPR.
Is it true
Is she intubated? What fucking cop intubated her?
Remember, man, they're all panicking.
Yeah, that's what's cop. No, so pause.
Could you please send the ambulance that is coming for
So an intubation is not I'm panicking. An intubation is a paramedic level skill that, I mean, maybe that is a medic over there, but that little camera that he pulled out, that's called a glide scope, or a McGrath is what that one is. You don't do that. So they have medics on scene. That tells me that in the SWAT team there are medics, which means they should have been tending to the fucking people that they were injuring already hours ago, and not been fucking. Oh my god, sorry. I just saw that and I realized what the level of training was of that guy, because that's not like a everyday person knows how to do that. Like, you have to be certified to do that.
Oh, don't you say now. All right.
for the code down in
They had him on
Terrace
deck.
to the house door
Yes,
for entry.
And that's what I'm saying. If they had him on deck and they let 2 other people die, they're unconscionable fucking human beings if they did that.
I don't know, just give them a little bit of grace. I think those guys are a little bit, what was it? Like the first 2 died a little bit when, like, earlier when they was like in the crowd of it, when they was like in the crowd.
And that's the SRT team fucking with the Capitol that should have been out there fucking holding the line and helping people like that. That is their job. That's why they have medics on that team.
Good point.
Yeah, she got stuck under there. She fell down and
That's terrible.
yeah.
Boylan is transported inside for one last revival attempt.
Is that one of ours? Or is that a protester? Huh? Is that one of ours? Or is that a protester?
Huh? Oh god. Oh
damn.
Oh,
all right. Fuck him. That was crazy.
Okay.
All right. Alrighty then. So let me tell you about a little thing called the Hippocratic Oath.
Do no harm.
Woo! All right, fuck them. Wow.
Wait, what I missed?
So you expect us to have compassion for
Roll it back. Roll it back. Say you have to hear what comes out of his mouth.
That is coming for the code down at Lower West Terrace to the house door for entry.
Yeah.
His face too.
She got stuck under there. She fell down and
That's terrible.
yeah.
Oh well.
Boylan is
whatever.
transported inside for one last revival attempt.
Is that one of ours? Or is that a protester? Huh? Is that one of ours? Or is that a protester?
Damn.
Yeah. You can get all the way fucked with that. But we're supposed to feel sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry. We're supposed to listen to the Democrats on Capitol Hill that tell us to feel sorry for the police officer that they fucking helped up. We're supposed to feel sorry for fucking all the police officers with their traumatic fucking experiences. But when it comes time to fucking feel sorry for your fucking people, your everyday fucking neighbor, all right, fuck them. Fuck them. That's all right. After seeing this and seeing what they actually did to the fucking protesters, fuck them.
I mean, yeah.
Never in my life I have treated sex offenders, I have treated murders, I have treated the worst of the worst of the worst without any regard to who they are. Why? Because they're human fucking beings. You don't have the all right, fuck them when somebody is actively dying and you could be contributing to saving their life. I don't know why that guy became a cop, but he fucking became a cop for the wrong fucking reasons.
I'll tell you what, when I did my SEER training and emergency medical cert for the Navy, first thing they tell you is it doesn't matter if you just witness this dude
blow your whole fucking convoy up. Yeah.
No, not even that. Like, they had to straight up sit us down and be like, yo, you're going into this area, you may see some special need kids or some kids that are real messed up with some packages stuffed in them. And you may have just gunned down the person that did it. If they're living, you have to save them.
Absolutely. Because we're fucking human beings at the end of the day. Like,
That's that statement right there.
Lady. That's fucking wild. Like, and I know no one in the comments are gonna fucking get it. I understand. But when you're at a level of professionalism like that, that is not the attitude that you have. You see fucking cops that just got shot and their fucking buddy returns fire on the suspect and then goes and renders aid to the suspect.
Yep.
Like, that is wrong on so many levels. But we're supposed to feel sorry for them. They're agitating the crowd, and we're supposed to feel sorry that a riot starts because of it.
You let one idiot with one trigger-happy idiot do things to tactically sabotage y'all's fortification and defensive posture.
I can't
hear the worst part about it. You know, out of the 4 deaths that I've now counted, we've only heard about one of those. Like, the mainstream media only runs one, and that's Ashley Babbitt, and then they run it as if it was MAGA's fault. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah,
and that's what I'm saying. Like, again, by no means are they justified in rioting. I don't agree with that. However, if you have rules for thee and not for me, i.e. BLM can go into a city and completely fucking blow it up, and no one ever fucking bats an eye, and the media is always on their fucking side. Why is this being so slanted? More fucking protesters died than police. I think one police officer died because he was trampled.
I think so.
But the sentiment is fuck it, they're a protester. They're exercising their First Amendment rights, so fuck it. Because remember, your First Amendment right applies when you're blocking vehicles with ice, when you're throwing rocks at cars. That's your First Amendment right, according to Tim Walz.
Molotoving, law enforcement, attacking military personnel.
If that's the standard, why is it not the standard for January 6th protesters who have a legitimate claim, for the record? I know.
It's tough to me. I know you watch the video and you see the hypocrisy and the lies that's been told, and you're just like, wow.
That hurts me at my core. Like, as a human being, that hurts me that he would say that. He didn't need to say that. He could have said, "Oh, I got other things to do," not "fuck them."
Yeah.
Like,
no, you didn't encapsulate it.
See the light of day.
You didn't encapsulate it right. All right, F them.
Yeah.
Just like it's just another Tuesday. Oh well.
Yeah, it's like he does it every day.
Yeah, that's his attitude towards
a daily sentiment.
God damn. That I'm that fucked with me.
Yeah. CDU-70, they're destroying the media equipment over here in the Senate egg. Copy. 75 protesters are destroying media equipment at the Senate egg.
At 5 p.m., as the citywide 6 p.m. curfew looms, police are making progress securing the Capitol and a steady stream of demonstrators leave the Capitol grounds. At 5:10 p.m., police used tear gas to drive the remaining demonstrators from the Capitol's upper levels. Over the PA system, an announcement is made that all individuals are required to leave Capitol Hill or be subject to arrest. At 5:40 p.m., National Guard troops begin to arrive at the Capitol to secure the premises.
Now pause it on this.
1 minute
Here's where I'm professionally speaking at. First of all, National Guard, anytime, because this is federal law, anytime that a situation escalates beyond local law enforcement control, they are supposed to be either called by the mayor, depending on how big the disturbance is, the president, or the police chief is supposed to have like an override with the city council. So it's a bypass route. Why in the world was the National Guard not called 2 hours ago?
Good question.
That's what irritates me.
Right before Trump gave that speech that got taken down off of Twitter, he activated the National Guard to mobilize to DC. When he fucking looked at it and was like, "Hey, everybody, be peaceful," he sent those tweets out. They started getting violent, and then he started getting briefed on what was happening. Like the play-by-play, we need a play-by-play of what Trump fucking saw and what he reacted to and how he reacted to it, because the timeline supports that as soon as he realized it was a riot, he sent in the National Guard.
And that's why I'm saying I'm supporting what you said. Like, nah, Nancy Pelosi deliberately let this get out of hand. Yeah, because they should have been there. They should have been there hours ago. As soon
she overrode it.
If the president of the United States
on five different occasions.
Think about this. If the president of the United States, who is claiming that an election was stolen, is now prepared to sic the National Guard on the same people that agree with him, do you think he's trying to overthrow the government, or do you think he's trying to leave office and fucking leave it alone? Think about that. Like, honestly, ask yourself. Think about that. He asked for the National Guard to be there because he realized how heated people were and did not want something like this to happen. He was told no. In fact, I would venture to guess that they hoped that this would happen, because this has done nothing but give fucking rage fuel to fucking people all across the country. What about January 6th? It was an insurrection. And it gets fucking tossed around and tossed around and tossed around. This is the best. They can't run on policies. All they can run on is attacking their opposition.
Monty, you want to know how many times that law enforcement and Trump asked for the National Guard to be deployed before Trump called it insurrection, before he called it a riot, to get the National Guard there?
No, I don't know how many. That's what I want to know. I want to see
a total of 5 or 6 times.
Yeah, I remember watching it. I was on shift at work, watching it happen, and I was like, "Oh, calling the National Guard. They shouldn't be fucking overrunning the Capitol." And I heard Trump there was talk in the media about Trump has declared it a state of emergency. Trump has ordered the National Guard to come in. None of that gets brought up ever, and it was live play-by-play, and that's the only reason I know it happened, because it was reported on, and it has left the limelight. It has not been brought up since that day.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get into it. Right back into it.
At 5:40 p.m., National Guard troops begin to arrive at the Capitol to secure the premises. 1 minute after the curfew goes into effect, Donald Trump sends out a final message to his supporters that day. At 8 p.m., the Capitol is declared secure.
Today was a dark day in the history of the United States Capitol.
Shortly after, at 8:06 p.m., the Senate resumes debate over the certification of Arizona's vote in the Senate chamber. The House would reconvene about an hour later. The election results will be certified. And 14 days later, Joe Biden will walk down the same tunnel and stairs where the police and demonstrators fought for hours, and where Roseanne Boylan took her last breath to be inaugurated as the 46th President of the United States. January 6th, 2021. A day of hope and patriotism that turned into a day of chaos and tragedy. For the past 3 years, the shadow of January 6th looms large in our politics.
All right, and that's pretty much it right there. It's about to go into the credits. So now, are we still in the belief that January 6th was an insurrection, or?
There's a large portion of people that could, and I want to point something out. There were a variety of tactical failures and paramedic and first responder failures. There was a complete and deliberate breakdown of the chain of command, and there were also inside operatives that made sure that when the crowd was good and riled up, they made their exit. Those flares, you don't just, you know what those canisters are? I know Monty knows what those are, but say it real quick. What are those canisters? What are they used for, actually? Don't Google it.
What, the tear gas canisters?
No, the red canisters.
What red canisters? I've seen the tear gas.
No, the red. They were calling them flares. They're actually.
You mean the thing that was shooting into the crowd that caught that one guy in the mouth? The little flare.
No, there was
the red smoke. Do you know what that's for?
That's for helicopters. Yep. Landing zones. Really? That's so.
Hold on now.
Yes. Red, purple, and green. Those colors are chosen because they can show up on helicopter.
Yeah.
They can show up on helicopter ISR.
Be honest with you, I did not see.
Go forward. It's way in the video.
Yeah, it's like middle.
Interesting. Here.
Too far. Back some more. Yeah, right about back.
Yeah.
Capital. Shortly thereafter,
and then just hit the tab key and just keep moving through
it. With the LRAD system. Injuries that would require.
All right, I think you might have skipped it.
He is sprayed in the eye, a foot drop, away on a makeshift stretcher by officers and bystanders. Vargo suffered a fractured ankle and extensive mid-foot injuries that would require surgeries to repair. He lives with is heard coming from a mobile LRAD or long-range acoustic device.
Yep. It's probably 5 or 10 minutes after the LRAD is sounded.
DC law requires police to give 3 separate up the east steps of the Capitol. Demonstrators soon follow.
View from the Capitol into the crowd that you see it.
We hear the LRAD again at 2:07 p.m.
Failure to comply with this order may subject you to arrest.
It's unlikely that demonstrators heard either of these warnings given the situation on the plaza, which calls into question the earlier stated DC law that requires these announcements to be clearly audible and to provide participants reasonable and adequate time to disperse. And to push through police side of the Capitol. At the Capitol, President Trump tweets, I am asking for...
All right, I don't know. Maybe
Hold on, I'll copy it and I'll send it to you. Here's a picture of it.
All right, because I was like, huh. Like, I was about to say, maybe you guys mistake the flags or something, but it was...
So that red smoke, it comes in red, purple, green, and sometimes orange. Rarely orange, but sometimes. And it's used for helicopters to pick up ISR signatures for landings or hot extractants or air
you gotta go slow. You have to go. You can't just swing through it like that because it happened for like 5 seconds on the screen.
Oh, 5 seconds. Oh, you really
I sent you a link. I sent you a link of a picture of it in the crowd.
Yeah, just pull it up.
Here. Oh, there it is. Okay, the red smoke. Huh? I did not see that. Crazy. So then, if it was there, then it had to been like back here somewhere. Then
no, it was after they ran out of munitions and grenades and shit. It was later on.
Right there. I think.
No, that's flags.
Yeah, see, like right when they're doing all. Hold on, then. That means it should have been like around here, like.
No, Set. It was later on in the video. It was like 45 minutes into the video.
All right. Let's see here. This is that area.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit later in here. Just keep moving the right arrow key. It eventually will pop up.
Oh,
there it is.
There it is.
So that is for helicopters.
That is not for crowd dispersal. They're just throwing whatever the fuck they want at the crowd.
I don't even think, because you see how that looks and it doesn't do anything on an aircraft miles up. They can see that like you're shining a bat symbol in the air, and that's usually where they put a bomb.
Yep. That or they'll mark an engagement zone with that. They'll say target fucking smoke and get the fuck out of the area for like a danger close.
Mm-hmm.
If they don't have a fucking good enough
egress point.
If they don't have a good enough O1 that knows how to fucking lock in grid coordinates.
Oh boy, all of us are gonna die. It's usually why they say danger close 3 times.
But yeah, I forgot to pick up on that, but yeah, he's absolutely right. That's not used for crowd dispersal. That is used when you want to make an optic, because that's what they use in the movies and shit like that, because people just see it and they're like, oh man, danger.
Yeah, it was used in 3 separate places.
It's probably not a smart idea to throw red into a what you would call a riot.
No.
But all right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and
red, I'm running away from it.
We've been going for a strong 6 hours and 30 minutes.
I just
Hey,
want
at
to
least
say
it's not another 12.
This has radicalized my view on fucking January 6th. At first, I was like, they probably shouldn't have done that. That was bad. Now I see why he pardoned him. If he saw all this and more, I would pardon him too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I had no problem when he pardoned him. I was like, trust me, they did not get
I had a problem with it. I had a problem up until I got through this video and I saw seeing all that stuff. It just that point of view, and then add everything else on top of it, I would have pardoned him as well.
Right, because it's like you assassinated these people's characters. You locked them up for 4 years without a fair and due process. There's actually a Christian YouTuber who was there that day, and he left before there were a bunch of YouTubers. I mean, a bunch of YouTubers who were there. And as soon as things started turning bad, they got out of Dodge. And you had the FBI doing just showing up at people's houses being like, yo, is this you? I need you to come with me. So, yeah, bro.
Black bagging them.
Right. And it's like, this is why, like Monty said, this is why Trump pardoned him. And though people get upset about it, there was a few bad apples in there that definitely took advantage of the situation, not gonna lie. However, the vast majority of them didn't need to be, like, they didn't show, CNN, MSNBC, and whoever else didn't show the part in the video where the cop fell out and the protesters were actively trying to give him back to his own forces.
Yeah.
And they said thank you.
They cherry-picked it.
No, and you hear, all these people die, and then you hear them on the next breath, police officers died. You assume that 5, 6, 7 police officers died. No, these were all protesters that were killed because of their mismanagement of the situation.
There was only one that died, I think.
All right, guys. Now, just a quick question though before we close out. So, do you guys believe that January 6th was an insurrection? And if not, what do you think it is now?
I already knew it wasn't an insurrection.
I still maintain that the heart of the people, when they were doing the bad things that they were doing, was an insurrection. There was insurrection acts happening, but it was not an insurrection. The entire crowd we're not insurrectionists as the media likes to portray us. All of MAGA did not force an insurrection.
All righty.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna go ahead and close it down on this one, man. I appreciate you guys for coming up. It was a crazy live, but hey, man.
My voice is gonna be gone tomorrow.
Hey, well, I'll see you tomorrow, and Set, see me in the see me on your personal Discord because we gotta talk.
Hop in the voice chat.
All right, guys.
Ooh,
I'll try to
can I
do.
come?
I'll see.
Yes,
but all right,
you
guys.
ain't coming nowhere, Tove. You're moving.
But all right, guys.
Oh
I'm
my
gonna go ahead
God,
and
you
close it
can't
down
say
on
that.
this
I
one,
heard
guys.
she's married.
I'm done. Appreciate you guys for
I'm
coming
done.
up. All right,
I
guys.
ain't
I'll
going
see
further
you
with
guys
that
on.
one. Hey.
All right. Peace out, guys.
Peace.
Stole that shit. That's what I do, nigga. Fuck, nigga, I stole that shit. And I stole it. Like, bro, but niggas don't understand. I talk facts. Vlad, I talk facts.
Oh, you're right.
I
don't even deny it. That's cool.
I talk facts. What deny? What, nigga? Give me that, nigga. You don't know what to do with that.
Okay.
You know when a nigga got a girl, her shit fat? Bro, you don't know what to do with that. Give me that.
A man of knowledge must be able not only to love his enemies, but also to hate his friends. It sounds almost blasphemous in a world where we're taught that friendship is sacred and hatred is poison. And yet there's a profound truth hiding in these words that most of us are too uncomfortable to acknowledge. To love your enemies requires seeing beyond the surface, recognizing the humanity in those who oppose you, finding understanding where instinct demands rejection. But to hate your friends, that's the more difficult task. It means being willing to stand in opposition to those you care for when they are wrong. It means refusing to let affection blind you to falsehood. The person who seeks knowledge cannot afford the luxury of unconditional agreement. They must be willing to challenge even those ideas that come from beloved sources. They must recognize when loyalty becomes complicity, when friendship becomes an echo chamber. The pursuit of knowledge demands that we see the world and the people in it as they truly are. And sometimes that means loving what hurts us and questioning what comforts us. It's not easy, but then again, truth never is.